Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming and our broadcast partner Loco for Rainbow-Six-Siege. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are here back again for the second qualifiers final four matches. We've already had four teams that went ahead and qualified last week, and today and tomorrow, excuse me for the starter right there, we will have four more teams actually over the course of these next 2 days qualify for the rest of the series. As well, as you can see, Baba currently unfortunately does not have his headphones on because his headphones are they're a little broken, as it were. Unfortunate for him, but he'll still have game audio, don't worry. You'll still be able to hear him when the time comes. But before we get into qualifier 2, let's have a look at qualifier number 1, talk about exactly what happened in those matches, as the first of the four, Mercenaries versus Phalanx, was a pretty good one on Skyscraper as well. Really well played from both teams. Mercenaries obviously giving it their best shot, trying to get into qualifier trying to get into the top 8, excuse me. I'm a little bit, not entirely warmed up, as you can tell, but don't worry, we'll get better as the day goes on. Mercenaries, however, bringing it around for themselves with the first win on that first match, a beautiful BO3 against Phalanx that they played. Phalanx tried hard, but they unfortunately couldn't quite get to the finish line, which means they'll be trying again this week. In fact, I believe their match is the second one against the Shaheens, another team who lost last week against Hunters LFO. So Mercenaries, Hunters LFO, they have qualified already. They'll be waiting for their opponents in the top 8 later in the month. And of course, alongside them, Won't Stop Peaking and Retrograde have qualified as well. I actually have the teams listed not in order. That's why I nearly said Won't Stop Peaking and Mercenaries again. But regardless, those are the four teams: Hunters LFO, Mercenaries, Retrograde, and Won't Stop Peaking. That are your qualified teams from the first week of play.
Yep. First quals, and I've got to say there was a lot of competition heading in between these four teams. But now we already got our four qualifiers on the first quals. Now we just currently have to wait for the second qualifiers, where we still have a lot of spots. And when I say spots, we only have four of them, so the teams will not going to give that spot up very easily, Jack. And I'm pretty much sure that teams like Kira Esports, Phalanx are still in the game, and they want to get it as best as they possibly could.
Oh yes, they definitely would like to. So going into the top 8, Mercenaries are very much well, they're there. They're already there, right? They're already ready. We know Mercenaries. We've seen them for so long. However, of course, as it stands, they are yet to find their opponents. And I believe their opponents will probably be either the one who wins tonight's first match, the BO3 between, that'll be coming up, Kira Esports versus Gazelles Esports, or I'm not entirely sure if it's the 5th spot or the 8th spot that they'll go up against. I don't know. I'll leave that up to whoever decides the brackets to get a handle on. I have no idea on that front, folks. I'm just the caster here. But anyway, matches today are going to be pretty interesting indeed. Kira Esports versus Gazelles, of course, the first ones, and Shaheens versus Phalanx. That's a pretty interesting and exciting one, if I do say so myself, for match number 2. And we're gonna have, just a grand old time here casting these matches. I am quite excited, as it were. The maps as well are pretty exciting, also kind of familiar for the first match. But as you can see in your screens right now, Kira versus Gazelles and Phalanx versus Shaheens, the matches for today.
Yep, these are the matches for today, and talk about Team Shaheen's performance up against Team Monkey Hunters way back in the first qualifiers. We did get to see them go all the way from deciders, but in the end, we all know what exactly happened. Hunters proceeded into the next phase, qualifying the first quals, and now they are here back again with their final chance. Can we see Shaheen secure their spot into the second qualifiers and maybe get a chance to be at the playoffs? And talk about these two teams. I mean, should I say the two matches that we're going to have? Kira was Gazelles Esports. Gazelle Esports are yet to make a point in the South APAC Nationals qualifiers. The same thing can be said to Gazelle Esports is the only one who hasn't secured any point yet. It's just Kira Esports, Team Phalanx, and Shaheens who have secured a lot of secured a lot of points, and I'm guessing Kira Esports would be the one being on third place, Shaheen's maybe being on sixth or seventh. But all in all, having that spot determines whether who will be on the spot or not. But unfortunately, for the second match that we're going to have here, Jack, Team Phalanx and Shaheen's, this is this looks very promising because both of them have already secured their points, right, in the spring edition. Now, yeah. Now talking about the second qualifiers here, where Team Phalanx and Shaheen's, both of them have to go up against each other so that they can get a spot at the qualifiers points, which means it'll be even much more problem for them to deal with. Talk about the tournament format, just like we saw on the first qualifiers, which held on at 1st and 4th July. We have our second qualifiers, 7th to 10th July, where we have four spots left for the team to head in towards the playoffs, which means that there will be a total of 8 teams in 16th July, and we'll be able to determine who will be the champions for the Pro Series summer. But second qualifiers, man, I gotta say, Jack, it will be a tough competition, and I can
Hmm.
assure you.
Yeah. No, it definitely will be a pretty tough competition, especially for the prize pool that these teams are playing for on your screens right now. 2,500 US dollars in total, 1,200 for the first spot. That is a lot of money that they are going to be fighting for as well. It's a bit of an upgrade as well between this series and the first series, the spring edition, as there have been additional resources put into the prize pool, as it were. But it's not just the prize pool that they're fighting for, folks. There are points for the South Asia Nationals at stake as well. A few teams have already gathered these points, mind you, and they are going to get either some more points or might not even, depending on who qualifies for the top eight. Getting into the top eight means you're guaranteed at least 1 point. And after that, it is, of course, a ascending path until you get to the top spot, or you end up losing somewhere in the middle, and you get 2 points or 4 points or 6 points or 8 points. You get the point. Wherever you are eliminated, that is where you will get your points. That will determine how many points you get. So with all that being said, let's have a look at the match brackets here today. And on your screens right now, the 4 matches that remain to determine the 4 remaining teams to qualify: Kira versus Gazelles, Phalanx versus Shaheens, the Random 5 versus Damn One Mia. Okay. Gotta say, DWG might have something to say about that. But and of course you have Team Clickbait versus Olympian Esports Outcasts. Okay, that is a grand name if I've ever heard one. But yeah, these are the 4 matches which are yet to determine which 4 teams will get into the final 8 of the Pro Series. Of course, we've already got Retrograde and Won't Stop peaking in the top 8 already, and now we're going to have 2 other teams whose names are pretty new. I have yet to see, of course, the players, mind you. I'll check out the rosters between matches, but those final 4 teams, I'm very interested in. Those matches will be tomorrow, and yeah, I'm very interested in those 4 matches today. Of course, it's well, it's a big thing to fight for. Match number 1, Kira versus Gazelles. Kira has to fight for a spot in the top 8. In qualifier number 2, they're going up against Gazelles. Sure, Gazelles, I mean, it is they're not exactly the best team in the world, but they can pull off an upset if they choose to do so. With all that being said, let's have a look at the maps for today's match. The map veto, folks. This best of 3 will be going through, and well, it seems like we're going back to the South Asia Classic. Oregon by Gazelles, Villa by Kira Esports, and the decider is Clubhouse.
Well, that's it's classic as it can be, Jack. Oregon, Villa, and Clubhouse will be the first matchup for the second qualifiers. Gazelle Esports will be the one picking up map Oregon, and Kira Esports will pick their home map Villa. We saw the same thing happen on first qualifiers matchup, right, as well, Jack? I mean, Kira, where they had to unfortunately lose against Retrograde on the first qualifiers matchup, they also went the same thing: map Villa, map Oregon, and also we did get to see Clubhouse being brought up. Actually, Retrograde did bring in a different map. I believe it was Skyscraper. Yeah, Skyscraper was the map that Team Retrograded went through on the first qualifiers, and unfortunately, Kira Esports couldn't get to succeed winning on their home map as well as the second map. But now going up against Gazelle Esports might be a different scenario. But let's not count down Gazelle Esports yet, because they're still here in the match, which means that it says something, especially on the second qualifiers matchup. And what's even more interesting is that all the four matches that we're about to see here, Jack, the two matches where we have Dangwan Mia and the other three teams that we had on the second qualifiers, it kind of says that we're going to introduce more than 2 to 3 teams in the qualifiers, who are trying to fight for the SA national qualifiers. So which means that there will be a lot of point changes. And I have to say, for Kira Esports, if they cannot get qualified for the summer series, then things might not look too well, and the third position that Kira Esports had might be changed, and it will be very difficult for them to come back at the next phase. Same thing can be said to the second matchup, Shaheen's versus Team Phalanx. Both of them have secured a particular spot, but they're not in a good position, right? Maybe they're at fifth or sixth position, Shaheen's and Team Phalanx, and if they want to get back in the match, they have to come back. And here's the tough part: if Phalanx doesn't win this, they're out of they're out of the playoffs. And if Shaheens lose this, they also get out. So only one can head in, and this will be even much more tougher for these two teams to perform, because not only that the point is on the line, they also need to get qualified, and being qualified in the playoffs is a guaranteed point in the qualifiers. If you want to stay in qualifiers, then it's best for you to be guaranteed into the playoffs itself. But other than that, I have to say the first match itself, Gazelle versus Kira Esports, standard maps, Villa, Clubhouse, and Oregon. With the first map being on Oregon, Kira Esports will be the one on defense, Gazelle Esports will be the one on attack. So things might go smoothly unless and until Kira Esports have something to say about it.
I mean, we'll have to see how far they can get. That is, of course, the first hurdle here. Oregon, map number one, is a Gazelles Esports pick, and they're pretty brave for that, mind you, taking Kira Esports to Oregon of all places. Kira going to Villa, I mean, no surprises right there. Kira is a pretty good force on Villa. They are a relatively strong team on that map as well. I mean, they're no mercenaries. Don't get me wrong, but they are still really, really good. And against mercenaries on Villa, it's always a good time to see those two go up against each other. So, Kid Sports map number two, they can pretty much guarantee that one for themselves. Map number one, I want to see what Oregon has in store for Gazelles and for us here, because again, very brave from Gazelles. They're going to a familiar map, and I can give them credit for that. But at the same time, can they actually, take Kira on their own map? That is my question here. I mean, it is their map, Gazelles' map, right? But still, it's Kira Esports. Do you really want to take them to Oregon, even if it is a familiar map? That is the question here. And as to Clubhouse, I mean, is the decider map? It's been decided for a couple of matches now, and it's been played. It was played, I think, in 2 out of the 4 BO3s in the last week as well, if I'm recalling it correctly, of course. And I mean, it's Clubhouse. We've played this map like a billion times at this point. So, with all that being said, let us know in the chat who you're supporting, Kid Esports or Gazelles. And we're going to be moving into the match in just a short while, folks, once we get the ready confirmations. And this, you get the point, the usual stuff in the pre-match lobby. But as things stand right now, personally, I feel like if you were to ask me, and if I were to be a betting man, I feel like Kira probably walks away with this match. Gazelles, again, nothing against them, but the last time we saw them, they didn't exactly set the world on fire, So who knows? They might pull off a big upset here and completely deny Kira Esports a spot, which would be a huge thing for Gazelles and for the region as a whole. That is another blow struck against a team like Kira Esports, Not exactly the best look for them. After last week, they got beaten by Retrograde. Now to be beaten by Gazelles Esports here. So yeah, they're going to be fighting. They're going to be fighting quite hard, and they're going to be fighting for those points as well. Because sure, you still have, the third edition of the Pro Series, but before that, you need some more points. There's never a guarantee that within the points that you're getting, you might, have enough to get into the Nationals. Maybe, maybe not. Again, it's a whole thing. That's why there's a top 8 system, folks. You qualify consistently, then you can pretty much guarantee yourselves in the Nationals. And the Nationals, well, they're big, as we all remember. They are huge, and they will be as well. given if we get some new teams in there as well, some new blood, some fresh faces, and that is what tomorrow's two matches are going to be very good for. Those fresh teams are going to be ones to watch out for. With all that being said, once again, just waiting for a ready coming in from the teams, waiting for the ready coming in on the match, and we'll be live as well. Now, I do know that Baba, talked quite a bit about the second match of the night, Shaheen's versus Phalanx, and yeah, that match is definitely going to be very interesting. I personally hope that Shaheen's and Phalanx definitely have a bit of a better grip on the situation that they were faced with last week. The disconnections and whatnot. We don't like to dwell on it. It's not a topic that anyone really likes to talk about. I'm just saying that I hope it's gotten a little bit better this week. We did hear that they had issues right last week. They were talking about it on Twitter and some such. Several parts of the region has been going through some weird issues with its electrical infrastructure and so on and so forth. Not really sure what's up with that. But hopefully it's a little bit better this week and the games can be a bit cleaner for both teams, really, for just a spectating and playing perspective. We know it can get annoying if it's rehost after rehost, and if it's big ones, well, it gets tiring very quickly for all involved. But, with all that being said, those two teams are really, really good. They are really good in their own right. And to be here today, I mean, Shaheen's, like Baba said, they took Hunters all the way to Decider map, if I recall correctly. And Hunters had to give it a fight. They had to give it a pretty good fight, as it were. And Phalanx, on the other hand, I mean, they tried, but against Mercenaries, it simply wasn't to be for them. Here they are now. It is a bit of a shame, I will say, that it's only one of those two teams that can go ahead, but the brackets ended up working out this way. It is what it is, folks. Nothing can be done about that. I will miss whichever team gets eliminated, but at the same time, one of the two teams going ahead is also a really, really good thing for them. They'll get points and they'll get closer to the Nationals. But we're going to get closer to the match in just a moment, folks. It seems like we've got some difficulties that need to be sorted. So we're going to be taking a quick little breather here. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. The match will start in just a short while. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's been a while, we know, but we are now ready to go with the Gazelles Esports versus Kira Esports match. So let's not waste any more time. Go straight into the bans for map number 1. Oregon, picked by Gazelles Esports, with Gazelles on the attack. Kira Esports choosing to go on the defense. And they have the first ban of the day, of the night, however you want to call it. It's going to be, well, as is to be expected, good old Thatcher, the standard ban to start us off.
Yep, it is the Thatcher ban nonetheless. You see, you don't want Thatcher in any of the matches, especially for the teams on the side of Gazelle and Kira Esports. And it's also been a standard ban nonetheless on the attacker's side. But the main problem would be the second attacker ban, and it will be the Jackal nonetheless. They don't want to give information of any particular defenders, and which means that Pulse will be available. Pulse would not have to worry about any constant information being pinged on the side of Thatcher, so they need to find some other ways to do so. The first defensive ban will be Valkyrie nonetheless. Having important cameras is quite crucial for the defenders to succeed. So with her being on, which means that the last ban will be at the hands of Kira Esports once again. But which defensive ban will it be? There's tons of operators that they could ban, but especially on a map like Oregon, this will we will get to see Wamai being banned out instead. We don't want to give the defenders a lot of room in towards Blue Bunker, especially when you have ADSs and Wamai's magnets that would force the attackers to throw a lot of utilities at their end. So with that being on, they just have to rely on the Jaeger's ADSs instead. Flores is still available though, but for Gazelle Esports, being the ones on attack, they're this close to being qualified into the playoffs. But Kira Esports, they're also doing the same thing. But only one will proceed into the next phase. Who will it be? Let's find out with the first map. And the first round being on second floor Kids Doms in Dom's main hall.
In the blue corner, we have Gazelles Esports, featuring the players Fusebomb, Nemesis, My 2Js Goes Tutu. I'm just going to call them 2Js, thank you very much. Shreds and Phoenix. And in the orange corner, we have Kira Esports with Deathomer, Slayer, Vortex, Shinra Goes Moo, and Dark Lord. A team that we have seen a countless number of times in the region, and with countless wins under their belt, to the point where they went and fought, and I believe, if I recall correctly, won against Cyclops Athlete Gaming, CAG, a couple of years ago. At this point, they have proven themselves time and time again to be a team to be feared. And here they are again, ready to strike that fear into the hearts of Gazelles Esports. Site being second floor Kids Dorms and Dorms main hall. You've got the Kaid, you've got the Mute Mozzie combo for intel denial, and a little bit of intel theft as well. We engage in some light piracy around these parts. Alibi for some more intel gathering, maybe bamboozling a couple of attackers, and of course, Melusi to slow them down, and once again, intel. This is a very intel-heavy defender lineup, but not so much in terms of utility denial. Wow, I butchered that word. But as demonstrated by the fact that the finger grenades completely went through completely went through without any disturbances whatsoever, means that there is no denial at play here. This is something that Kira Esports will need to watch out for as the breach on Attic is being taken care of. Shinra's down on the floor, and that is thanks to Phoenix. The IQ strikes first.
Yep, the Attic peak will succeed for the Phoenix to take out Shinra, which means that the Mozzie is gone. But Dark Lord is still here. He's still holding towards the Attic side. The hatch is also open, which means that he's been given a choice. Whether if he has to drop down, in which he will evidently do so. He'll try to fall back, but the attackers will give away Dark Lord's positioning. So now they exactly know where his location is. And since the Attic is clear, Phoenix is trying to hunt down that particular operator. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we see Vortex taking out 2JZ and also Slayer as he takes out Nemesis.
Two big kills right there. The Ace and the Fink are gone. But again, without the denial, they have to play around these grenades a lot. That was a bit of a misthrow right there from Vortex. Gotta be careful on that button for the C4. Still safe though. Didn't accidentally detonate it like we've seen happen a couple of times. But the drone did see the Mute approaching that singular wall reinforcement. towards the attic side. Fusebomb has gotten into attic already with a grenade being prepared once again, this time by Shreds. Second grenade by the Maverick will not connect though. And that is all of the throwable utility used up. Not the bullets though. Phoenix finds Death Armor, and that is the alibi on first floor. Meeting side once again. The IQ is low. Second time they've gotten into a gunfight and taken damage off of it, but no Finka to heal that lost HP. Fusebomb trying to push in. Shreds on the window. Finds one more. Vortex on the ground. Fusebomb finds Dark Lord. Slayer, the last one standing in a sudden and unfortunate turn of events as well. Trying to find where the planter could be. Should hear the drop down. Diffuser's been dropped right outside the window, but no! Shreds actually getting on the angle before the Melusi could. A little bit of a lack of intel moment right there for the Melusi nonetheless. Slayer unfortunately didn't quite know what was going on, and the round ended up being lost. Well played by Gazelles, mind you. Despite a little bit of a fireback, as it were, by Kid Esports, they held strong and took out the bodies as they came, took out defenders as they saw them. And it kind of started with Deathhammer playing the alibi in Meeting, who went down to the IQ, played by Phoenix in the round. So overall, not a bad round from Gazelles. Need to clean up the early round bit just a little bit more, you know. When they lost the Finka and then they lost Nemesis, who was playing Ace, it looked a little dicey for them, I will admit. But other than that, solid round from them. Kid Esports, a little bit scattered, but hey, it's only round one. They're probably just trying to figure out what Gazelles are doing.
Yep, knowing what exactly the attackers are trying to proceed with the execute is exactly what Kira Esports, usually do. And they're pretty good when it comes to adapting to certain situations.
10 seconds left.
And talk about Kira Esports, they usually make a risky aggro peak, especially at the hands of Death Armor or a Thurv. So you still have Slayer too, so you still have Shinra who always makes the early peak. So once Shinra gets the opening pick, all they have to do is just fall back into the site and ensure that Gazelle Esports have a lot of problems opening up certain walls. That's exactly what Kira Esports do in their most major matchups, and it usually works. It's more of like a bit of an aggro play in the early rounds, and then suddenly you fall back. And just like I said, I believe Slayer is the one trying to contest Fuse Bomb. Getting in towards the big tower's side, unable to get the peak. We'll just fall back instead. What's even more interesting is that Phoenix is bringing in the Amaru. And I'm even much more interested to see where exactly will the Amaru get to use the Gara hook. Will it be in towards the attic side? Because yes, there is one more hatch. And here comes Shreds once again with the walls. The Maverick Blowtorch to open up a lot of lines of sight that would force the defenders to not hold an angle. Just like I believe that was Shinra who just got picked out in the early round. So I believe Kira Esports will be careful from now on. They'll ensure not to get picked out in the process.
Yeah, no, like you said, Baba, that Gara hook is definitely going to be a point of contention, especially because, finding Vortex on the jump out. Not exactly sure what the meat was thinking right there, but that is going to be a big kill for Shreds and the rest of the team. There we go. Line E1D, grenades, flashbangs to burn it. Yes, as Darklord goes down, peeking that same window. Guys, you got to stop feeding the attackers like this, because that is exactly what has happened. Deathhammer now, what an aggressive peek. Look at this. Going out onto the main window. Why would you do this? As they will all be shut down one by one. Needless amounts of aggression, and it almost looks like Kira isn't even trying to communicate right here, as they will be taken down left, right, and center. Gazelles Esports taking the second round pretty easily at that too. Flawless for them, as Kira, they gotta figure something out. If they keep playing like they did in that last round, I'm sorry. Map 1 might as well already be lost.
I mean, this was already tough, Jack, because on the first calls, we saw Kira Esports lost against Retrograde on both map Villa as well as on Skyscraper. You saw how powerful Retrograde was on map Skyscraper, so I believe it's gotten into their heads, maybe? Or maybe Kira Esports are just not having a good day this season. I kind of feel like that's exactly what's happening to them. But it's 2 rounds. I mean, round number 2, a flawless win like that with Phoenix bringing the Amaru. He didn't even use the Gara hook. He was just in the side with the team, and somehow he gets a lot of picks.
I mean, it wasn't even about, it wasn't even about being in the side. They just got like 3 kills watching the bedroom, like the kids' dorms window from attic.
Yep.
They didn't even get in the sight. You saw the last kill, right? The Lion
Yeah, I did,
Nemesis.
yeah.
He was outside White Stairs on a drone, and the Oryx is just out there, you know? Not that I blame the Oryx. I mean, in a, what, 1v4, 1v5 that it was already, I don't really blame them from trying to go for any kills, whatever, but the rest of the team inside the site, they should have done better.
I mean, looks like it's happening the same thing once again. I'm quite not sure what Kira Esports is trying to do right now, because you have three
Yeah.
defenders.
Very
from-
tower heavy, yeah.
Yeah, a very tower fortified place, and now they're just falling back already.
Okay, yeah,
Now
they're
they're
falling
just
back.
falling
Yeah,
back.
yeah, yeah.
I believe in the early peak, they thought that maybe there might be some players spawned in towards the construction site, because I can understand the site has been planned in towards the basement. The site is at basement, so obviously the attackers would spawn in towards the basement laundry place. But I believe they took a lot of time, so they decided, you know what, I think it's not a good idea, so we'll just fall back into the site and make a final hold then and there itself. The IQ though, being able to detect a lot of information, and plus that weapon, the commando, is a very deadly gun. And here comes the first frag once again, this time JC taking out Shinra.
Again, a big one, the mute. Once again, the first one to go down. Sure, the intel will remain in a passive use, but that gun, the MP5K, is a good one to have. The mute is a very good operator to have. So not exactly sure where Shinra's going down, but there goes the Jaeger on Boiler Pillar as well. Phoenix finds the second. Deathamer goes down. We've now gotten ourselves into another 3v5 situation for Kira Esports with barely any damage done. As I say that, 2Js actually takes a bit, the Finka that is, a bit of damage, but still, they're working on getting into the round slowly but surely, getting into the site. Look at this, Finka's already up on white, advancing, Vortex, taking damage, grenades coming through, shots coming through as well. They know where these defenders are, but here's Vortex to find one, finally. Slayer finds another, Phoenix goes down, Darklord with the third, Fuse Bomb on the floor. Now it is a 2v3. Now the situation looks much better for Kira Esports, a much better hold this time around, bar those two first kills. Some damage done to the Finka, but nothing that can't be healed. But that was the last Adrenal Surge, mind you. That is definitely not going to be too good for the team because they've just run out of the Finka's utility, which means that they've got to now get in purely on gun skill alone, and maybe some utility denial that could be there. Yeah, there we go. The drone was what was remaining in the Iana's pocket. There comes another gas grenade from the smoke. Not going to find him. Doesn't matter. The bullets do. And now it's all down to the Finka. 2Js inside a freezer. Does get one, but Vortex has the cross. Finds the Finka on entry. And that is the round taken. You know, it was a long time coming. And a much more solid hold overall from Kira Esports. Still a little bit too ambitious, I would say, in the early round, cleaning that up, and they would be solid on the defense for the rest of this first half.
Yep, a risky decision that was made from Kira Esports at the early round. 3 players holding on from Big Tower stairs. But once they realized what exactly happened, they decided to came back to the site. And I gotta say, the hold was beautifully done from the defensive side. Taking out 3 players like that, immediately equalizing it to a 2v3 situation with Jay-Z and the player who was playing as the Iana, I believe that was Nemesis who was playing that particular operator, was still alive, but unfortunately couldn't get to succeed at winning out that huge situation. And I have to say, having those quick successions from the side of the defenders is huge, especially on round number 3 itself. So 2-1, Gazelle Esports will succeed 2 attack rounds with the site on second floor Kids Doms and Doms main hall. Can it be the 3rd time? This is a 100% win rate chance for Gazelle Esports to win this particular site. And if Kira Esports finds exactly what Gazelle Esports are trying to do, maybe it could work out. Look at that. Once again, Phoenix brings in the Amaru, the Garahawk. I believe this will be used immediately on the second floor armory window, or maybe he wants to gain control on the big tower stairs. That can happen too, but it's always confusing for me itself because you don't even know what is going on Phoenix's head, right? Because on round number 2, we saw him not using the Garahawk, and he was already right down from the big tower stairs, and now he's going to do exactly that. The holograms will be taken care of nonetheless, which means that they have immediate control on second floor. Now, All they have to take care of would be the roamers first, as that's exactly what Shinra is currently present in towards the construction side. Vortex has been tacked a lot of damage from the window side, I believe, but he will stay alive. And in just 2 minutes, we see Gazelle Esports making a bit of a progress in towards the big tower stairs. And now they're slowly taking control on kitchen. That's exactly where Shinra is playing at. Fortunately for Shinra, he has made his play, and that play is going to take out one. Actually, that was at the hands of Death. Shinra is still alive. He's still making his play. Whips out the pistol. Unfortunately, he didn't have a lot of bullets left with the P10 Roni, but he will still stay alive nonetheless. There comes that huge trade-offs coming in from both of them. As now it's a 4v4.
All right. The Amaru does take the first kill. Deathmar does go down early, and unfortunate for the team right there. But the Amaru also went down thanks to the Mozzie still playing relatively aggressively on first floor. You have Dark Lord here for support as well, and the Jaeger on top white. They're trying to find where the Lion could have been because they did hear, the Lion's battle rifle go off after, the failed attempt to find Shinra happened not too long ago. But nothing more from there. I feel like this time Phoenix wanted to go into kitchen and gotta hook up the hatch to get into the site where Slayer is right now, or close to Slayer at the very least. You do see the Lions still running around down there, but you also have flashbangs coming in towards Attic, grenades as well to take care of utility, but no, it wasn't quite there. Vortex trying to find one, as no bullets will find their mark just yet. You have Shreds taking a bit of damage as well. Elsewhere, but, Slayer's gonna find one. That is 2Js off the board. That's the Finka. Tried to probably get a jump in going maybe, but no, Shreds finds one more. That's the Mozzie down. But in the 3v3, 3v2 make that Dark Lord peeing out, finding another. That's Nemesis gone, the Lion off the board. It is now a bit of a dire situation. You still have Shreds below, interestingly enough. No grenades on deck, and they've got to go straight up white stairs if they want to have a chance of winning this round. They have to surprise the defenders, but there's a Banshee, there's barbed wire, stuff that will give away the position instantly, and there you go. Dark Lord takes advantage of that. Fuse Bomb finds one, but no time for a kill, nor for the plant. Instead, trying to rush for one or the other. They get taken down by the Jaeger, overwatching the site. And there we go. Another round goes the way of Kira Esports. Again, much better, much more solid, much more prepared. I think Kira just took a couple rounds to wake up, but now that they did, they have not only equalized, they put themselves in a good position right here. 2-2, going into the 5th round. As Gazelles, on the other hand, they are slowly losing the plot that they themselves set up not too long ago.
Yeah, turns out Gazelle Esports, although amidst their control on Big Tower Stairs, they did try to gain control on towards the attic side, but they were a bit halted from their deployable shield, so they decided, you know what, why not, let's use some grenades and see whether if we can, take out, or should I say force Vortex out of that positioning. But turns out he placed all 3 ADSs from that attic side. It could have been used to give protection from the player by placing it on Armory, or even more so placing it on Kids' Domes, but man, all 3 ADSs, and truth be told, it actually did work out. Most of the attackers did wasted some of their utilities, and yet they could not take out that deployable shield, which means that Vortex was free to hold in that position. What's even more worse for Gazelle Esports was that there was Banshees from the white stairs. There was Banshee on both of those stairs, which means that even if they do arrive from the stairs, even with their utilities being taken care of, they don't have any other utilities to destroy them. They'll be forced to, open up the Banshee's veil so that they'll be able to destroy it with a single bullet. So, information has already been given. They know exactly what kind of execute that the attackers would go from. So, I gotta say, a job well done once again for Kira Esports to defend round number 4 like that. And I believe these 2 rounds will give Kira Esports the exact hold that they need. Phoenix, once again, he's playing a lot of different operators though. One round we see him plays the Amaru, one round we see him plays the IQ. And now we see him bring in the Sledge, one of the most powerful operators in history of Rainbow-Six-Siege. Having a sledgehammer that can open up soft lines of sight, and even those grenades that can dish out any operators who are playing in on a very tight spot. Those fuse cluster charges will ensure that they have control, which means that they'll be able to open up the game's room site. Now Dark Lord is in a bit of a trouble. The holograms will give away his information, so he'll make a quick getaway. He will survive, and Nemesis, my god, he was about to get picked off, but somehow he survived. Now Gazelle Esports, they're making a different attempt. Oh boy. There you go. The shot from Nemesis will succeed. One. Phoenix gets the other to take out Slayer. A 4v3 situation. And now Kira Esports is in trouble. Once again, Diffuser has been dropped out. But no worries. They'll be able to pick it back up from the Armory stairs itself. Thanks to Phoenix. But Vortex had a
that could
very
have been
good
it.
angle. Yeah, that could have been it. That could have been it. They would have got the shot. But Vortex missing to get to take out Phoenix will give much more chance to Gazelle to corner them, to be in the side. And even much more worse, they could go in for a post play.
Mind you, Deathmer is still up here, and they have been here for a while now, but they've been discovered finally. It took a while, but wait. Okay, Phoenix is standing at the breach for whatever reason. At the rotate, grenade comes in, but oh, the one tap. There we go. Deathmer gets another. This is a situation that's quickly turning away from Gazelles Esports. They need to get control here as the Fuse walks in, finds Vortex. Nemesis with one, trying to find another. Low HP, whereas 2J's jumps in, goes down as well. And Deathmer is still alive. Not for long, though. They will find the floor, so to speak, greeting them. Nemesis gets the kill. It's the Fuse against the Doc. Low HP versus full HP. Nemesis is already down on the first floor. Does the Doc know this? No, they don't, but it doesn't matter. Hearing the Fuse coming around the back, Shendra will turn around and shut him down. Nice. And quickly. No pressure, you know, no harm, no foul. They get the round, and Kira Esports, well, they've turned it around. 3 rounds in a row. And they will put themselves in the lead 3-2 going into the 6th round. I do like the inclusion of the Fuse in the round. It was a pretty novel idea. And we did see last week, a team brought out Fuse and actually did pretty well with him, which is one of the few firsts of, pretty much my entire Siege casting career, I'll tell you what. But as I've said before, I'll say it again, Fuse is a pretty good operator on some maps, on some sites. It just depends on how you use it. With all that being said, Basement Laundry Supply Room will be the final defensive site of the first half. Kira Esports now in the lead. Will be looking to make it 4-2 going into the half. And Gazelles, on the other hand, they desperately want a round win.
Yeah, they desperately do need that round win, especially on round number 6. Equalizing it 3-3 is exactly what the attackers are trying to think of. But the way how Kira Esports have been managed to win the previous 3 rounds. Basement Laundry, second floor kids dorm, meeting room / kitchen. All those 3 rounds are at their hands. And now, being on Basement Laundry and Supply Room, this was the site where Kira Esports made a very good recovery from a 5v4, I believe, that would convert it himself into a 3v2 situation where Kira Esports managed to hold down their ground. Slayer currently has possession of one of the attacker drones, which means he'll have good amount of information on the big tower stairs, I believe, and Jay-Z will bring in the Twitch, the shock drone, which can help to take out any utilities which has been presented towards the defensive side and give a lot of fighting chance for the attackers to succeed. Information being given on exact location of smoke, that would be Dark Cloud. Playing very close from the stairs, obviously you have the M5 shotgun, so playing it in close range is a devastating weapon and a very difficult situation for the attackers to gain control of. But you gotta do something, and that something will be Vortex, taking out Shreds. This is a very good pick because that's the finger taken care of. 3 of the surges have gone, 2 grenades no longer available, and now even the Gone 6. All those important utilities, which is very important for the attackers to proceed towards the site, now has a lot of problems. Now they know exactly where Jay-Z's location is, and with the yellow ping, somehow won't be able to succeed. That's Shinra, gone off the board from the white stairs, and I believe Vortex was at the freezer. I think he just fell down from the hatch, which means that he will safely rotate back into the site itself. And within 35 seconds, Gazelle Esports believe they've made their turnaround and equalize it to a 4-4, but they're still not on the side. They're not pushing in towards spoilers, nor are they making an attempt to proceed in towards blue bunker. This is an interesting push coming in from the attacker side, and it's somehow working out well for them.
I mean, I wouldn't really say it's worked out well for them just yet. They kind of seem like, they want to do a 2-sided push. They're going into, the blue bunkers, and they have a couple of players trying to come down either meeting or the front stairs. The thing is, they have to time this. If they're unable to time it, at least relatively well, they'll get picked off one by one, and Kira Esports will be more than happy to punish them for their misdemeanor in the round. But instead, we have the Twitch on Freezer. watching a pretty high angle right about now, but Fiend's gonna find one. Deathhammer finds the refrag immediately, 3v3 in the round. Deathhammer now trying to watch the front stairs. They will hear the footsteps now, see the head, and give the call that, hey, front stairs push, guys. We need to divert our resources. Vortex is still watching Freezer, mind you, and now there's two on Freezer. Going into the door, trying to get a peek going right now. That's Vortex, sees the Twitch, can't get him. Deathhammer finds Nemesis though. That is the Hibana down. There goes the Twitch as well. One kill maybe to the remaining attacker, Fuse Bomb, but they're still in Freezer. Can't find Deathhammer as well. Slayer will give the call on the door of Freezer. One kill goes off, and Fuse Bomb still isn't dead, mind you. All the way in the site, but nothing to show for it. Defenders will win round 6, and once again, a good hold by Kid Esports means they will give this round to themselves, obviously, and put themselves on a 4-2 round win situation. 4-2 into the attack, a very good first half, using the defender half of Oregon relatively well. Those first two rounds, I guess at the end of the day, you could say they took those first two rounds to just get themselves started, get themselves warmed up, as it were, and kind of have a good idea of what Gazelles are doing. And on the other hand, Gazelles, well, they tried it. They tried and they did some pretty good things in the first two rounds. There were moments where they looked good in the other rounds as well, but unfortunately can't quite string all of them together into one big cohesive play. And like we said before, taking Kira to Oregon in of itself is a risky decision. Well, they went for it, and now they're going to have to try and bring it around. Round 7, Gazelles on defense.
Yep, there you go. Nemesis will bring in the Aruni. Sorry, not the Aruni. The Azami, of course. Man, I gotta say, the operative names of... They always have a rhyming words, you know? Azami, Aruni, Amaru.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, what was I trying to say? Yep. Bringing in the Azami, the kunai knives that can, just wrap up any reinforcement wall which has already been opened up from the attacker side, really gives a lot of chance to bring in. And on the attacker side, once again, on Kira Esports, we see Shinra bring in the Nook. Now, we've seen a lot of Nook plays being brought up on the first qualifiers too, on the Summers event, in this summer series, that is. We've seen a lot of Nook plays being brought out, and it's somehow working out too well for the attacker side, especially when they have a lot of information. What's even more interesting is that Vortex has brought out the Kebi. Very interesting lineups being brought up here from Kira Esports, and I believe they're trying to see whether if this coordination works out. The information from the Kebi scams, and Nook will be able to see or have good information. Cook Nate once again from Shinra. I think he has information. Can he get the confirmation? No, he does not. And not a single damage been dealt around from that grenade. But wait a minute, Deathhammer gets caught out in the process. That was a run out or maybe a spawn peek from the window side, but he will stay alive. And thanks to the surge, he'll be able to get himself back up to 20 HP. Now that inside the armory lockers, Kebi is also doing his own work. All they have to do is wait for those calls and see whether if Shinra gets a pick or not.
For the time being, Breach is being denied by the impact nades of the Asami, but not for too long, as the Ace has a third summer Breach, and unfortunately no defenders have 3, impacts, as it were, as other grenades and throwables are going out to take care of the shield on the attic door. It's been done and dusted, but no bodies have fallen so far in a minute 30 into the round. A little unusual for this first map, I will admit. However, it could be Nemesis taking a bit of damage right there, trying to contest on the Breach. Still no dice, but the kunai will seal it off. There we go. Seal off that line of sight, force the attackers to use even more utility onto it, as 2Js gets one, but Darklord's just walking into the site as well. Slayer gets Nemesis trying to go around. In the meanwhile, Phoenix goes down as well. Darklord with the play, gets in the site, is in here right about now. Prone peek in the meanwhile, finds where Fuse Bomb's location is, gives it away as well. Fuse Bomb unable to confirm a kill right there, trying to get one, does find one on the Breach. 2Js comes back, finds Slayer, turns it around to a 3v2. The Nook is also gone, mind you, Shinra that is, leaving Darklord and Deathhammer remaining in this slightly unfriendly situation, as it were. Darklord still in the site, still trying to find a kill, knows that there might be someone on the white side, but there's the feed position given away, and Fuse One will more than happily take that kill. Hit and run tactics right here from Shreds, goes on the prone, right below the main stairs for the final peak, and well, that is the round. Ooh, hip fire shot. Would you look at that? But that is the round. That is the round going to Gazelles on the defense. Well played, all things considered, brought it back around relatively well. And now, 3-4 is the scoreline. Gazelles still on the deficit, but not by much. Round 8, we're headed to Basement Laundry.
Man, even with Dark Lord bypassing the Banshee deterrence from the Melusi, did get
Attackers need to
control,
locate
but
and defuse as
unfortunately
many
couldn't
bombs as
get
they
to
can.
succeed removing Fuse Bomb out of the equation now, did he? The Jaeger was still alive on second floor kids' dorms, and Dark Lord was having a lot of issues because he was deep within the site. He had no control on White Stairs, nor had he had control on towards the attic. And most of the attackers on the side of Kira Esports were making a push in towards trophies. So, although they have given him protection from the White Stairs, but when he thought that maybe going aggressive on second floor kids dorms would be a good idea, he decided not to because, on the white stairs there's still another way where the defenders can remove him out. So maybe because of that, he decided to stay. Not a lot of
Attackers are
information
moving out to
was
locate a
at the
bomb
hands
and
of Dark
defuse it.
Lord, and because of that he had to lose that gunfight
Attackers
nonetheless.
bomb
And round number
diffuser has
8,
been
early
dropped.
pick, and it's Shred once again to take out Shinra. Oh man, I gotta say, he just ripped it right out of his
Cover
playbook,
their
Jack.
diffuser.
I mean, it was Shinra who used to do all that early peak, and now Shreds is doing the same thing exactly as Shinra was trying to do. So let's just say he just took a taste of his own medicine.
I mean, all things considered, early peaks and spawn peaks and runouts and whatnot are pretty commonplace when it comes to, aggressive entry fraggers in our region. Shinra, just does them really, really well. That's why he gets a lot of recognition for them. But sometimes, you get what you give out. And Shinra, will probably now realize that, oh, so that's what it feels like. All
Yeah.
you remember that scene from one of the Batman movies where he's talking to someone and they pull a disappearing act on Batman instead, and he goes, "So that's what it feels like." That's Shinra right now in this minute. Twitch off the board, mind you. Those shock drones very useful for the round, but no longer in play. Vortex will go and get the hatch opened up. No Kaid from the defensive side, and obviously no Bandit. Hatch is being protected by Bandit is well, it's not a thing that goes, so that's already taken care of. And with one hatch done, that's the meeting one, they're going to shift focus towards Blue Bunker. Once again, Gazelles, this time Kira Esports, deciding on what looks like a very much north and northeast heavy push for the map. One on Tower Stairs, one on Blue Bunker, one on the hatch. Where are the remaining attackers for Kira? Where is, of course, the last attacker for Kira, I should say,
Attackers have located a
going
bomb.
in to... going in from. You have Dark Lord and Vortex on Blue. One drone was sent in just a second ago from Dark Lord. Slayer taking damage on top of Blue Stairs, or Tower Stairs. Just sitting there holding an angle, really. Once again, a bit more damage, more and more damage done. Slayer just unable to find, where these shots are coming from, and they will be replaced by the Finka. Deathhammer coming down, or was coming down. Tower Stairs actually will go up to retrieve the diffuser first. There goes the Banshee, but position given away for Dark Lord, pushing up to elbow. Very aggressive right now, but it's reinforced off. And Nemesis, in the meanwhile, will find the kill. Deathhammer down. That's diffuser on the floor as well. 30 seconds on the clock. Gazelles have Kid Esports on a hook right now. And at this point, even if it is a turtle hold, they have a good chance of winning out the round. The Azami is also making sure that, entry points are sealed off wherever possible, as 2J's has been down, but no Dark Lord opening up the angle, only nearly sealing his own fate. Yep, there we go. Reversal. Literally an Uno reverse card right there. Slayer as well in the hallway, taken care of. And the final kill goes to Shreds as... actually, Phoenix took the final kill. I just realized. Oh, no, it was Shreds. And we got Azami's POV anyway, so that kill count doesn't even matter. But 4-4, Gazelles on the defense, looking pretty solid right about now. Kid Esports, not so much, as a pause has been called for.
Yeah, but that's what I wanted that. Kira Esports do need that pause timer to understand what exactly is going wrong. Like, how are they getting away with these kinds of kills? How are we not gaining control on basement, or should I say, the blue room? That's exactly where most of the attackers makes their execute on basement. And if you take a bit of a comparison between Gazelle Esports and Kira Esports, Gazelle Esports are trying a different method, you know? Whenever there's an execute coming in from basement laundry and supply room, you usually see them, most of the teams just push in towards blue, have control on, big tower stairs. But Gazelle Esports, they're quite the opposite. Instead of doing that, they'll just decide, you know what, let's just open up the hatches, see if we can get a pick or two in towards freezer, and maybe have us make our own split push from basement laundry stairs towards the freezer. Although some of them did work out, some of them did not. Gazelle Esports only won 2 attack rounds in the first half. And now in the second half, with
Defenders,
Gazelle
protect your
Esports
bombs from
being
being
the
defused by
one
attackers.
having the advantage, knowing that they're on defense, it's interesting to see that they didn't pick Kaid on round number 8. They could have held out the meeting hatch just by using the Electro Claws. And since, Shinra wasn't available the whole round, because Shred just immediately picked him out at the early round itself, would have helped the defenders succeed a lot. But hey, I was just saying, I mean, it was a flawless round after all.
No,
Right?
no,
Jack,
you
on round
could
number 8.
say, Shinra got shredded.
10 seconds remaining.
Haha.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that joke,
5
but
seconds.
yeah, I just didn't know how to plan it right. But yeah, I gotta say, that's actually a good
Attackers'
one.
objective is to locate a bomb and
Shinra
defuse
just
it.
got shredded.
Mm-hmm.
And I just hope that he doesn't get shredded once again in round number 9, though, because if it does,
I don't
oh boy.
think I don't see where Shreds is. Okay, they're on the second floor, right by the armory window, I believe they were just a second ago. Yeah, they're just setting things up above. Site being meeting and kitchen, it takes a while for the setup to be done on this site. That is pretty much a given, especially if you play like Alibi or Castle in this site. The setup that you have to do and the number of rotates you have to make, insane. But you know what else is insane? That grenade from Dathomar shreds out the board this time. Unfortunately, that grenade will shred the Alibi to Kingdom Come, as the first kill will go the favor of Kid Esports.
Yep, the frag grenade will be delivered. And it gives a huge blow to Gazelle Esports' Mankind. Already 4v5 with the Alibi being gone, which means second floor kids wouldn't be much of a problem for the attackers to gain control. But now Gazelle Esports, interestingly enough, are trying to are currently being on towards the freezer side itself. Dark Lord, once again with the Ace Priest charges to open up lines of sight, and with this early pick being made from Kira Esports, they can now slowly, have a breather, realize that the Alibi isn't available. We still need to be careful on 2 of the other defenders, Phoenix and Nemesis. Both of them are a bit outside, and they're seeing whether if they could get an opening or not. One of the red rings will come in, indicating exactly where Fuse Bomb location is, and now he needs to be careful, because the attackers are already in. They're holding in from the angle from construction, and also both on the other side. Nemesis, man, C4 trying to toss out a C4, but it instantly gets denied. Grenade! Oh, the grenade sees the hand. Tries to get a shot, but it does not. Dark Lord gets one more. That's Nemesis taken off from the main white stairs, and now there's trouble. Trouble following around in the hands of Gazelle Esports, and with that pause timer working out so well for Kira Esports, it starts to daunt on them. Dark Lord once again taking out 2 JC, which means there's only 2 players left. Gazelle Esports, they have a lot of problems to deal with, and here comes Shinra once again to take out Phoenix. Fuse Bomb, he can't do anything. It's a flawless round at the hands of Kira Esports. Round number 9. What an execute coming in on the side of Kira Esports.
Methodical and systematic. That is what Kid Esports were doing in the last round. Taking that break just for a minute in that last round, the pause that they needed, they took, and they seem to have pulled themselves back up once again. 5-4 now, 1 round away from the first map point of the series. Kid Esports are looking strong once again. Now, mind you, Meeting Kitchen, not exactly the best site for Oregon. I mean, both the sites that have kitchen as the common denominator, Meeting and Kitchen and Dining, again, really tough to hold unless your setup is absolutely perfect. You've got the castle barricades in place. You've got the rotates and reinforcements on second floor. You've got players where they need to be, all within at least the first, the prep phase, and then an extra 30 seconds to get all of that done. I would say, even if I'm being generous, some attacking teams don't even give you that, right? Especially if they realize that, hey, their setup's not done, we can just charge in. And that's, it's not what Kira did. Don't get me wrong. Kira Esports definitely took their time, wanted second floor. They got it. Unfortunately for Gazelles, only 2 J's was above on second floor. Actually, was Shreds in the last round playing the Alibi.
Attackers are
But
heading out
the
to
Alibi was
defuse
the
the
only one
bomb.
on the second floor, getting the setup done, trying to get themselves in a position where they could get a kill or two, and unfortunately just left too much free space for Kid Esports to just go in, get the grenade through, and get control on second floor. And after that, it really was a matter of time until they would push into the site. So I won't say that Gazelles losing that is entirely something that, was unpredictable, as it were. Gazelles haven't looked at their strongest in this match, which is kind of a given, but neither have Kira. So it's kind of a back and forth so far, with each side taking, give or take 2 rounds, then 4 rounds, then 2 rounds again. So yeah, right now, Kira, 5-4 up. They're looking to get to map point. They're looking to get to the victory, but they still have a ways to go. Side this time, second floor bedroom, as it should be. Second floor dorms, that is, for the Gazelles defense. You have the Rotera drones coming in to take care of all this defender utility on the trophy door to site. Vortex sending a regular drone. Grenade goes out to the attic shield, which will be taken care of as the breach is done. Minute 50 on the clock. So Kid Esports making good time right now, trying to get into the site. They've got the setup nearly complete. Now they have to transition into a seamless execute, and that is where they will need to be very careful.
Yeah, and you know the information being given from Pulse's cardiac sensors. Here comes the first frag. GC taking out Shinra. There goes Finka. Man, oh man, this will not look good, because that adrenal surge would have been very much more useful for them with this execute. And looks like there are currently Kira Esports. They have put themselves into an halt. They don't know how to proceed with this attack push, so Death Amar needs to do something about it. Here comes the explosive drone once again to see whether if he can force the Aruni, or should I say Azami, to fall back. And looks like he'll succeed. Dark Cloud to take out Phoenix. Vortex already heading in towards the plant. Shreds, C4, will that connect? He fall plant, taken out of the hands of Shredder. And all 3 defenders are at the white stairs. Oh no, 50 seconds left. And Nemesis' grenade, or should I say impact nades, to take out one. And what a turnaround from Gazelles Esports. Oh boy, round number 10. All 3 defensive players were not at the site. Can you believe that, folks? They're not in the attic, they're not in second floor kids. They just dropped down from the hatch, and all 3 of them were on white stairs, hoping that Shreds would get to take out the main planter Thermite. And I have to say, for Kira Esports, despite their great coordination to open up the wall, see if they can execute properly, they forgot that the Pulse was still alive from below. Shreds was hidden. He was hidden in a way that all he had to do was just get the confirmation on the plant, remove that player out of the equation, and let the chaos continue at the end of the execute. It kind of feels like they understood how Kira Esports operated on attack, knowing that they were a bit stuck on towards the trophy side. Man, Gazelle Esports, they are giving up a very huge fight up against the opposition team. 5-5, round number 11, basement laundry and supply room. This site will be a bit tough, but it shouldn't be though, because they did had a flawless round win on round number 8, and Kira Esports, man, they are not having a good day at all.
That they are not. I gotta agree with you on that one. As it turns out, folks, I was skeptical about Gazelles bringing Kira to Oregon of all places, but they know what they're doing. Not just that, they've come doing their homework at that too. It's not necessarily that the operator picks from Gazelles are specifically done, or the bans or something like that are specifically done to counter Kid Esports. Not really. It's more so that they know full well what they signed up for here by coming to Oregon, and they are just playing accordingly and playing really, really well at that. Kid Esports definitely feels like they've been caught a little bit off guard right about now, as they will once again helm the attack for round number 11. 5-5, no map points have been taken yet, but they will be in this round. Which side will it be is the question. Gazelles, like Baba said, they pulled off a really good round in Basement Laundry not too long ago. They'll be looking to repeat that success, but after that comes the problem site. That is to say, first floor. Will it be meeting kitchen? Will it be dining kitchen? Regardless, that will be the site that Gazelles will need to hold as if their lives depend on it. And if they're able to, then they might actually put Kira on the blender right about now, putting them in the 1-0 situation, as Fuse Bomb has found a big first kill. Vortex is down. That's one of your heart breachers gone. and the only one who could have taken care of the hatches and maybe even a couple of walls facing blue. But now it's all going to be up to Dark Lord. And folks, a reminder, map number 2 is Villa, picked by Kira Esports. And that map is going to be a very interesting one because the way Oregon has gone so far, oh boy, Villa is going to be a doozy.
Oh, it is, and
Oh,
look
what-
at that.
what-
Once again, Nemesis Slayer! What is this chaos happening from Kira Esports' end? And somehow Nemesis containing the situation. Dark Lord is already making a push into the spoiler side. He gets 2 kills, Nemesis and JC goes down. Okay, something just happened. All of that amidst chaos. Gazelle Esports still has the round under control. Death Armor is left on a 1v2. He needs to clutch if Kira Esports want to put themselves on match point. Oregon is Gazelle Esports' map pick, and if Death Armor fails this clutch, then that means Gazelle Esports will be on match point. He has the chance. He doesn't have the information nor the confirmation. Phoenix, man, just by looking at the head of the Maverick, he just shoots at it just like that. My goodness. Oh boy. Oh man. Dropped down from the hatch. Kira's Esports.
Yeah, I was gonna
desperate
say.
attempt for an execute, but turns out it just went quite the opposite.
Yeah, Slayer, I feel like what happened, Slayer probably just wanted the grenade to be sent down, right? To try and get rid of any utilities past the Aruna Gate. Not to get rid of the Aruna Gate itself, but to get rid of any like Melusi Banshees or whatever have you on the other side of it. But may have overstepped, effectively speaking, slipped down the hatch and kind of found himself in a situation that he didn't want to. Still managed a couple of kills, mind you. Well played by Slayer nonetheless. But again, unexpected. Kira Esports trying to force the situation based off of that play. And they did make a bit of headway, but they lost so many bodies doing it. Nemesis just going ham in that round. And now we are 6-5, folks. Gazelles Esports are very much looking to seal the deal here and now. They've changed up the site. They've gone to kitchen dining, and they're going to have the setup in the bathroom, the extension that is. You can see the line of sight that's been made. That rotates into the hallway and into the site of dining itself. They're going to have security set up as well. All of the stuff that you've come to expect from this Oregon defensive site. And interestingly enough, meeting is in and of its entirety has been sealed off. Those 2 walls at the back of those 2 walls at the back of kitchen reinforced off, but no spawn peek here from Phoenix. Is the open window something that's been spotted? I don't think so. And who is that? One of the attackers. I think that's the Finka who's rappelling up right about now. Yes, that is in fact Shinra. Dark Lord's here as well, but they're fortunately safe. But never mind, Dark Lord wasn't, and that's a down, that's a kill. Phoenix will take the first one, and again, it's your hard breacher, and the only hard breacher in the round. That is huge for Gazelles right here.
Oh man, this is not looking too good on Kira's end. They just lost their hard breacher Dark Lord, who has made a lot of progress on the second half. 10 kills for him. But now all he has to do is just give information from the attacker's drone, and that's exactly that. What's even much more worse that he even dropped the diffuser, which means the defenders already know where the diffuser is, so they have to recover it. Or Kira Esports needs to make an obvious choice to go aggressive, and Vortex, oh boy, information being given, and Fuse Bomb Herze to get the confirmation too. What is happening? Only 3 players left. Death Armor, Slayer, and Shinra are the only 3 attackers left to clutch, or should I say, give them a chance to win their first map, or maybe put themselves on overtime. And like we saw the way how on round number 9, the execution was absolutely flawless from the side of Kira Esports. But unfortunately, they didn't have the information regarding Phoenix's location. Now they have to brute force their way in. They need to figure out a way to take out those 2 players, but unfortunately the wall's been reinforced. They can't even make a line. They don't even have a hard breacher. Oh man, this is even much more grueling and very sad coming in from the side of Kira Esports. Man, what can they do? Shinra just sprints away to safety. My god. 10 HP. He will still stay alive. Does he see the leg? No, he does not. He doesn't see the leg. Shinra, he's still alive. He is still alive. There is still a way that Kira Esports can come back.
Oh,
He
no.
doesn't know exactly what Nemesis is. Where's the information? Slayer gets 1 4v2. 35 seconds and Kira Esports are panicking right now. What is happening?
You have to be kidding me. They took this much time over an Echo. No headway made towards the site. They lost bodies trying to get that Echo down. And even then, Deathmer had no idea where Nemesis was. There goes Shinra trying to push down the white stairs. Phoenix takes that. And it's all now up to Slayer. Caught on second floor. No diffuser. No intel, only 2 grenades, but no life remaining. Shreds will take the final kill, and in a sudden turn of events, and one that we did not foresee coming, folks, Kira Esports will not be the ones to win map number 1. Gazelles, in a very, very good show of events right here, have won the first map. Their map pick, Oregon, 7-5. What a round from Gazelles. What a play from them. But I have so many questions about the second floor. Push, what happened there from Kira Esports? I mean, I genuinely don't know. They just completely collapsed on that push for the Echo. They kind of imploded, really. Shinra, it was daring, that run through into kids' dorms. I get it still, get to safety and try and get the Echo. He was looking at the Echo's feet for that long. I don't know if he saw it. We definitely saw it. And even then, it's an LMG. He's busy reloading it. He's still got like 30 bullets in the match, surely. He's reloading it. He has to cancel it. Then he recancels into his LMG again, runs away, gives a ping on the wall that the Echo was on. And then Deathmer just kind of goes and, oh, hey, vertical line of sight. What is this? Echo's behind him, ready to shoot. What happened, Kira? I have so many questions. What happened? Anyway, let's go into the highlights, folks. We have so much to talk about when it comes to this match. And let's go into those. And oh, wow. That last round was something else, I'll tell you what. But we'll have to start from scratch because there was so much happening. The last round number 12, I'm pretty sure the chat's probably exploding by now with what is even going on. It all started with those first 2 rounds. I was impressed initially that Gazelles are putting up a bit of a fight. Then it went 4-2. Kira looked like they'd warmed up. Then it started kind of snowballing because what was it? 4-2 to 7-5. Wait, that means 4 rounds straight. Gazelles, did they win 4 rounds straight? No. They won 2, lost 1, and then won 3. Well played by Gazelles.
Yeah, they only lost round number 9, meeting room and kitchen. That was the only site that Gazelle Esports had lost to a very perfect execution being made from Kira Esports. What happened to that execution on round number 12? Like, why did we see them repel from the Windows side? Why did we see them gain constant control on second floor kids' dome? Had they had no idea on where the site is? Or, like, what exactly happened? I seriously have no idea how Kira Esports just fumbled down on round number 12. I still don't get it. I mean, they had they didn't had information on where Phoenix was. He was at a very safe place. He gets to take out the important hard breacher on the attack side where Kira Esports, the rest of the four attackers, they didn't had any breach capabilities to open up a wall on second floor kids' dorms. And that's how safe Gazelle Esports were on second half. That's how safe they were. Although I wouldn't say the same thing on the first half, though, Kira Esports did manage to hold out their fair share of defensive rounds from round number 3 and 6. They did hold their ground so well. There were some certain moments where they had flawless victories. There were certain moments where Gazelle Esports were just on point with being aggressive from perfect timing to being unpredictable. Kira Esports didn't expect Gazelle Esports to be very unpredictable, right? Because Phoenix was, constantly changing his attack coordinations. Sometimes he brings in the IQ, sometimes he bring in the Amaru, and even more so, he would bring in the sledge as well. So at this point, you always keeps wondering, like, what is Gazelle's game plan on attack? Sure, it didn't work out well in the next future rounds while Kira Esports were on defense, but this round, on round number 10, Shreds has the C4. All he had to do was just get the confirmation, take out players, and next thing I see, there's just 3 players from White Stairs. No one is actually on the site. They're using the utilities, the explosive utilities, and they just got away like that. 7-5. So take a look at the match summary itself. Phoenix was a total of 12 kills, having 3 opening picks. The same thing can be said to Shreds as well. 2 opening picks from him, and the only opening picks. picks
But
that Kira had was
look
Death
at the
Honor.
entirety. Look at the entirety of Gazelles' team, right? 12-10 for Phoenix and Shred, sure, but look at the ratings and the KOSTs for the entire team right there. It's 12-10, 9-8-9. Every single one of them has contributed in some very meaningful ways to the match, to the team as well. And look at 2Js going 3-0 on the first kill alongside Phoenix, 2-2 to Shreds as well. Just well played. They were so sure of themselves in those first two rounds on their first half, and then in the second half, again, just so sure of themselves and what they were doing and what they got into. Kid Esports, again, Dark Lord did what they could, but a 58% KOST, not exactly impacting the rounds in the way that they probably wanted to. Slayer, interestingly enough, 8-10 has the highest KOST of that Kid Esports roster. And, that's like about the same as 2Js and their Shreds, who have, well, who are still outplayed by Fusebomb and Phoenix. So again, that says a lot right here for Kid Esports. Just scattered, kind of stretched thin, not really doing well on the coordination side of things either. Excuse me. And Shinra had a bit of a quiet game as well, 5-10 and a 33% cost. Deathhammer, not exactly the best game for them either. Vortex as well. Slayer could have done a bit better, did do some good work overall. Dark Lord as well. But again, the impact that Kid Esports' players should have had wasn't really there. It was very messy from them overall in this map. And, they're going to want to clean this up. They're going to want to do some sort of reset, huddle together and talk about exactly what went wrong in Oregon. Because, sure, Kita doesn't necessarily play Oregon too much, but even when they come here, they're not bad. They're pretty good on Oregon. So for them to lose to Gazelles, especially after taking it up to a 4-2 on the defense and then losing so many rounds on the attack, Gazelles, well played. I have to say, well played to the Gazelles. And that means we'll be moving on to map number 2, Villa, in a short while, folks. We hope you're ready because that Villa map is going to be absolutely exhilarating. It's a Kita Esports pick, but Gazelles have shown us that they are more than ready to upset the table here. Are they going to be able to do it for map number 2? We'll find out after a short break. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco for Rainbow-Six-Siege. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are here today, back today, for map number 2 between Kid Esports and Gazelles Esports. Interestingly enough, map number 1, that is to say, Oregon, which was a Gazelles Esports pick. Interesting that they decided to take, Kid Esports of all teams to Oregon. We were all very skeptical about their chances on that map. But boy, howdy, did they prove us wrong with a 7-5, a strong victory to start off. And now moving into Villa, map number 2, Kid Esports, they have this map pick, but after the blast map, losing, 2 rounds, then winning 1, and then losing 3 more in the second half. All of that happened in the second half, folks. They will definitely be feeling a little bit down in the dumps. However, it is now up to them to bring it back, as we will now move straight into Villa without wasting too much of your time. We know that the break in the middle was a bit long, too long for some of your likings, so let's not take any more time, folks. Map number 2, Villa. Let's get on with the bands.
Yep, let's not waste any time at all, folks. Map number 2, Villa, will be the map. And this will be the map that Kira Esports have decided to go up against Gazelle Esports. Now, the only main problem is Gazelle Esports have succeeded winning map Oregon. Map number 1 is theirs. But will it be the same for Gazelle Esports for the second time? Not quite sure, because Kira Esports can have a huge chances of putting themselves back on track, putting themselves on the deciders to see whether if Gazelle Esports can defend on map Clubhouse. But now they need to focus on winning map Villa. Talk about the attackers bans. It will be the same nonetheless. No changes being made. Thatcher and Jackal on the side of the attackers, and also on the side of defense, we will have Valkyrie, as well as the last defensive ban, which will be Womai nonetheless. I believe that's exactly what Kira Esports might head in for the ban nonetheless. They don't want to have a lot of utility control at the hands of the defenders. So taking out Womai would be a good idea, or maybe they might be thinking of banning a different operator instead. Yes, it is. Mira has been banned. Interesting. And
I mean, it makes sense. When it comes to
Yeah,
Villa,
it
Mira
does make
is
sense,
Mira is very strong on Villa in general. Kind of goes without saying, Mira is very strong on all of the maps that are in the competitive map pool. So, Mira is kind of a bit of a standard ban. Last map, actually, if I recall correctly, we did not have a Mira ban. It was Wamai, more specific to Oregon, because Oregon is a map where attackers really want the throwable utility to be available. And with Mira and Wamai, it kind of gets really hard to get your utility in the site or around the
Attackers
site,
need to
wherever you
locate
want to
and
take
defuse
care
as many
of
bombs as
defender
they can.
stuff. It gets difficult. However, this time around, Mira will be banned because on Villa, especially with the first site that has been chosen by Kira, Aviator Games Room, Mira, as you can see, with that half wall setup already in the Aviator room, right next to the bomb, one reinforcement and the other part of the wall blown open. It's a standard setup to say the least. We see that from before. However, with Mira, that just becomes all the more dangerous because now you have somebody on vault who can peek with full line of sight
10
towards
seconds left
balcony,
before insertion.
and you have someone who could play the Mira window as well. Usually with that, you have another half wall set up towards the bar side in the games room, and that overlooks the study window. Or you could have Mira set up elsewhere towards statuary if you're going to extend horizontally on the map. Villa, interestingly enough, despite having the sheer amount of wooden floors and ceilings that it does, actually is a map that a lot of teams decide to play horizontally, and very few teams attempt big vertical plays on a map like Villa. However, we'll see if Gazelles Esports are one of those teams that they've brought in the IQ. They have brought in the Zero. So the SAM cams are going to be, deployed all over the place. He's got 4 of those, mind you. They also have the Lion as well. So an intel-heavy attacker lineup is what we're looking at as the round pushes into gear.
And we're able to find that out immediately. Talk about that Thummer, already being picked out quite a lot. He'll be forced to fall back and relocate himself back from the red stairs. Now, looking at the way how Kira Esports have been playing right now, they're just trying to go with a hit and run tactic. I mean, like on statuary room, you see them contesting a lot of time. And that time has given Kira Esports to fall back. Now, for the attackers, they only have a minute and 50 seconds left, which means they need to utilize those times into opening up certain walls, like in towards Vault, maybe trying to gain control on Study Room. Now, talk about Fuse Bomb, bring in the Sam Fisher Zero. The Argus scans will give so much information from their ends to see whether if any particular attacker is going in for a flank or not. Maybe, who knows, they will have a lot of information from the side itself. But where is the hard breach? Yeah, I just realized Zero has the hard breach. He could use it to open up Lancer's side. Under 23 seconds, he knows, Phoenix knows exactly where that particular player is. Oh no! Headshot, but he still gets the kill nonetheless. Oh, that's
boy.
a 2-kill shot for one. Not quite sure if it was a good idea, and for 2JZ, don't think it was a good idea for him to engage in a gunfight like that.
Yeah, they're going to definitely be feeling that one. The thinker of the board, your big LMG, grenade, and, you know, Gone 6 player. But Fusemon's going to find another Vortex. I believe that was one of the few players that was downstairs. Interestingly enough, going down, Shreds has seen the alibi all the way on the other side of Classical Hallway, which means that Deathhammer's position is now given away. Shots are going to be fired. Slayer's taking damage. More damage, but Shinra is here to get a big peak going. Phoenix on the floor. 3 versus 3. The round situation is still winnable, but Fuse Bomb comes in, finds Shinra. There goes the alibi. Found on the cross, as it's all done to Slayer. Hiding inside a study, gets one. That's not the diffuser drop. Mind the diffuser is still with the attackers towards the red stair side of things, but has been dropped, and a red ping goes off. Wait, where are they going? They've just left the diffuser. They're going for the kill. Slayer's gonna read into this any second now. Coming out towards the hallway, finds one. This is gonna be too easy. Shreds is gonna come in to try and take him, but there we go. The smoke's playing close, and that is the easiest 1v2 that Slayer will have had to ever take in their Siege career. What was that? What was that? Why even try to go for the pick there? Sure, they might have intel cameras or whatever have you on your position, but it's a smoke who has a shotgun SMG. He has to get close, relatively close, at least mid-range, to try and take you on. He might have the gas grenades, but if you position yourself properly, then you can get the plant off regardless. You had the time. There was, what, at least 30 seconds for them to get the plant off, or 25 at a minimum. It was a 2v1. They could have done it. I'm not even talking about the fact that Zero went into study completely ill-prepared for the smoke, hiding in the corner, because Slayer went there late in the round. They weren't there to begin with. They weren't hiding in the early round, no. That was just a complete fumble from Gazelles, and they will have to live with that decision. They could have taken round one, but because of the decision to just drop the diffuser, run down 90, they knew there was a cam there. One of them got red pink, so they had to have known. And they went for it anyway, knowing full well that the call would have been there for the smoke, that, hey, they're going towards 90, diffuser's here, you can win this. And guess what? Slayer did win this. 1v2, round 1 goes to Kira Esports.
Yeah, but not a good way for Gazelle Esports to be losing round number 1 like that. They had the advantage. 2v1. All they had to do was just force Slayer on a post-plant situation. They've already used smoke gas canisters. You exactly know where his location was. And somehow making a decision to go in for the frag instead of a plant was not a good idea for Gazelle Esports to be doing like that, man. Round number 2 back again. Kira Esports being the one, claiming round number 1 with triple kill being made from Slayer. And now I believe this might happen once again unless Gazelle Esports control themselves. They need to know what kind of mistakes that they're trying to make on map like Villa. They need to ensure that whatever aggressions that Gazelle Esports are trying to make should be contained on certain situations. Maybe it's better to, be aggressive in most of the situations, but not all the time. Shinra, back again, will be downed in from the statuary wall. I believe that was a gunfight that Nemesis had took. He did succeed, but doesn't have the confirmation. The revival will come in nonetheless from the side of Alabama. We have 3 players for Kira Esports holding the angle, giving protection, and also Death Hammer going in for the revive. But the main problem is they don't have Thunderbird. Thunderbird would have helped them to gain at least a bit of HP from their end. Looks like Slayer and Shinra, both of them are not looking too good. They need to be careful. They need to make sure every shot counts. Ooh, Slayer.
Slayer's back at it again.
Yeah, wish I could have seen his perspective. The grenade will catch out though. He takes out Vortex. That's a huge drop. That's the Melusi down and out. Phoenix not wasting any time at all. Loves to be aggressive, but forgot about the main stairs. The Death Armor. Beautifully done there. And Shreds going in for a quick nade once again. Unfortunately, that cooked nade will work to no avail. 1 minute left. Gazelle Esports have lost 2 of the main players. And now Kira Esports are holding their ground. Nemesis back again. Nemesis 2 kills. Dark Lord and Shinra goes out, which means Death Armor and Slayer are the only 2 players left. Slayer, he made the clutch. Can he do it once again? He has 5 kills from him right now, from both round number 1 and 2. He has a shotgun in hand. He knows exactly that one of the players, aka Fuse Bomb, is playing very close. A lot of gunshots being laid around, but the attackers are wasting a lot of time. 40 seconds. He has to make a push. Slayer, the gas canisters will ensure that the attackers wouldn't make a decision on going in for a push anyways. But in 30 seconds, Kira Esports have this under control. What could go wrong? What will be the mistakes? Will it be on the hands of Gazelle or will it be at the hands of Kira Esports? Everything comes down to this. 20 seconds. Oh, SMG-11. He gets one shot. Triple kill for Slayer, but Shred is still alive. 1v1. It's not enough. MX4 Storm to the rescue as Death Hammer takes a final frag and gives Kira Esports another win on defense. Trophy and Stationary Room would be theirs at a chaotic gunfight in towards the side itself, but Kira Esports manages to hold on 2-0. Round number 3 will come back.
Once again, I have to question the decision making here by Gazelles Esports. When it was a 4v4, and he had who was it, the IQ, I believe, pushing through the bathroom on the door of Bathroom and Astronomy, right? Trying to find the smoke or somebody inside of Games Room or Deer Room, however have you. Completely ignoring the fact that there could have been somebody on Astro stairs. There has Kira always had at least a couple of players on first floor. Right. And they were ready for, flanks, they were ready for C4 plays or and something of that nature. So the fact that, you had no one watching Astro stairs and the push into Astro was completely devoid of intel or cover for Astro stairs to begin with, not exactly the best idea there. Now, they did still bring it back. Nemesis, well played in the round. I will give credit where credit is due. But after Nemesis went down, again, it was a bit of a scramble for Gazelles. Now this time, however, they did push Kira a little bit. They did actually push them back a fair bit, for that matter. It came down to the 1v1, all the way down to the wire, both in terms of the body count and time. So not the worst round for Gazelles Esports, all things considered. But again, the decision-making can be a little better. Now, to put some perspective into this match, Gazelles Esports have, in fact, played and won a Villa twice. In fact, the last time they came here, they've won both matches. One against Sunset Ninjas, I believe, and once against Vroom Vroom. Information courtesy of Leo, who shared that, little tidbit with us, their last 5 matches. And I would say the Gazelles on Villa, sure, against Vroom Vroom and Sunset Ninjas, they were able to pull it off. But against Kira, again, the fight is always going to be difficult. And nobody's going to contest that fact. However, what they showed us in Oregon and how they started in the first couple of rounds here, they, honestly, round 1 should have been theirs. Round 2, I will still say it was difficult. It could have gone either way. However, though both those rounds have gone, we are now well and truly into Villa as round 3 is already underway. Vortex scanning away with the pulse. You have Deathhammer taking a kill. That's 2 J's off the board on second floor.
Here comes the C4. Will that connect? Yes, it does. That's 2 kills at the hands of Kira Esports. Shreds and 2JZ, both of the important operators have been down and dusted, which means Kira Esports can now focus on holding their ground. Look at that, a sudden turnaround. And it's Phoenix in a 1v5. Get the confirmation though. He will down out Shinra, but doesn't get the information. But he does get Death Armor, which means that the roam clear has been done. There you go. Roam clearance has been done, but you still need to focus on the side. 1v3, only a single frag grenade, which could use to at least flush out a operator which reluctantly plays on close range, but they're constantly being detected from the Pulse cardiac sensors. He knows where Phoenix is. He knows exactly what kind of positionings he would go through. And even with Phoenix having a slight chance, let's just say he has 10% chance of winning the situation, Jack, because they have information, they even have the shotgun to play on close range, but can Phoenix clutch out a 1v3? That's a difficult situation for Phoenix to do this. But if they have to get a win on round number 3, he has to do it. He has to clutch it out so that Gazelle Esports can come back. Oh no, the wall bank comes in from Slayer instead. Through the wall, he knows exactly where his location was. All he had to do was just make a wall and get the confirmation just like that. Kira Esports 3-0, and I believe a pause will be asked to the side of Gazelle Esports to understand what to do.
I mean, they kind of need it at this point. They really need to just, huddle up and discuss what's been going on for these 3 rounds. Round one, again, really good showing from them. Could have been better, wasn't. Round two, very close. Again, could have been either way, but things could have gone very differently. Again, if certain decisions had been made differently, have been done in different times, as it were. Kira Esports, on the other hand, they have just been punishing Gazelles for their mistakes and making plays of their own for the most part. The last round in Kitchen, again, pretty good. They had intel where they needed it. They had, the obviously the C4s, and they had the players in positions that were very advantageous to them, leaving Phoenix, the who was playing the IQ, and the not the IQ, the Iana. Wow, I actually don't. Sometimes the Iana's name just completely escapes my head. But yeah, Phoenix playing the Iana in the last round finally did get those roamers. No, I will agree with Baba right there. The roam clear was done, but hey, it was already a 1v5 by then. So what are you going to really do about that? Not a whole lot. All things considered, Gazelles probably looked their weakest in this last round, round 3 on first floor kitchen. So, yeah, they may have won their last 2 outings on Villa, but right now they are definitely looking a little bit shaky, to say the least. They've lost 3 rounds. Now they need to at least try and bring it to a 3-3. Maybe, try go for a 4-2 or 2-4, that is. And Kira Esports will be going attack in the second half, right? So Gazelles definitely have something to look forward to, but without any room to work with, which, a minimum of a 4-2 is required for that, they'll be, they're not exactly about to have the best of times if they go into this, say, 5-1 or something like that, which the way Kira's playing there is a very good chance of happening.
Absolutely, Jack. I mean, it can happen. Unless and until Kira Esports figures out a way to come back on attack, in the second half, things will not look too well at their hands, knowing that Kira Esports, although they'll be on attack, they'll be in a very huge lead. And even if it does go a flawless first half, 6-0, all Kira Esports have to do is just win one single attack round, and that's more than enough for Kira Esports to claim map win on Villa to put us to deciders. And that deciders will be Clubhouse nonetheless. So a lot is going on the clock for Gazelle Esports because they just claim map number 1. And claiming map number 2 won't be
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
wouldn't
defused
be
by
much of an
attackers.
easy challenge as I'd like it to. Because Kira Esports, they understand what mistakes that they've made on map number 1, and they're just making sure that they would do the same thing like they did on map number 2. Fuse bomb, once again bringing in the 0. It's always interesting to see that Gazelle Esports tries to bring in a different operators which is off meta, like bring in the 0. Yes, I mean, surely the RS cams can give out a lot of important information, and also having that laser
5 seconds left.
that can help remove some of the important information, or should I say some utilities being present on the side of the defenders, also can work out well at their hands. But it always comes down to the way how they proceed with their coordination attack. So we'll see what will happen on round number 4. I believe the spawn will be on towards the side of Fountain. Nonetheless, all 5 attackers are in. Now they just have to push on second floor master bedroom once again. The Death Armor already playing very close, but two Gazelle Esports have the information though. He's playing still very close. He has some protections being made from Slayer, I believe, either from Slayer or from Shendra. Just currently playing. No, he'll just fall back. Dining room. And now all he has to do is just figure out a way that they can trap Gazelle Esports and try to minimize or mitigate the damage being dealt around from the attack side.
That's really all it is, right? When it comes to the horizontal pushes on Villa, mitigate any potential damages that the attackers can do and try and catch a few off guard. But it seems like Fusebomb will actually get the first kill this time around, and that is going to be Deathhammer. Big drop right there as they're stacked him in the bathroom and on Astro window. All right, brave crossover right there from the 0, but they're mostly unharmed. Half HP right now after that Finka heal coming in. And that will leave Kid Esports in the 4v5. They've lost Deathamer, who's had a pretty good map so far. Nothing quite like Slayer, though. You know, Deathamer's 4-3, Slayer 7-1. So all eyes will be on the smoke play right about now. Shots fired. Dark Lord trying to find someone. Not quite able to just yet. Shots fired towards the 90 area. No one's repelling 90 window. I think that's why, you know, the Malusi is being so brave about this, since no one is repelling 90 window. Someone's going there right now. A bit late, but better late than never. At least they'll manage to keep Dark Lord, you know, on a bit of a blockade for the time being. But even then, you have the site setup pretty much done and dusted here. And Kid Esports are still playing around it. They're not really going out over aggressively. They're not overextending when they don't need to. Slayer's watching this top angle right now. It should have been droned, or at least they should know that there's something of a top angle over here. As the gas grenade goes out, it will delay entry for just a little bit longer. This is where the smoke becomes really dangerous because of the amount of time that each gas grenade can waste. More and more time as each one goes off. Last one done in the meanwhile, actually, now that I look at it, which means the shotgun will have to come close. Not detected inside the vault. The Lion Scan did not find its mark. There is one more remaining for Nemesis, and they'll save that for the entry. But here's Vortex finding one. The fink off the board shreds down. Slayer finds another. Shotgun in hand. Can't quite get the line though. Nemesis fires back. Nearly finds Vortex. C4 does not catch his mark. Shinra prone by the sofa, but Vortex finds Nemesis nonetheless. The push is in. It's now this 2v3. It is now or never. And here we go. The rise from Shinra finds one. Can get the second. That's the double kill. That's Kid Esports once again winning the round. And winning it quite well indeed. This time looking so much better compared to round 1 on AVG, as they will put themselves up 4-0 on round 5.
There you go. Kira Esports have finally got themselves back on track, folks. 4 defensive rounds back to back. And Gazelle Esports have nothing to answer for. Round number 5. Will it be the same, or will Gazelle Esports fling back? With the side being on trophy and statuary room, we will find out soon enough. 4 defensive rounds back to back. All Kira Esports had to do is just waste a lot of time, and they did evidently so. Slayer's smoke gas grenades really did help out Kira Esports to fall back, make a proper angles from towards study room. And next thing you know, all Shinra was just proning him. He was just prone in right from behind the couch side. Did get the confirmation nonetheless. And the way how Gazelle Esports went in with that execute, it was just a full-on brute push towards stature and trophy room. Not a lot of, let's just say, retaliations were being made by opening up the windows from 90s. They didn't get control on study, even though the barricade was still intact. That gave Kira Esports even much more, breathing room to hold 2 angles instead of 1. So everything was looking very good on the defensive end. And Gazelle Esports are back once again on round number 5 with the same side spawn, fountain side. All 5 players, I believe. I believe so. Not a single player has been spawned on from the mains nor at the ruin side, which means that they're going in with the same push just like they did on round number 4, which means that Kira Esports now knows exactly what they're supposed to do, especially with the repel from the window side. Here comes Nemesis. Doesn't see the info on the doesn't have the info on Deathamer's location though, so he should be fine. He'll just run away back safely back again from the main from Astro Stairs itself. So everything is looking well. Slayer once again with the SMG-11. All he has to do is just wait for the head to pop out of the window to get the confirmation. You also need to be careful on the stairs. Vortex constantly being tagged. Now he'll just go back. He doesn't want to get picked out quite early, because if it does, then Gazelle Esports. Man.
Slayer.
Patience. Patience.
Slayer.
All Slayer had to do is just be patient and let the shot commence. The shotgun very deadly in close range. He'll get one more. SMG-11 pops out, but it's going to be JZ to take out Dark Lord. And the smoke gas canisters will come in to force out, or should I say deny any attack push coming in from their end. But he wants more. Slayer is hungry. And he gets one more kill. No. He will not. He'll just wait it out. He just needs to reload his weapons. Just need to ensure that he'll be able to get a lot of shotgun kills. But here comes Vortex back again. He'll get one. So does Shreds at the hands of Death Armor. And now it's all down to JZ to clutch a 1v4. He gets two. A 1v2 situation. This is looking good, but not that good at all. Because the diffuser has been dropped from the astronomy. He needs to get the confirmation. And plus, he needs to go up against the MX4 Storm Death Armor. That weapon is so deadly, even at any close or at mid-range. But up against an F2, if he finds an opening, if he gets to take out Death Armor, which means that 1v1 gunfight, Shinra, will be even much more easier for him to go through. Oh boy, here, because he has the opening. All he needs to do is just find Death Armor. The information has been revealed. He knows exactly where he is. Statuary room. He's supposed to fall back. 30 seconds. The revival. There you go, the revival will come in. JZ looks at it at the right time. It's a quad kill. All he needs is just 1v1. Shinra is back. He needs to clutch it out if Kira Esports have to be in a ridiculous lead. 5-0 is exactly what they want, and Shinra gets it. Shinra gets it. Oh man, very close. So very close, and Shinra manages to fling back 5-0, and JZ almost an ace at his hands. Man. Just the timing itself. Imagine if Death Armor was still stuck with that revive animation. He just got picked off in the process. That would have been it. That would have been ace for Gazelles Esports to win. But look at it right now. It's 0-5. Kira Esports, they are looking very strong on Map Villa.
I mean, it really comes down to timing, right? It was thanks to the fact that the Banshee was there next to Bathroom that slowed the Twitch down just enough for Deathhammer to get the revive off, get Shinra on his feet, but he hadn't quite finished the animation on his own end, which meant that he couldn't get away in time, so the Twitch got that kill, but Shinra was now back on his feet, and Shinra, being the kind of gunner that he is, managed to get the final kill just at the right time. Again, good decision on the revival, knowing and trusting that the Melusi's Banshee would slow down the Twitch long enough for the revival to go off. Pretty sure Amar would have hoped for both of them to be able to play the round after that, but it was still good enough, just enough right there. And again, a little bit of timing going against Gazelles, and they're just looking so scattered. Unfortunate for them. What a showing they put up on Oregon, but on Villa, they are currently 0-5 down. And man, to get back from this, it is going to take a Herculean effort from their end, because this is just looking more and more dire as more and more rounds are won by Kira. 5-0 going into round 6, folks. And this is against a team that, oh dear me, wait a minute, Nemesis has already gotten the first one. This is a big one. Shinra's off the board. We were just talking about him. That is your Jaeger off the board. They're trying to go up Pantry Stairs at the same time. But with that first kill secured, they still have to get in the site. This is the thing. They had the first kill a couple of rounds ago as well. But against Kira, that will hardly matter. Slayer, beautiful turnaround. Continuing the dominant showing for them that they have had so far. Vortex finds Fuse Bomb, and it's now a 3v3. Phoenix finding Ummer once again.
Man, Vortex needs to he needs to win it out, but nope, not being able to worry about it at all. Gazelle Esports, they are starting to fall apart piece by piece. And Phoenix, man, what can do towards first pro kitchen? He will be able to find out one. That's Dark Cloud out of the picture, which means he still needs to deal with Vortex and Slayer. Vortex is playing very patiently, doesn't miss a lot of shots, and Phoenix actually wins that triple kill, which means Slayer needs to clutch a 1v2. He is on the prowl. We've seen him made countless amount of plays, 11 kills in the first half. They have the defuse. All they have to do is just force the defenders on a post-plant situation. Slayer doesn't have any information, but can he get the kill on towards Phoenix? The G8 LMG, which is so strong and very deadly. And he will get the confirmation nonetheless. Round number 6 will conclude 1-5 with Kira Esports having a huge lead. And in the second half, this is where it matters the most. With Gazelle Esports on defense, can they make the same miracle just like Kira Esports did in the first half, or will Kira Esports end it to put ourselves on Deciders map, which will be on Clubhouse? That's exactly what Kira Esports tends to do. That's exactly what Kira Esports wants to do, because they're losing their spot on the playoffs. They need more points in order to get back and strengthen their hold. for the SA
Defenders,
National
protect your bombs
qualifiers,
from being
and
defused by
losing
attackers.
up against Gazelle Esports on a 2-0 would not look too well, especially on the summer series. Sure, you have the next series as well, but what would happen at that? What if some other team gets to Kira Esports to stop and they wouldn't have a chance to come back at it?
I feel like okay, so they've just lost one round. I feel like we should calm down a little bit right here. You know, it's a 5-1 first half, you know? And sure, they're 0-1 down on the map count. Nothing is winning 5 rounds here, sure, it's alleviated the pressure on them a little bit. I will give you that.
5
But
seconds to
they stand a very good chance of winning right now. And given that Gazelles on the defense has to try and very quickly learn how Kira will attack, they've got the element, that little bit extra room to work with here. On top of that, 4-round lead, Baba, that is not short. That is huge. That is gigantic. And that kind of a lead, it takes a while to, make it up. And Kira, being the team that they are, they could, take a couple rounds in the middle somewhere, make it a 7-3, 7-4. It isn't out of the question, so to speak, that Kira can win this here and take us to Decider. And for a reminder for those joining us right now, Oregon was won by... Oh my goodness, that's a big first kill. We'll get back at that in a second, folks. Darklord goes down to Nemesis, and Shinra found Phoenix in the meanwhile. The Melusi is off the board. The Finka still alive. Twitch down, mind you. Darklord is at a pretty quiet map. Looking at the stats over there, 0-5 so far. Not exactly all that good for them. Nemesis, my goodness, how are you alive still? Peeking left and right, and you have the alibis. Prisma's giving away location. Here comes 2J, and that is going to be Shinra on the floor. Well done right there by the Frost, baiting, literally actively baiting everyone on the attacking team. Now Shred's on 90, applying pressure as well, as this is a situation that Kira is a little bit shaky on. Gazelles have found themselves in a in a 4v3. They found themselves in a position of power. Now it's up to them how they will conduct themselves to win this. Again, they found themselves in multiple situations where they should have won it before. And, well, we saw what happened. I'm not going to dwell on those in the long run. However, those thoughts will definitely be in their heads that, hey, we had the lead. We could have at least been in a 3-3 right about now if we played a little better. So this is now or never for them. They have defensive Villa on their side right now as the grenade from Deathmar will come in. Should take care of the shield. There we go. 2J is going to take a bit of damage off of that as well. But the alibi is still alive, and no drones to give intel inside the site as well, which means that they're going in relatively blind. 2J's position is not given away in this corner wall right here, as 40 seconds remain on the clock. Going into the site. Ooh, this is about to be a bloodbath. Oh, there we go. Beats are seen, but no, the kill isn't taken. So close. So close right there for the ace, but it wasn't quite there. Deathmar does find one. That's Nemesis finally off the board right now. Shots are about to be fired again. 24 on the clock. It's now or never. The push has to happen. The plant has to go down. Slayer has to get in there. Fuse one finds one, and there's the shot. Slayer is still alive, mind you. They still have to get the kill, and there we go. Impacts out, but Slayer still found 2J. Deathmar is the last one standing, crawling away, and Shreds will take the kill as well. Chaotic in the site, very chaotic, but still taken. And now we can say that Gazelles are looking to mount the comeback.
They have a lot of room to work out with, Jack. Even though there is a comeback that it could happen on the side of Gazelle Esports, they need to win 3 maps back to back. And I believe a pause timer should be asked. There you go. Nemesis is trying to ask for a rehost, which means that a rehost can rehost pre-commands on round number 8 itself. 2-5, which means that Gazelle Esports needs to find a way to come back. Now they've lost 5 defensive rounds back to back from round number 1 to round number 5. They have to figure out a way to come back in the second half, in which, in fact, will not be a good time, folks, because, man, just like you saw on defense, Slayer was on point with those shots. Even while he's playing as the Mozzie or as the Smokes SMG-11, all he had to do was just find the perfect moment, find the perfect angles, and get the confirmation on the kill as best as possible. The first half, I could say it would have been, they would have put an end to it like a 2-4. mainly because of the way how Jay-Z went in as a Twitch. He almost had the ace. All he had to do was just take out Shinra, and out of nowhere, Shinra wins, or should I say, wins the clutch of that 1v1 to to see Kira Esports beat a very good spot. But second half, while we saw Kira Esports do the initiative, the same thing like they did on attack, turns out there was a lot of mishaps. you know the execute on the side itself, there wasn't any pressures being made from 19, nor were there any presence being made into the study room. Maybe opening up the windows or barricades should do the trick, but also the defenders can also use it to themselves, where they could easily just hold an angle right outside the window. That's exactly where the attackers make their main push to get most of the kills on the defensive side. So they didn't want to do that, which in fact gave a lot of footwork for the side of Gazelles Esports to hold in towards their side itself. I mean, they went in study room itself. All of them were playing in the side accordingly, and somehow they got away with that win. Although it's just one round, they still have to win two more sites: trophy and statuary room, and first floor kitchen and dining room. Kitchen and dining room, it always comes down to the attackers winning their main gunfights to the roamers. Now, if they take care of the roamers on second floor statuary room, and even more so in towards astronomy, gaining control, opening up lines of sight, even more so get control on laundry room, that is more than enough for the attackers to win the execute. That is more than enough because you have vertical line of sight, you even have the entrance. All you have to do is just plant the defuse, force the defenders to be in a post plant situation, and it's a win-win situation for the attackers. Now, when it comes to an execute like that, there is bound to be resistance. And when I said resistance, that is mainly it has to go with the roamers itself, because Pulse is giving constant information for the defenders. So they have the exact idea on what to do, what time do they need to pick, what time do they not need to pick, and see whether if they can find a way to establish crossfire angles to take them out one by one. So it's not an easy job for the attackers to remove roamers like that very easily. So in order for Gazelle Esports to find a workaround, or maybe try to find a weak point that Kira Esports doesn't have it, they need to see how well they can defend first vocation and dining. But trophy and statuary room shouldn't be much of a problem for them. I mean, we've seen how well Gazelle Esports defended on second floor AVG. So trophy and statuary room shouldn't be much of a problem. The main problem has to be on kitchen and dining room. And if they lose that specific round, then I could say that Kira Esports can put themselves on match point 6-3, I believe 6-3. That can happen. So I gotta say, it's a huge deal though for Kira Esports. Like I'm saying, 5-2 in the second map looks very promising. It is technically helping Kira Esports boost up their morale so that they can still stay up, get qualified for the playoffs. But imagine that not happening. Say for an example, Kira Esports didn't get into the playoffs. We already know that Kira Esports have secured third place. Imagine that not happening in the next series. Imagine that. How painful would it be for Kira Esports knowing that they've lost both of the chances? One, they've lost up against Team Retrograde on first playoffs, and now on the second qualifiers, Gazelle Esports are almost getting the best of Kira Esports here, folks. Defense is the only thing that I'm mainly afraid of. And if Kira Esports does not find a workaround, it is going to be very chaotic.
I have to agree with you on that one. Kira Sports, again, mind you, it's a 5-2 right now. It's not like they've completely lost the entire match just yet, but they are 0-1 down on the map count. So there is a chance that they still lose this. Gazelles have shown us that they can bring it back. It was a 4-2 in the first map, and well, we saw how Kira lost that one. And now Gazelles are on the defense on an arguably even more defender-sided map like Villa. It's a 5. It was a 5-1. It's now a 5-2. So there is still that chance. So I won't entirely say that what Baba's saying is without merit, because I agree with him here that there's still the chance here. And Kira will be kicking themselves if they actually lose this one right here, right now, because after this they'll only have the third Pro Series edition to try and make up those points and to try and put themselves in the nationals, and things will be much more difficult for them then. So they have to win it here now if they want to guarantee themselves a spot, or if they want that fight, if they want, the how should I put this, the fight on the long run. Well, then, folks, it's going to be definitely an interesting thing for them here and now to just bring it back around and give themselves how should I put this? Give themselves a round win, couple of round wins here, Kira. That's all they need, really. 2 rounds, right? Make it 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, something like that. We're not entirely sure just yet, mind you. But at the same time, we will have to see once we get a little bit more information about the match, and we can get things started as accordingly. And after this, of course, mind you, there is still potentially map number 3. Map number 3 being, of course, Clubhouse, the decider, which if Kira wins this, then we are definitely going towards. And if Kira somehow loses this map, well, then we will be headed off to match number 2 for the night. And that is Shaheen's versus Phalanx. So we hope you're ready for that one as well. As once again, just waiting on the ready confirmation to come in on the match, and we'll be we'll head in straight.
Yeah, the second match itself, I have to talk about it. Team Phalanx versus Shaheen. This is the second qualifiers, right, Jack? This is the second qualifiers, which means that they only have one chance to be having a spot in the playoffs. And turns out, Phalanx and Shaheen's, like I said, they've already racked up their points. Same thing can be said to Kira Esports and Gazelle Esports. They almost had they actually have a chance to take out Kira Esports. It can happen if they're looking very promising on defense. There is a likely chance that it can happen. But talk about the second match itself, Phalanx and Shaheen's. Phalanx had a let's just say Phalanx had a lot of problems when they went up against Team MRCZ. 2-0, man. It's a bit tough to look at, but it is what it is. Hussein did made his fair share of efforts of defending on the defensive side, and I'm not gonna lie, Team Phalanx, they are a very good team, but there are some certain situations where they still need to find a fix to it, and hopefully they would, evidently so. And talk about Team Shaheens, they were also looking strong, but unfortunately they had to lose up against Team Monkey Hunters. So now, even with us already having our 4 qualifiers on track, if I have the information right, it was Team Won't Stop Peaking, Hunters LFO, Retrograde, and Mercenaries. We still have 4 spots left, and only 4 teams in the second qualifiers gets to proceed into the playoffs, and it will be a tough fight in the second quals, that is for sure. Even with One Stop Peaking, Hunters LFO, Retrograde, and Mercenaries are looking at the stream right now in the second qualifiers. They still need to see who will be the one that they're going up against. I believe that has to be 1 to 5. So yeah, I think we might have to go in for rehost once again, folks. Again, apologies for the delay. Sometimes yeah, it happens most of the time. We couldn't do anything much more about it. The score count had to be 2 to 5. It's just some issues that we have to deal with, but not to worry. We're just back with the casters cam once again. Hello, we're just back once again. So yeah, Jack, we talked about how concerning I am for Kira Esports to how concerning even more I am with the team going on up against Phalanx and Shaheens, because when it comes to a points table system like that, we've already got the first, qualifiers already. We've known what kind of points that Hunters LFO is already racked up. And I have to say, Hunters, they are looking so good. Can you believe that?
I mean, it's Hunters, right? When do they not look good? I mean, unless Jittery is to be believed, he's somehow having an off season, and he still had one of the best ratings in the entirety of the first qualifiers, what have you. But Jittery standards are just that much higher than us, on a completely different level. So let's not really get into that too much. But yeah, no, the first 4 teams that qualified, Retrograde, Won't Stop Peaking, Mercenaries, and Hunters, they are very strong in their own right. Sure, they haven't quite fought each other. I say that specifically for Retrograde and Won't Stop Peaking, because we all know that Mercenaries and Hunters have gone up against each other at this point an infinite number of times. They've had many fights throughout the years. The players have played as teammates, played as enemies, and teammates again, and some of them have taken breaks and this and that. Tons of history for those two teams right there. Kira Esports is also one of those teams. Some of these players in the Kira roster are very, very old players for our region. And I say very, very old players, at least they've been playing for at least 5 years, if not more, so to speak. And all things considered, it is a very, rich with history scene that we have here. And there are a couple of players, I believe, in the Gazelles side that might have been playing for a while. They just took their time to get into the competitive side of things, but they have been, at least as the team, Gazelles have been playing since at least early 2021. So we've seen them for a while now as well, and we hope to see more of them. They are a pretty good team, just need a little bit more of a push to get ahead into the next stage, the next level, as it were, of competitive play. Something's holding them back, and they haven't quite figured out what it is. But if they're able to, then they definitely will be, in a fantastic position, as it were. Now, to come back into the whole situation with the match, folks, if you're wondering what happened and what that little bit of going back into the game and then suddenly things being weird and all was, basically match history was a little bit, it was basically, I don't know, something happened with match history. It was supposed to be 5-2 in favor of Kira Esports going into round number 8. But it was like all wrong, and the side history was wrong. It's a whole thing, folks. Let's not get into that too much. However, what we can say now is that with the second rehost, which is a technical rehost, so the earlier one, the first one that we had, that was from Gazelle's side, so they have used up their rehost. Now there's a technical rehost. Kira Esports still has theirs, as it were. It's a 5-2 for Kira's favor. So those in the chat who might have seen that earlier, don't panic, as right now, the last round that we had, round number 7, was on second floor Aviator Games Room. Gazelles won that round as well. Other than that, the first 5 rounds of the match, map Villa, that is, was won by Kira Esports, and Gazelles won round 6 and round 7, as it were. So, all that being out of the way, sorry, I just saw CCV's in the chat, right? He's going to be casting with Baba for game number 2. He's been in the chat for a while now. I just saw him say that jittery standards are so high, he doesn't even know that there are ranks below diamond. I agree with you there, CCV. I agree with you there. Might catch up with jittery one day, talk about this. But anyhow, folks, going into the match, we will be in just a little while, as everything seems to be set up properly this time around. Hopefully nothing bugs out and we have to go for another one. Yep, we're just starting things up, see how it happens, and hopefully everything's all well and good. Seems like it is, so we'll be going into the match. Gazelles Esports versus Kira, 5-2. AVG should be locked for Gazelles because they did just win it in round number 7, and which means they'll go to Trophy Statuary. Everything seems to be fine. Everything is fine. The bands are set. So let's get back into the match. That was a long rehost.
Yep. Finally, we're back with round number 8. All the players inside of Gazelle Esports are available and ready to fight. And the same thing can be said to Kira Esports as well. All they need is 2 more attack round wins to conclude the round.
Defenders,
Put us a map decided which will be on Clubhouse. And Gazelle Esports, all they have to do is to mount a comeback with a total of 4 defensive round wins. Putting themselves on match point is exactly what the defender on the side of Gazelle Esports wants to do. Kira Esports, they're this close. They've made a lot of work in the first half. Apparently in the second half, turns out that the site on second floor AVG and Gaming Room, Kira Esports, they were a bit hesitant to execute on the site itself. Oh boy, Jay-Z has been dealt with a bit of a damage. Not quite sure exactly from which though. Maybe it's either from a pistol or from the bailiff shotgun that Shred uses while he was trying to open up lines of sight. Anyways, Jay-Z will start off the round with having almost 60 or 70-ish HP. Okay. Okay, Shinra. Oh man, alright, that is a revenge best served cold. I have to say that. In the first half, Shreds who picked off Shinra, and now it's Shinra's time to give Shreds the taste of his own medicine back again. Shreds is gone. which means that Gazelle Esports are having a lot of problems this time because the alibi is gone. The attempt of spawn peek did not work out too well from his favors because Shinra knew exactly what was happening. And now trouble seems to fall right around Gazelle Esports' fingertips, and they need to find a solution around it.
That they do, since they've already lost Shreds, and Tujay isn't exactly looking all that good right about now. So we've got a little bit of trouble brewing for Gazelles, admittedly. But they still got 4 players alive, and Tujay is closer to half HP than they would like, admittedly so. Even then, they're still alive, and that's what counts. Those shots can still be fired. That was, of course, a Flores drone that just went off. Fuse Bomb's shield is gone for the time being. And the Aruni Gate will also be taken care of by the flashbang coming in. Another Rotero to try and get Fuse Bomb to move. And there we go. It's found him, but it's not quite in kill range, so Fuse Bomb can just move a little bit away. Sees the Flores, does a bit of damage to Dark Lord, but grenade from below. And that's Dathomar taking the kill. Much needed right there. Vortex on the floor in the meanwhile. Shinra will still find Phoenix, and that means Vortex will not be confirmed on by any of the defenders. It's a 5v2 right now. One more defender seen. Dathomar will give the call that, hey, in A, probably towards the deep corner, towards the, oh, well, never mind. Nemesis just pushes out anyway and gets taken down for their trouble, meaning it's all down to 2J, the last one standing inside the games room. Can't find a single kill. Slayer will take that flawless round for Kira Esports. They are on map point.
Yep, a map point it is for Kira Esports. 6-2. All it needs is a single attack round win to proceed into map clubhouse. And Gazelle Esports losing on round number 8 with a flawless round win on the hands of Kira Esports will not look too well at their hands. Second floor trophy in sanctuary room will be the site. They did try their fair share of best efforts to hold their ground in towards the astronomy room. The deployable shield was destroyed, but still there was some resistance being made. They didn't want the attackers to push towards the bedroom side. But it was way too late. Shred was already picked out quite early in the previous round with the hands of Shinra, absolutely. 3 kills from that man. 3 kills, man. Looks like Shinra is back on track, I guess. We didn't get to see Shinra perform a lot on map Oregon. And now seeing Shinra making an opening pick like that on attack clearly shows that Kira Esports are slowly gaining up their momentum back. And that is looking very good. Although for Gazelle Esports, the first half on map Oregon was looking way too good from their hands. Turns out on map Villa, things are not going too well at their hands. I believe that it would be the best time for Gazelle Esports to bring it back. They need to understand that map number 1 was at their hand, and losing map number 2 will cause Kira Esports to be in the upper hand. So in order to deny it, in order to ensure that Gazelle Esports would win and ensure to put themselves on OT, they need to understand Kira Esports' intentions right now, the way how they coordinate on their attacks, the way how they get their opening picks, and to ensure that you wouldn't get picked out at the early round as best as possible. So there's a lot of things that Gazelle Esports needs to look at right now, because if they make a single mistake on round number 9, chances are Kia Esports will have a higher chance of success on this side and also claim the map victors on Villa. Things will not look too well. Dathomar once again with the hologram to give information from the Astro. The mute jammers will be present, which will deny a lot of information from the drone. This is exactly where the egg is trying to play. Vortex removes it, comes back, easier as expected it to be, and now the information gain will come back once again. They have a lot of information, flashbangs being thrown around. I believe his main intentions was to throw it over the statuary wall, but the wall wasn't a bit much more open. Aegis Selma breach charges, gets stuck around because of the mute jammer still being present from statuary room, but it gets opened nonetheless. Now Vortex, all he needs to do is figure out a way to force Jaeger out of that astronomy deployable shield. Do they have a deployable shield from there? Or should I say the mute jammers? No, they don't. I believe the deployable shield is still present, but the gunfight needs to happen nonetheless. Phoenix and Slayer both does their work around, but turns out it was just a trade coming in at the hands of Foreign. 108 seconds left, where Kira Esports are desperate in the need of this kill, and Gazelle Esports are doing their best efforts to hold their ground.
That Mew Jammer stopping the Rotero from blowing up. That's going to be huge right there. Vortex is trying to send one more to try and, skirt around the issue here. But that's the thing. That Mew Jammer is just in too good of a spot. You've got to take it out some way, somehow. But Darklord's going to find Nemesis on the other side of things. And there's a kill for Fusebomb. 3v3. It's a trade fest right now between both of these teams. They are trying their hardest. Fusebomb holding solid still, trying to get a kill here, as there goes 2J onto one more. Dathomir down, and you still have Alibi on the red stairs. Another bit of damage done to Vortex, and as it looks like Kid Esports are definitely very much caught off right about now, but 2J down, meaning that there could still be a chance for Kira to win this. They still have to get in the side. They still have to get the plant off. Fusebomb is still here in Astro. He will be seen swung on, but can't quite get the kill. Doesn't matter. Shreds comes in from the door to the stairs and gets 1 and 2. And those 2 kills will keep the side of Gazelles alive somehow. We are in round number 10. It is 6-3. Kira are yet to confirm the win on Villa.
Man, that mute jammer was a huge annoyance for the attackers. They had no idea on how to proceed from astronomy room. Even with the flashbangs being thrown around, there was the ADSs, there was that deployable shield, and Fusebomb had 2 perfect angles that he had to hold out, and he succeeded in doing so, man. Kira Esports once again stuck at a very difficult spot. And all Gazelle Esports have to do right now is to win all 3 sites. They've already won second floor AVG. Now they have to win second floor trophy, first floor dining and kitchen. And Kira Esports, man, what is your next tactic? Because that mute jammer on that previous round was so powerful. Even with the Flores' explosive drone, wasn't it more than enough to destroy that deployable shield? Even more so, it even strengthened the entire hold on defense. Denying information, even with they've made an attempt to try to remove something. They try to remove the jammers from the statuary wall itself. They did succeed at that in doing so, but it made them waste a lot of utilities in which the Astro place was entirely intact. Not a single utility was destroyed in that particular place because the attackers were mainly focused on opening up main particular wars, and they had to do it. There was no other choice. And because of that, Gazelle Esports managing to slip away while Shred just comes back and just gets those 2 kills just like that, giving a chance for Gazelle Esports to come back. It's looking very strong from their hands too. All they need is 3 more defensive round wins, and Kira Esports, they have to end this once and for all. They have to ensure that none of those comebacks from Gazelle Esports would come back, and it would bite them in the back very hard.
That's the thing, though. It's going to be very difficult for them to confirm that. As the drone goes out, Shinra with that pre-fire as well. Do they know that there was somebody in the corner? Never mind, the Melusi just runs away from what could have been a very advantageous position had somebody been holding on the other side of the red stairs landing. Probably went down to play C4 for later in the round. That is to say, that Melusi player, Nemesis, so to speak. A little bit tagged up, not a whole lot, mind you. But right now, we're just waiting to see if there's going to be a fight, and there is. Nemesis down and out as Dathomir takes the first kill. That is a big one. Wait, was that a potential jump out? Might have been. That lower window right on the red carpet hallway first floor is open. Darklord's watching elsewhere in the meanwhile. Again, angles are held and positions are secure for Kira. They're looking pretty solid in where they want to go. Vault is going to be blown wide open now, and there's no way that Gazelles can take Classical Hallway back because you've pretty much confirmed that there's always going to be somebody watching over that region. Now, with the rest of the attackers, that is from Kira, making this switch to go to a different side of the map whilst having Vault open, it's again a pressure tactic, right? You have the repeller on 90. Even if it's just a line of sight, that line of sight is going to be invaluable. As you have the rappel into the balcony, it's been heard, so the drone going in should see a defender inside a study in just a second here. As there we go, shots fired, but Death, hey, there we go. Deathhammer actually does walk away with the kill on Fuse Bomb. I was gonna say Shinra on the floor though, and that's 2J back at it again, taking a big drop right there. They want to find some more though, as there goes 2J. More shots are fired towards Slayer, but to no avail. They are trying. Shreds and Phoenix, it's all up to them as time is now slowly ticking away. 10 seconds on the clock as it shreds off. It's all up to Phoenix, but no, can't get the kill. Dark Lord takes it. And folks, we are going to map number 3. Clubhouse will in fact be played today in the rotation. As Kid Esports will take Villa. It took a little bit of doing, but they win it 7-3, making it 1-1 on the map count.
Yep, the match is not over yet, folks. We will be heading into the deciders. Kira Esports will succeed map number 2 Villa, which means that the decider is on. The decider is unlocked. Clubhouse will be the final map where we get to decide who will proceed into the next phase. Will it be Kira Esports or will it be Gazelle Esports that will be qualified into as the playoffs? Man, what a take, what a hold. And I gotta say, for Kira Esports, what a way to come back on first half. 5-1. For a moment, we thought Gazelle Esports were almost about to come back. Turns out it just gets denied at the hands of Kira Esports. Job well done for them. And I gotta say, performance from Slayer, the way how he played Smoke with the SMG-11 and the M5 shotgun was so powerful and so deadly. He clutched a 1v2 situation while Gazelle made a bit of problems from their end too on the attack side. Let's take a look at the highlights and see exactly what I was talking about, especially on round number 1. Gazelle Esports 1v2. Slayer only had one smoke gas canister, so all the attackers had to do was just head in for the plant, but instead they decided to play for picks, and that led Kira Esports win that round. All thanks to Slayer. Slayer has made a lot of heavy work on defense or playing as the smoke. Not only did he get to use those smoke gas canisters to deny the push from the attacker's side, but he evidently get more than 2 to 3 kills from his end too. The SMG-11, such a powerful weapon and a very deadly weapon if used by the right man. In order to master it, it requires a lot of work, and I gotta say, Slayer has done a lot of work in that. Round number 4, Kira Esports. For the past 5 rounds, we'd see them be almost strong enough. There was one certain situation where Shinra had to win a 1v1, and if that did not happen, it would have been a 4-2 in the first half itself, but it did not happen. Shinra was there, he did clutch it out, and Jay-Z's attempt on an ace did get denied in the end, very unfortunate for him, but in the end, it was just Kira Esports who bravely managed to hold their ground on defense as well as on attack.
Agreed on that front. Kira Esports overall played pretty well in this map. There were some very close shaves, as it were, between Kira and Gazelles, but Gazelles ultimately, couldn't quite string together the number of rounds that they could have won in the first half alone. I will stand by what I said earlier in round number 6 alone, that it should have been a 3-3, especially with round 1 going the way it did. Again, the whole idea that, we've been spotted, we don't know where the last defender is, we know it's a smoke and he's probably got one gas canister remaining. So let's just, try to play for picks, drop the diffuser off. They had the diffuser, mind you, but they ended up trying to rush the smoke, trying to take them out, and it didn't work. And it was just the easiest 1v2 that Slayer has probably ever taken in their competitive career, I gotta say. Overall, a little bit disappointing on Villa from the side of Gazelles. They still had a relatively decent outing, I will say, in terms of the entire match. But again, not decent, I guess. Not the worst outing on Villa that they could have had. But I guess the last 2 wins that they had, this is going to be a loss on Villa for them going into their record, as it were. Phoenix 9-9 with a 50% KOST. Nemesis actually did impact the match relatively well, 70% on that, but a 6-10 overall turnout. Slayer, though, 100% KOST, playing the smoke pretty much the entirety of the defensive half, 15-6 with a 1.84 EPG. EPS, excuse me, and 2 first kills, no first blood given. Well played by Slayer, and well backed up by the rest of the team. Dark Lord, a very quiet map though, 3-6 and 50%, not really impacting the game at all for that matter. So not sure what was up there for Dark Lord, but it is what it is. So now, folks, as you can see in front of your screens right now, 7-5 on Oregon to Gazelles, 7-3 on Villa to Kira, and we're going to be going to Clubhouse. Map number 3 is going to be in the works. It's going to be on play for all of our viewers today. We hope you're excited for that third map because given how both of these teams have played, Clubhouse, expect it to be a long one. Expect it to be a close one. I certainly am. But until then, we're going to be taking a quick break, folks. We do apologize. We've had many of those, I know. But we're going to have to take a short little break so that we can recharge ourselves and the players can recharge as well. And we'll be right back. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back, folks, for this exciting match between Kid Esports and Gazelles Esports. As we've been through Oregon, we've been through Villa, we're going to be going to map number 3, Clubhouse, very shortly indeed. Oregon was a 7-5 in favor of Gazelles, and Villa was a 7-3 in favor of Kira. Now, Clubhouse, the final map, the decider map. Let's see who wins this matchup. It's been a while coming, and we've had some long breaks, admittedly, so we apologize for the technical difficulties on our end. However, we're here. And it's finally time to see which team walks away with the win here today.
Yep, will it be Gazelle Esports on attack or Kira Esports on defense? It is now or never. Map Clubhouse will be the decider's map to determine who will get the spot for the playoffs. Here it is, folks. Map Clubhouse. As we started off with the ban phase, I'm pretty much sure that it will be the same attack and defense ban as we've seen on map number 1 and 2. Thatcher, Jackal, Mira, and most importantly enough, Valkyrie. These 4 operators have been currently been in the meta for a very long time, and most probably so that you don't want to have those operators being in play on any maps, even if it's on Oregon, even if it's on Clubhouse. Let's even include Skyscraper at it too, because Thatcher has been a very most influential operator when it comes to disabling any electronic gadgets, be it a Mozzie Pest drone, even a mute jammers, any single utilities that the defensive that the defenders have, electronic gadgets that is, excluding frost mat traps and some other traps. It is still very powerful, and taking him out, which leads to the attackers finding another way to open up lines of sight. So you could do that with either by bringing in the Twitch, the IQ, or even more so you can just use Zophia's impact nades to destroy those important utilities. There are so many other ways where you can do it, but we'll find out what's going to happen next. Although the second 2 attack and the defensive bans will be different, as we see Finka and Kaid banned at the hands of Gazelle Esports. So there you have it, folks. Round number 1. And I believe my predictions on the ban was a bit too not well. Finka and Kaid will be the ones to be banned, and Shreds is making a decision to bring in the fuse.
All right, finally, we see a Finka ban. It has been a while, hasn't it, folks? Finka will be off the board. Kaid, that is to be expected when it comes to Clubhouse, and Valkyrie to deny some intel away from the defenders. Defenders being Kira Esports, it is a smart decision by Gazelles. Actually, no, Kira were the ones to ban Valve, right? So, yeah, all right, they really just don't want to bother with giving Gazelles the level of information that Valkyrie can give, but they also really don't want to play Valkyrie as well. They've got other ideas. Thunderbird will be in play from their side. Other than that, they're running the Jaeger My Shell with the Mute and Alibi for intel gathering and denial. And on the other side, just like Baba pointed out, we've got a hard breach heavy team with Fuse Bomb running Maverick, with Nemesis running Hibana, and Phoenix running Ace. And we've got soft breach from 2J, the sledge right there. And of course, we've got a little bit of secondary hard breach and a ton of utility clearance from the fuse right there. Mute jammers are not going to be enough to stop the fuse. We all know this from a couple of nights ago when Kid Esports went up against Retrograde. I believe it was Retrograde anyway, and we saw a ton of fuse played on a Clubhouse as well. Is this potentially the new meta of Clubhouse fuse? We will have to wait and find out. For now, Garage Breach being taken care of by the Hibana nice and quickly, getting everything started for round number 1.
Oh boy. There you go, holes being made from the Mavericks blowing torch, and also the fuse cluster charges to deny any information, or should I say any denials coming in from CCTV. And now they'll succeed opening up the walls nonetheless. Now their main focus is to gain control on Garage Catwalk, and Shreds will be able to get that information nonetheless. But the first frag will come in, and it will be Jay-Z to take out Death Armor while he was trying to make an angle towards the side of Cash Room, which means Dark Lord needs to hold CCTV B and also on red stairs, which in fact will be even much more tougher for him to deal with. So he needs to be careful. Now Shinra also needs to be careful from his end too, because a lot of flashbangs followed up with grenades might come in right at his crosshairs, and there you go, grenade and a double kill for him, taking out Slayer. And now it's back on a 5v2 Gazelle Esports. So what a strong way to start off on round number 1 with having only 2 players left. Vortex and Dark Lord. They are so close and heading towards the side. There goes Vortex, the hands of Nemesis, the bearing 9. Couldn't bear the excitement. And now it's Dark Lord left at 1v5. That could not happen. And we all know what's actually happening here, folks. Sledge will come back, winning round number 1. The hands of Gazelle Esports and Kira Esports. They are not looking too good from their end.
Interesting start right there for Gazelles. Definitely very strong right there. All positions accounted for, all the drones in places where intel gathering is absolutely required. And that one cluster charge, it not only took out, the new jammer that was on the wall. I feel if I recall correctly, I don't exactly know if there was, but if there was a new jammer on the drone hole as well, right?
Locate and defuse bombs.
On the right side on red corridor, right? Like red stairs or metal stairs, however you call it. There's a drone hole there, right? Yep. So that meat jammer is actually probably something that the cluster charge can also get, along with other bits of utility like AESs, Y magnets. It's a very good clear for all defender utility in the site, which is why as a gadget it's actually really nice to have on your team, something that Gazelles have they've brought out for themselves here and now. They are looking to use the fuse as well as they can. They're going to keep the fuse from the looks of it, going into basement church as well, a site that fuse works a little bit better on because kitchen has a lot of soft floors that fuse can put the cluster charges on. The entire kitchen hallway is also soft floor that can be cluster charged. You have the other 2 hatches on bar and on stocks, as in the meanwhile. Okay, interesting. One wall, yes, thank you for the highlight there, Assassin. One wall on the dirt hallway or dirt tunnel was reinforced, but the other one not quite, and I believe it was the smoke who was doing it, but Shinra decided to abandon just in case somebody came around and shot him up through the drone hole, understandably so. Now, all that being said, I feel like one of the reasons that Shreds is playing the fuse and Gazelles is opting to go for the fuse to begin with is because of the fact that they have the luxury of that LMG, the 6P41, I think it's called anyway. That is a very powerful LMG, as demonstrated by the copious amount of Finka play that happens with said LMG. However, Fuse also has it. He's also a 3 armor, which means he can, survive a few more bullets and a few more situations than his 2 armor and 1 armor counterparts. And the cluster charge, again, very good utility clearance too. But oh, wait, you got to be careful right about now because there's still Vortex right by the stairs. The drone will have at least had some idea that, hey, wait a minute, there's somebody on the stairs right about now, on the main stairs. But Shred seems to be so far unaware, or at least, excuse me, that's Deathomer who's on the stairs. I accidentally called out for Vortex. But yeah, seems like nothing much is going to come off of that just yet. More shots are fired. Shinra falling back to site. Setup is done for the most part for Gazelle. The question is, can they execute with a couple of players still lurking and Deathomer just outright still roaming?
Difficult one to predict what exactly is going to happen next, but for now Kira Esports, they're just taking their sweet time. And look at that, already they are not wasting any time at all to open up lines of sight. They still haven't opened up kitchen, so they'll do exactly that. So Shred is already there. They did yeah, I just realized they already did open up the hatch. Here comes the execute though. Slayer and Nemesis, both of them take out 2 of the important players, and back again it's a game of trades. But the execute is where Gazelle Esports needs to do it, and they're losing a lot of time. Deathomer is still alive, which means he'll be able to do some major damage on the execute. There you go, another kill from Fuse Bomb. Vortex is down, and so does the Hibana, the hands of Deathomer. 2v3, and Shred comes back from the main stairs. He takes out 1. They had the confirmation, but not the confirmation on Dark Lord, and Shred needs to do that 1v1. Can he succeed, Deathomer? Man, the DMR is such a dangerous weapon on long range, and he needs to fall back, and he needs to waste a total of 15 seconds if Kira Esports needs to win round number 2. They are at a desperate need to win this, and they know this because the diffuser has been dropped. Oh, no. The fuse needs to head in for the execute. Oh no,
he's going for the kill.
Oh, that's not good. Can he get the kill? Deathomer just runs away at the right time, and there you go. Oh man. once again, making a decision of heading in for the frag is going to cost Gazelle Esports their round loss. 1-1 equalizer. And in round number 3, this is where Kira Esports needs to be careful because they are back on second for CCTV, Jack.
Yeah, but I feel like in this round, round number 2, I can be a bit more forgiving of Shreds for going for the frag because 9 seconds on the clock, right? And with the Aruni still alive and zero intel, right?
Attackers
The
need to
reason we saw
locate and
Shreds
defuse
kind
the
of
bomb.
checking every single potential corner is because the Aruni was still alive. Deathhammer was still active with zero intel on his whereabouts. So Shreds couldn't really go for the plant reliably because if they ran out of time, he'd be dead anyway. His best bet was to actually go for the kill. So in this situation, the decision making, wow, my tongue just twisted itself there. But the decision making was better overall, given the situation. Unlike what happened in Villa. Again, different situations, different
10 seconds
contexts
left
means
before
the
insertion.
decision made is either good or bad. Really comes down to how the
5
team was
seconds remaining.
played at the end of the day. But certain, certain
Attackers are moving out to
consistencies and
locate a bomb and
inconsistencies
defuse it.
have to be noted. Now we've gone to actually gym bedroom, not CCTV, interestingly enough, as the site was changed probably last second right there. And we have the extension into the CCTV area, as you can see being made on the right side of your screens right now. Although it's a lot of it's covered up by the names of the players right there. So anyhow, we've got the reinforcement on the main CC wall. We've got the rotate made into red. We've got lines of sight established as well. The main jacuzzi wall has been reinforced, but there's going to be a couple of Exkyros going off on one of the castle barricades, 2 of the castle barricades actually. As in the meanwhile, very nice and quickly so, we're going to have Fuse Bomb alongside Phoenix come in for the breach on jacuzzi wall.
Kira Esports have understood exactly what Gazelle Esports will pick, especially with them bringing in the Fuse for the past 2 rounds. But here comes the first frag, and it will be at the hands of Shinra. Fuse bomb is down, which means Maverick won't be available to open up lines of sight or even an entryway into a second floor gym, but the damage has already been done. Ace can use his Selma Breach charges to open up lines of sight, and Phoenix will definitely not waste any time at all. A minute and 46 seconds left. They have information on towards logistics room. They cannot get the confirmation on the kill nonetheless, so they need to find out another way. But what shall it be? There's a lot of fortifications, a lot of resistance being made from the defensive side, and they're still trying to figure out a way to get a weakness or maybe try to find a loophole towards it. But it only happens when the attackers makes their execute, and it always comes down to the way how the execute works out. Slayer is in a bit of a trouble because he's been caught around from the attack drones, which means that his position has been compromised. All he needs to do is to wait it out and see whether he can challenge those executes to ensure that he'll be able to win a lot of gunfights. Flashbangs again to block lines of sight. We're not quite sure if it's going to work out. Nemesis has been downed, but not outstayed. Kira Esports, they are slowly getting things under control. Jay-Z immediately realizing what Dark Lord's intentions were into his garage side will gladly take out one. And now it's a 4v4. 47 seconds left as Kira Esports are desperately trying their attempt to hold their ground as best as possible. The revive will come back nonetheless, but the execute is where Gazelle Esports needs to succeed, or else Kira Esports will get back on round number 3.
Here's the thing though, only 30 seconds remain on the clock, and it's a 4v4. Diffusers with Phoenix, who is currently coming back from the CCTV side of things. The rest of Kira have rotated back into the site, so it is really now or never, and it is about to be a bloodbath. Only Slayer is the one off-site, and that too in a more lurking capacity, as Shrez will find one, a down, and there's 2 kills. Vortex and Deathhammer coming back in. Vortex going for the big rotate, as Nemesis finds one. Slayer gets Nemesis off the board, but Phoenix is going to go for the plant. Does Slayer know this? No, they don't, and sees the feed. There we go. So he's going to take the kill as well. It got close. The plant was almost done, mind you, but not quite. It will be denied, and the round will still be won. Again, a bit of a bloodbath, a bit of a mess inside of the site, but Kira Esports hold on strong. They'll make it 2-1 going into now round 4.
Yep, round number 4. Once again, a very close round at the hands of Kira Esports, folks. It also had the same repeat on round number 2, where Death Armor had to be in a 1v1 situation, where Shreds didn't had enough time to succeed. The same thing also happened on round number 3 as well, where the
Attackers need to
ace
locate
was
and defuse
all by
the bomb.
himself and had to clutch a 1v1 situation. Unfortunately, time is what Gazelle Esports had the problem, and now they need to find a workaround around it. Kira Esports have been playing it passively for the past 3 rounds, and it's been helping them succeed and get a lot of round wins on defense. But if this continues to go on, and if something wrong happens, where Gazelle Esports gets to pick an important peak, then it would not go out well in their favor. Dark Lord this time makes a decision that, you know what, I think Stretch is going to bring in the fuse again,
10 seconds
so it's
left.
best for me to electrify the walls first so that none of those cluster charges would
5
arrive on
seconds left before
CCTV.
insertion.
So he'll just bring in the bandit instead. A good idea. And
Attacker's objective is to locate
this
a bomb and
will
defuse it.
ensure that the mute will not be in play at the hands of Kira Esports. So Dark Lord needs to ensure that whatever utilities has been thrown around from CCTV will get denied immediately, unless and until Fuse Bomb uses his blowing torch to force out the bandit. It can happen, but it always comes down to the way how Gazelle Esports perceive to this situation. Now back again, they're heading in towards CCTV. They're not wasting any times at all. All the bandit needs to do, aka Dark Lord, is to just wait for the perfect moment. Shred is a bit much more careful because one of some of the impact needs has destroyed both of the claymores, which would have worked out and given much more protection for the defensive side. And now the attackers' main focus is at the door itself. Now Fuse needs to have a lot of work that needs to be done, and Dark Lord will definitely remove some of those important utilities. Some of breachers will come back. Can the bandit succeed? No, it does not. The second breach? No, it does not. But instead, it will just give an angle for the attackers so Kira Esports can make a workaround.
Well played right there by Dark Lord, knowing full well that the fuse will come first to try and deny, the bandit tricking, as it were. And sure, Ace Selma recharges, you have to be very preemptive if you're tricking them to try and get them before they even make a line of sight. But that's the thing, that's a concession that Kira is willing to make. You usually, when you're playing CCTV, usually you have some form of a line of sight made, thanks to Maverick, and sometimes thanks to the Ace. But I am interested to know why nobody was on first floor lounge. You have the sledge with the grenades. You have, Maverick as well. Somebody could have just been shooting at where the wall is to try and keep the bandit away while the breach happened. But that wasn't to be. Beautifully done right there by Vortex. Finds Phoenix as the down will be taken and confirmed by Fuse Bomb. A trade immediately so. But that still means that the ace is off the board. That final summer breach will no longer be in play. And that's a little unfortunate right there for the attacking team. They do still have a bomb, they do still have Maverick, so they can get the other breach done in construction. They can get themselves in the site. But again, with Dark Lord alive and with that singular bandit battery that he still has in his hands, I'm not quite sure if it's going to work out. Cluster charge on the wall should try and keep anybody playing close to that away, as Dark Lord's going to take so much damage. Look at that. The cluster charge somehow not killing him, but Shinra finds the other one. Fuse Bomb off the board, and there goes Nemesis on the floor as well. This is looking dire right now for Gazelles as the 2v4 is established with 16 seconds on the clock. It's all down to Shreds and 2J. C4 out, will not find anyone. Mind you, it was a bit too far, but Shinra's here, finds Shreds. 2J finds one, gets taken down by Slayer. And with that, Kira Esports will win another round. Round number 4 goes to them, which means it is going to now be a 3-1 in the Kira defensive first half.
There you go, folks. Kira Esports, they're back in the lead once again. Map Clubhouse, very good lead in the first half, 3-1. And Gazelle Esports are back again with the same problems once again. Round number 2 and round number 3, the adaptations that Kira Esports made, bringing in the bandit instead of the mute, although it didn't quite work out well for them,
Defenders, protect your
they
bombs
were
from being defused
at
by
least
attackers.
forced to push in towards construction. And I gotta say, that was a very good operator, I'm not gonna lie. Dark Lord bringing in the bandit like that, immediately realizing that there is a lot of utilities that you need to take care of from the attacker's side. A job well done for him. That will give Kira Esports the win that they need, a desperate one at that, because they had to win second for CCTV. There was no other choice. And now, even if they do win Basement, Arsenal Room and Church on round number 5, there is high likely a chance where Kira Esports can go to second floor, gym and bedroom once again. saw them head towards second floor gym. We saw how powerful Kira
seconds left
Esports were on
before
defense. And Gazelle Esports, they are slowly losing their
Attacker's
grasp.
objective is
They
to
are
locate a
slowly
bomb
losing
and
their
defuse
lead.
it.
But once they had map point on the first map of Oregon, suddenly we see them losing it on map number 3 Clubhouse. And if this continues to do so, then Kira Esports may well enough be qualified into a playoff. Wait a minute, Phoenix. Okay, a bit of a bit of a tensed moment there, as I thought Phoenix would immediately head in towards the building itself, but no, they're just trying to gain the high ground, but by heading in towards the roof as fast as possible. And realizing that one of the hatches has been opened in towards second floor gym, I believe he'll try to use it to his advantage. He's a bit much more afraid because there might be some players playing in towards the second floor itself. Okay, the first frag will happen, and that is Vortex from CCTV window. Bye-bye, says the Vortex as he gets to eliminate out the Amaru.
Unfortunate right there for Phoenix, as even though I do like Gazelles bringing out these operators, Amaru and Fuse and so on and so forth, it just really isn't working out for them right now. They kind of feel a little bit scattered, a little bit, stretched out in terms of their stamina, in terms of maybe their overall team coordination, similar to Villa, because if I were to hazard a guess, I feel like the way they played on Oregon, map number 1, might have taken a lot out of them. And that's not to say that winning Oregon ended up giving them, the round loss or something like that. No, they really, really proved themselves on Oregon. They showed that, yeah, as a team, Gazelles are really, really good. At least when they can continue with the momentum that they establish. Why I say that is because this first round, the round that we had, round number 1, that is, Gazelles had a flawless, mind you. It was a flawless first round for them. However, after that, they have just been all over the place. They really just haven't been there the same way that they should have been. Fuse Bomb's going to get the, construction, the dirt wall open, and dirt tunnel will now be available for Gazelles to enter through. Just going to make it a little bit wider just to make sure that, you can actually fit through there. But here we go. Slayer on the stairs, but no spotted, taken care of. Here's the quick refrag by Deathammer. A completely fearless peek right there as the hatch on bar is going to be open. There we go. He's safe. Umar, that is, from the peak, from the top of the hatch, just sitting, waiting to see if you can find someone else really active around the side right about now. 30 seconds remain as Gazelles are slowly inching closer and closer. However, given that it is a 4 versus 3, and the 3 being Gazelles, they will need to work really hard for this. Blue rotates being watched, but Vortex somehow still alive here as he's trying to contest the Maverick as 2J's taking a bit of damage right now. There goes Fuse Bomb. There goes one more. Nemesis coming around the back. Does find Vortex. Can he find one more? Yes, he does. 1v2 right now. 5 seconds remain on the clock. He needs to go for the planet, but he can't because there's 2 players alive, and that one of them, Shinra, is going to be the one to get the kill and finish off the round as well. Again, just solid defense from Kira Esports, playing from strength to strength while still playing the game that they know and are very familiar with. 4-1 to them. Gazelles Esports, I don't know what happened in round 1, but they need to go back to that beat soon. Otherwise, Kira is going to walk away with the win very quickly here.
Absolutely, Jack. Kira Esports are ramping up with their lead 4-1. As the first half is almost about to come to an end, folks. Round number 6. The site will be on Gym and Bedroom once again. And I gotta say, Kira Esports being at a 4-1 on the first half once again clearly shows that they are here to end it once and for all. Gazelle Esports, but once they had a lot of problems in the first half, they'd usually come back winning a lot of defensive rounds in the second half. This was exactly the same situation where we saw them on map Oregon, right? They won 2 rounds of attack on the first half, and then suddenly we see Gazelle Esports win every single defensive rounds except round number 9, which was on first floor meeting and kitchen. Other than that, Gazelle Esports had no problems dealing with Kira Esports' attack coordination on map Oregon. Will it be the same, or will it be a different scenario? That's the main question that I have to ask for Kira Esports. Once you have that huge lead, 4-1, can they handle it? Can they succeed on the second half while winning 2 rounds in attack on Clubhouse? Because if I have to take a look at the entire history about map Clubhouse, it's always been defender-sided, right? All they have to do is just open up CCTV wall, proceed with the push, and sometimes defenders always have the upper hand because all they have to do is just wait for the attackers to do their work, taking out walls, opening up lines of sight, executing it towards the side itself. Clubhouse has never favored a bit on the attackers, but oh boy, that huge drop from Phoenix. Taking out Slayer just like that, a headshot of that too. All it needs is just perfect information, and he just read it like a book. Already one player down with Slayer gone. Kira Esports needs to manage with just a fourth player remaining.
I will say that play right there from, the side of the Gazelles, definitely well done. Dark Lord, not sure why you would be standing in front of what is still a line of sight that the attackers can use against you, but he's not dead, so I guess that works. Phoenix goes down, and meanwhile, Shinra takes that kill in revenge for the teammate that went down earlier. Mind you, no Thunderbird, so no revives or heals, can happen, Shinra. There's still somebody on the rappel. You heard the shots go off. Don't, push out to the window just yet. He needs clearance before he can do that. 4v4 equalized situation, as you have the breach on Jacuzzi. I believe that's been taken care of already as well. Gazelles are very quick on this, but Shinra comes in, finds another. Fuse bomb is gone. There goes Nemesis. Dark Lord fires back. And now it is all down to the final two, Shreds and... speaking of Shreds, he's going to find one and get taken down immediately. 2J, the last one standing, sees the Wamai in the window CCTV, goes prone, trying to get some cover. Impacts out, but 2J will still get the kill. No real point of entry, though. You have the Aruni gates all over the place. As, just a really bad situation. Will deny one of them with, I think there was a flashbang. But there's a cross here that's being watched. Shots are fired. Dark Lord's watching from one side and the Jaeger from the other. It is a 1v2. Not entirely impossible that 2J somehow wins this. But the cross is kind of just being played around. And there we go. Dark Lord will get the final kill as well. Gazelles, 1-5. They only won one round in the attack. But they're going to Clubhouse defense in the second half. So there's still a chance for them. But the stakes are high, and the chances are slim. Kira are 5-1, just like Villa. Kira are 5-1, going into the attacking half now. And Gazelles, they have this final chance to bring this match around.
Oh, Gazelle Esports, if you have something right now would be the best time to use it, because on round number 7, if you lose one more round to the hands of Kira Esports,
Attackers need to locate
they'll be on match point at a very huge margin. 6-1 on a third map like Clubhouse is not a good way for Gazelle Esports to be going out like this. Knowing that they win map number 1 by denying OT as well. Not being able to succeed on map Villa in map number 2, and now on the deciders. 5-1, Kira Esports, they know what they're doing. They know exactly what kind of plays those Gazelle Esports have, and that's the best part about best of threes, right, Jack? I mean, even though if you do lose map number 1, you'd at least get to understand the way how any team operates. So, just like Kira Esports, when you saw on map number 3 Clubhouse, the first round where Gazelle Esports had succeeded on second floor CCTV, they immediately know that Shreds would bring in the fuse. And that's the reason why Dark Claws decided, you know what, you're going to bring in the fuse? Well, that's fine by me, I'll just bring in the Bandit. And I know the main reason why you banned the Kaid, because you wanted to use the cluster cuts in the first place. And because of that, the only operator that can still deny utility has to be the Bandit. So he had to take the risk. In order to sacrifice the amount of information that they get from the attacker's drones, he had to do it because there was a lot of confrontations being made from CCTV wall. And that adaptation is what Kira Esports excels at. And look at that, Shinra once again, aggressive, is exactly what he does best. And now all he has to do is just find an opening. All he had to do is just find an opening. Hash drop has been done, information has been given, Shinra's position has been compromised, and now he'll be forced to fall back. Although he could use the vertical line of sight from the hallway itself, but no, he decides to hip fire to see whether if he can get a kill or two. Slayer, oh boy, alright. He just gets caught from his own shot, but Phoenix comes back. He gets to take out Shinra. A huge blow, because that's both of the important players on Gazelles and Kira Esports taken care of. Which means all 4 attackers needs to focus on the side on Kitchen. Death Hammer is not wasting any time at all to open up the line of sight into the Arsenal room to give much more clearance. But is it more than enough? Because Kira Esports, they're the ones on attack. And if this attack goes wrong, if Gazelle Esports gets to take their control on defense round by round, then things might not look well in their favor unless they do something about it.
Here and now, of course, Gazelles, they're trying. Oh, Vortex, a little bit of a missed flashbang right there. But Gazelles, they've got one kill down, mind you. And they've got Kid Esports, I wouldn't say on the back foot, but they are trying to, you know, they're trying to bring it around here. They're trying to bring it back. But it's going to be very difficult, like you said, Mama. It's going to be extremely difficult. They somehow have to do it, but Slayer's going to find one more. That is Nemesis off the board. The Fuse now in Dirt Tunnel, watching through the door, or the breached wall, I guess you could call it, as Dark Lord falls in, gets a kill, and the plant should go off. The Hibana's in the side now. Yes, Vortex is going to go on for the plant. It's being watched as well. C4, does anybody have it? No one does. It's Shreds and 2J in the post plant. 2v4. 2J sees one, gives the call, but can't quite get the kill. Shreds goes down as the main stairs was being watched. It's all down to 2J now. The last one standing gets one. Do they know that there's another one in blue? They should now, as it's being watched, and the entry is being watched on the door as well. There comes the Fuse Slayer with another kill, the final kill of the round. It is 6-1, and Kid Esports are match point.
Yes, folks, there it is. Kira Esports match point on round number 8 with a huge lead, folks. 6-1. Not a single round has been won at the hands of Team Gazelle Esports. Looks like that is going to bother them a lot. Second floor CCTV room / cash room will be the site with Slayer bringing in the Fuse once again on a map like Clubhouse second floor. And this is where the problem arrives, because talk about the defensive picks here on the side of Gazelle Esports. They've decided to bring in the mute, which means all Fuse had to do is just place the cluster charge on top of the CCTV wall, and that will just destroy it immediately. Simple as that. There's no problem to it. But the main problem has to be control on Garage Catwalk if they want to make an execute on CCTV. That will be a difficult one to do, because if I'm guessing that 2JZ will be the one holding towards Garage Catwalk, or maybe someone strong like Phoenix, or even more so they might, or even more so Nemesis might hold in towards Garage Catwalk. But you need to make sure that the hold will be as strong. Maybe Kira Esports can push in from second floor gym. I don't know. Anything can happen. The execute when it comes to the attack phase, Kira Esports, they always go according to the books. They won't change any tactics. They won't do anything. They just go the usual route. And that is the CCTV execute. We've never seen Kira Esports make an attempt of a rush, nor do we get to see Kira Esports make an aggressive pick as we usually get to see it. The jammers will succeed in, forcing the the exothermic charge to not being opened up, but that will be removed nonetheless. Vortex will be able to open up CCT without having any problems, and Nemesis will be forced to fall back, holding out his ground, and Kira Esports, just like they said, playing accordingly to the box. Now they just have to wait for that execute.
Well, the execute could very well happen once Kira, again, gets themselves set up. That's the big part of the setup is done, in that the breach has been taken care of, but you have the horizontal pressure as well, and Shreds with that run out just now, giving away their position, knows full well that someone's going to be watching this window for the jump again. So they can't exactly go for it. Breach, in the meanwhile, towards Jacuzzi. Slayer finds Nemesis on the other side. This Fuse, specifically, well, Slayer, has been going off on this enemy team today, especially from map number 2. Shreds makes a little escape into bedroom itself, and the drone will now have seen him inside of the bathroom, pushing out now into the hallway, finds the Fuse, well done, goes back around, nearly gets Deathhammer, but no, wait! Vortex? What are you doing over there? Impact thrown out, does a bit of damage to Shinra, who's chasing now, but goes down. Wait, Shreds all alone towards Gym Bedroom is really just tearing apart the side of the attack. What is going on? Deathhammer finds somebody coming for the cross, and that is Phoenix on the floor now. But here's the problem. The diffuser was dropped and is still dropped. They have to pick it up. But to do that, they have to get rid of Shreds. Deathhammer's watching the construction door to try and get anybody coming around for another cross, as it were. They don't exactly know where in logistics the Melusi is, and the push is going to be punished. There goes Deathhammer. Shreds is now in just complete control of the entirety of the round. What a play right there by the Malusi. Well done. Although I will say Kid Esports definitely overcommitted to this side of the map. And while I get it, construction is an important part of the map, they probably could have, tried to clear garage, maybe tried to go through lounge, red stairs top. There was a lot of things they could have done to just bypass the Malusi entirely, but it didn't happen. And it's now just Dark Lord in a 1v3, completely content to just run the timer out here and now. Is going to go for the drop, is seen, does get the kill somehow. Can they get another? No, not quite. Doesn't even have time to pick up the defuse and go plant. So it's all down to, well, no one. As 2J will shut down Dark Lord's pre-fire. And with that, well, Gazelles still somehow hold on. They are still close-ish, as they will take a round here and make it 2-6.
Yep, 2-6. Gazelle Esports, they're not backing out right now. And I gotta say, that performance from Shreds was absolutely shredding. Oh man. 4 kills just like that, all by himself. He was more of like the one-man army on round number 8 itself. But I'm not quite sure on round number 9 it would be the same repeat, because Kira Esports, like I said, they're at a very huge lead. They have 4 more chances if they have to succeed here, folks. And if they make one single mistake, just like they did in the previous round, then things might not look too good from them. And I gotta say, Shred, my goodness, 4 kills just like that. That would hurt a lot on Kira Esports' end, I'm not gonna lie about that. But they're back with the same site, Basement Arsenal Room / Church, the same site where Kira Esports had won on round number 7. So what will be their adaptations? Will we see one of them head maybe going for a roam? I believe so. Jay-Z will head in for the roam as well, and so does Nemesis, to bring in the Azami, the kunai knives, which will help them make lines of sight and also create a wall which can help them hold their ground as much as possible. Fuse Bomb, unfortunately, he was trying to reinforce the wall, in which he did succeeded in doing so. Looks like Vortex has been dealt a lot. There you go, the first frag, and that is Jay-Z to take out Vortex. And talk about the second round itself here, folks. Shinra.
I forgot I was muted.
Yeah, exactly.
7 Apologies, folks. But yeah, no, Vortex, that's your Hibana, your hard breacher of the board. That's a big drop right there for Kira Esports. Not sure exactly what happened, as well, as you can see, we didn't really have visual for a whole lot of the round there, but okay, 2J's is going off right about now. Shreds finds another, death number goes down. Wait a minute, Kira on the attack. Something's up after that first round. Dark Lord does find Phoenix in return. That is 1 kill taken, but they still have to find 4 more. This is not a good situation to be in. We have the push in from Slayer. He knows full well that there's a Jaeger here. Pushing up slowly, trying not to give his position away. Sees the head, takes it. Okay, 2v3. Now it's a lot more possible that Kira could take the round. Slayer's a little bit low on HP, mind you. Dark Lord is full, and all the defenders are also full HP. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for Kira Esports here, or the last 2 remaining players of Kira Esports, to win this out somehow. Especially with that Azami wall. That is a very nasty angle that Nemesis has right there, which means it's going to be so much more difficult, as Dark Lord is going to have to contend with somebody playing around the lounge and garage area. He shreds the head, can't quite take it. Pre-firing away. Doesn't find it though. Slayer's coming back around to try and give himself a bit of a better situation. Shots fired. Shreds low now, as you have Slayer coming around the back, trying to give his teammate a little bit of help. And a bit of cluster charging action on the way. 40 seconds on the clock, sees the alibi, mistakes it for a player, shoots it, which means that his position is temporarily given away on the main stair side of things. Where is Dark Lord, though? I feel like they're going down blue stairs, maybe. Oh, no, that's a self-down right there, meaning Dark Lord is now alone in this situation. Not seen inside of blue just yet, but I think his position has been given away. Okay, 2J's nearly missed the shot there. Slayer self-downing with the cluster charge of the fuse. Unfortunate. But with that, round 10 will see us go 6-3 Kid Esports, you've lost a couple of rounds here. Now might be a good time to finish it off. If not, Gazelles might actually make a comeback here.
And that comeback will be even more dangerous than we did get to see on map number 1. 3 to 6. 3 more rounds for Gazelle Esports to put themselves on overtime. The deciders map.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Oh
bombs as
boy,
they can.
will it be a tough one to be looking at. Second floor master bedroom slash gym, and I just realized that, hey, Mira is still available. They just banned out the Kaid and Valkyrie, in which we haven't got to see Mira being played out for a very long time. Not on map number 1, we didn't get to see Mira being played on map number 2, but this time they are pulling everything. They're putting a stop to it. Kira Esports, I believe with the help of the attackers repick, might make a decision to change some of the important operators with the Dark Lord. He'll make a decision of switching out from the Twitch to Jackal, and I can't understand why. He has the shotgun. All he has to do is just gain control on first pro bar, use the shotgun, remove the Mira's wall as best as possible. He could either do that or maybe just use the Hebana's Iskara spells to open it up, but oh boy, Kira Esports 6 to 3. If that mistake continues to build up, then it's not going to look out well for you guys. I'm even more concerned on what Kira Esports might stumble onto if Shreds gets the pick, or even more so 2JZ, the one who's playing as the Melusi. They've made a lot of attempts for a comeback, and now they need to figure out a way to take care of that situation. Deathhammer once again bringing in the sledge, the hammer, which can help him open up the castle out of panels without having any problems at all. But the main problem is that most of those walls have been heavily reinforced, so they have to brute force their way in, and somehow Fuse Bomb gets away with it. First kill, Dark Lord goes down, and there is not a single trade coming in at the hands of Kira Esports. An attempt was made, but the opportunity was lost. Deathhammer has been down, but he will be revived nonetheless. But this is very much concerning. Gazelle Esports, they've got this round under control. Even more so, they have figured out a way. Kira Esports, all the players on the start of Kira Esports are in second floor CCTV, and they have the information thanks to the Mira's wall. Now Deathhammer inverting out from the rappel, the window side of construction. That information will be even much more problem for them to deal with, and Shinra somehow finds one. That's Fuse Bomb gone. 4 more to go. But that mirror will be even much more daunting for them, because Phoenix is here with a headshot once again. Shinra goes out, 4v3. Only 3 players left from Kira Esports, and now tension starts to brew around. What is happening to these guys?
That is the question, isn't it?
Yeah,
what is
happening?
happening to Kira Esports? I would like to know as well. Mira window will be shut down finally by Vortex. Better late than ever. Slayer finds Phoenix. That is a kill. That was much needed right there. Nemesis sees one. Shots fired, mind you. That will give away the fact that Nemesis was trying to give chase. Vortex is very suspicious of that door right about now. Understandably so. Requesting a drone, which should find the player. It needs to turn around.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no, I have a very bad idea about this. Yep, there we go. Yep, there we go. It was going to happen. Miss drone on the door of CCTV, and that is diffuser in the hands of the mute. Nemesis has probably just won them this round with that play and with that big mistake from Kid Ace. But Deathhammer is low on HP. Slayer exactly. Oh, well, never mind. He doesn't have any HP anymore. Slayer is also, not exactly the healthiest of the bunch, but he will get the mute. Finally, now it's a 1v2. Slayer's been in these positions before. He's 12-6 in the match. As that cam is giving away so much intel on his position, don't waste so much time on it. You simply just have to try and move with it. Peeking is seen, but literally cannot enter the site. And another round, folks. Another round goes to Gazelles. Folks, it is 4-6. Gazelles have made a full lap around the map, of Clubhouse. They are now 4-6, 2 rounds away from bringing it back. Kira Esports, what seems to be a complete collapse on the attacking side of Clubhouse. I don't know what's wrong with them today, But as soon as they went on the attack here and back on Oregon as well, Gazelles played so well. At the same time, Kira's quality of performance from defense to offense just was night and day. And for whatever reason that is, folks, we don't know, but Kira needs to pick themselves up here and now. If they are not able to, then this could very well be Gazelles qualifying for the top 8 and Kira missing out. And earlier in the night, I did say that we didn't quite have to panic for Kira before because hey, it might not happen. Kira might still win this. It's just one round that they just lost. One round. I mean, that one round has turned into so many. 6-4, Kid Esports. It really is now or never. If you're going to win before overtime, it is now or never.
And the tension is on for Kira Esports. They just lost 3 defensive rounds back to back, and Gazelle Esports are slowly getting themselves back on track. And Shreds, once again, he's back on the same place where he had made a quad kill. Now, if this happens for the second time, I am seriously going to flip out. I am not even joking. Vortex once again with exotomic charge to open up CCTV wall. Not a single player has been eliminated as of now. Now, Shreds is still on second floor gym. And the attackers, do the attackers know that there is the Melusi knowing around? Yes, they do. Now they need to focus on removing him out of the equation because he has been ever more so problematic. Impact is being used to make a rotate. Now he'll be safe into his logistics room. Now the constant information's being rallied around. Does he know? Is Shreds free? At this point, it's just constant shots. Okay. Interestingly enough, doesn't get the headshot. He will still stay alive. And here comes Shreds once back again. Vortex is gone. Slayer, he needs to get back the kill, but an instant refrag will be denied nonetheless. Never mind. Fuse comes back again. He needs to take out Slayer. It's a 4v3. Kira Esports back again in a very difficult spot. Oh no! Oh no! Triple kill! Triple kill for Fuse Bomb! And Dark Lord is the only player left. No! Kira Esports, don't do this! 1v2, Dark Lord has to clutch this out. Fuse Bomb, what a turnaround from construction site. The grenade's been tossed around, but it gets caught around from the voice magnet nades and Shred. He is still alive. How is this man still alive? 3 HP remaining. They even have the information on the defuse. A minute left for Dark Lord. He is not looking too good. He might have the information from the attack drones, but the Banshees might give away his positioning. Once again, the pre-fires from logistics. Gazelle Esports are just playing this passively. They're just waiting patiently for Dark Lord to arrive right at their crosshairs. They even have the defuse. My goodness, this is so not good. Not good for Kira Esports. Dark Lord, he has to clutch. He has to clutch. Or else Gazelle Esports might have a chance to come back. Small, simple push. Shreds doesn't know exactly where it is. There you go. There's still a chance. Triple kill. Dark Lord needs to get this. Fuse Bomb, the man who made an entire clutch, has a higher chances to succeed. He has to pick up the defuse. Only 15 seconds left. Dark Lord doesn't know exactly where it is. The C4's been tossed around at the wrong time. Dark Lord, he doesn't have the information and Fuse Bomb wins it. Less amount of information is going to give Gazelle Esports one final chance. Round number 12. Kira Esports have just lost it. They've lost it. I mean, I know there's still one more chance, but how? How is Shreds getting away with this? How is Fuse Bomb just runs around and gets 2 kills just like that?
Would you have, okay, Baba, honest question to you. After Kira went 5-1 up on Villa, right? If I had told you that Kira would be 5-1 up on Clubhouse again, only to now be 6-5, would you have believed me?
Bomb located by attackers.
I would not.
And neither would I. Like, full honesty, I would not have believed you either. Because what is happening? Kira, where are the drones? Where is the intel gathering? Where are your utilities, your grenades, anything? You know Shreds is going to play on the horizontal drone. Okay, fine. They actually went for him, right? They sent the Gemini, they sent the sledge behind it. But Shreds this time had the rotate into into bedroom open early. So he went away. He went into the logistics. Now, mind you, where was like 75% of the action back in round 8, the first CCTV round of the second half, it was in the logistics and hallway, right? He rotated out to gym. He rotated out of gym into bedroom, caught the fuse, went back in, caught someone else in that rotate area, then went straight to logistics and found 2 more, right?
Yep.
So you know he's going to be playing there. You know you see the rotate open, so you know he's going to probably rotate to logistics, but you have no one pressuring logistics. You have no one watching the hatch. Nothing. Right.
Yep.
No one's doing any of that early work, and at the same time, Kira is just falling prey to that same mistake again. They're overcommitting to the same push that they failed at the last time, and they're getting punished for it. This time, Gazelles are even more ready. Credit where credit is due. Dark Lord nearly brought it back. It was a 1v1 at the end, but this time that's a big kill. 2J's is gone. Deathhammer has found this very, very early kill right here, and that's the Alibi, who's been going 10-8 so far in the match. You know, second only to Shreds, who is 11-8 themselves. Fusebomb is 9-8. Nemesis is 7-9. The only one who's had a relatively quiet map is Phoenix, but they've just been busy supporting the team, playing support ops as it were. At the same time, Kid Esports, my goodness, you look at that team and you think, yeah, there's no way they're going to have this much of a hard time on Clubhouse. They're 5-1 up, folks. No, they're no longer 5-1 up. They're 6-5. 1 round away from closing out this entire encounter. They have been this way for the last 5 rounds. Actually, yeah, 4 rounds. Okay, 4 rounds. They've been like this for 4 rounds, but still, 4 whole rounds, Kira. Come on, you can do better than this. Roughly 65 seconds remaining on the clock. Diffuser is still with them. They have the man count advantage now. But can Kira bring this back? Bring this round into their own? Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah, let's just hope that Slayer wouldn't get cut off from his own cluster charges, but also they need to be careful from Nemesis's K9 position though. Very difficult spot. The grenade will comes back. Deal a bit of a damage to Nemesis though. But look at the time once again, 30 seconds, and Shit's found an opening. Deathhammer's gone. Gazelles Esports, they might make a comeback. This is huge. This is huge on the defensive side. They just equalized it, and now they just need to hold their ground. Slayer comes back. He needs to take out Phoenix. He's already in the side. 1v4. There we go. Finally, Kira Esports. They've just found an opening, and Strat needs to clutch, but it never happened.
Okay.
Kira Esports have finally recovered their round, folks. Kira Esports, they have finally recovered their round. Almost gave us a heart attack. 7-5. Almost. We were about to get to see overtime at the hands of Gazelle Esports by a fantastic performance being laid around from Fusebomb, from Shreds, even more so at the hands of Nemesis. My god. Okay, I think we're out in the clear, folks, but perfect. I gotta say, Gazelle Esports, what a performance from these guys.
Absolutely breathtaking performance from Gazelle. So well played by them. I mean, there's not enough credit I can give them. Sure, Villa was a bit of an oversight from them. I get that. But at the same time, you know, Oregon and Clubhouse as well, if anything, I would say that they deserve to have gone OT and maybe even may even have deserved to win, all things considered. I mean, I know, you know, Kira, they were the ones who end up winning. They have history in the region, this and that. You can tell me a bunch of things. But at the end of the day, tonight, as things stand, Gazelles, again, really, on Villa, if they had cleaned up some of their mistakes on Villa, they probably should have won it as well. But unfortunately, they didn't. And in the meanwhile, you know, in that last round again, Kira just deciding to go for the surprise play, you know, dropping down the hatch quickly, getting into positions where nobody would expect, and finishing off the round as soon as they could. I feel like a lot of it was done thanks to the Maverick droning in from dirt, actively droning, right? So you think someone's going to come from dirt. That's what 2 players thought who were in blue and around the boxes area, but instead the push came from main stairs and from, well, the bar hatch side, you know, church, or what's the name of the bike room, right? Yeah. So Moto, yes, Moto. I forgot the name of that room entirely. That last round was so clutch. But anyhow, folks, this round that we just saw, amazing. This map that we just saw, amazing. So let's talk a little bit more about that in the highlights, folks, for this match. As my goodness, this was a match and a half.
Yes, it was, Jack. At first, we thought Kira Esports had no problems on attack. Suddenly, we see Gazelle Esports fling back on defense second half. On the side of Kira Esports on defense, we saw some incredible plays being made from the hands of Death Armor, Dark Lord, with a good change of operators picks by bringing, Bandit instead of the Mute to deny the fuse cluster charges. And even more so, he succeeded in holding their ground. Kira Esports, they had won 5 defensive rounds. They ended the first half on a 1-5. And once we thought Kira Esports had things under control, Gazelle Esports started to make a comeback, especially on second half. Round number 7, Kira Esports did put themselves on match point 6-1. And all Gazelle Esports had to do is that they had to win 5 defensive rounds back to back without making a single mistake. There was a lot of risky plays that Shreds did do, which ended up favoring him a lot. He defended all by himself on second floor gym and logistics office and ended up being much more favorable at the hands of Gazelle Esports. But at that final round, on round number 12, when Jay-Z got picked off early at the hands of Death Amar, then and there itself, you get to realize that Kira Esports, they had the entire control on first floor. They just easily had to open up the hatches in towards kitchen. And now, since Gazelle Esports had to play it patiently, they had to wait passively for Kira Esports to make their push. They found a they found out a workaround. All they had to do was just push in towards basement church, and Slayer, he was already in. There we go. Again, mistakes were made on round number 8. Oh man. Slayer this time, he really did get his revenge back. I wouldn't say revenge, I could say redemption on round number 12, because he did succeeded pushing towards basement church and remove every single players out on the hands of Gazelle Esports, right? Because Kira Esports, every push that they've made was at tunnels and hatch drop. But none of the players for Gazelle Esports, they didn't expected a mainstays push. And what Slayer did, he just sprinted all the way towards the garage, like the motor room, not the garage, the motor room, and he just went in unattended on basement church, and he just took out players one by one just like that, 4-6. And man, I gotta say the clutches were intense. 1v2 situations, 1vx situations that Kira Esports had to go through on attack, and none of them succeeded. And what exactly happened on last round? Well, the last round had to be that first pick. That first pick that Death Amar had to remove JC out because he was a thorn in the back, a thorn in the back for the attacker's side. And let's take a look at the deciders map match summary here, folks. 7-5. Shreds with a total of 12 kills, 83% cost. And as we take a look at Slayer and Dark Lord on the side of Kira Esports, 15 kills and 13 kills. We all know what's going to happen here, folks. Team Kira Esports will be qualified for the Pro Series summer event. They are here for the playoffs, which means that we still have 3 more spots to go. Who will it be? We still have our second matchup to go through. It will be Team Phalanx versus Team Shaheens. Only one will proceed into the playoffs. Who will it be? Only time will tell.
That is indeed the question. Between Shaheens and Phalanx, who will proceed and join the now 5 qualified teams? Those 5 being, of course, Hunters LFO, Mercenaries, Won't Stop Peaking, Retrograde, and joining them after this victory 2-1 and a 7-5 on Clubhouse. It is Kira Esports. It looked very dicey for a bit. However, it just wasn't quite there for the Gazelles. That last round, something went wrong for them, and they were not quite able to bring it around for themselves. Unfortunate for them, folks, but it is what it is, as you have the map history coming up on your screens right now. No overtime, surprisingly enough. This match, for as close as it was, no overtimes. It was 7-5, 7-3, 7-5. Kira winning the second and third maps. And again, Gazelles, I will still say, though, had they cleaned themselves up on Villa a little bit more, they probably would have been able to win this match out entirely, or at least given them a Kira Esports that is a very big fight on Villa. That was always a possibility, but it did not happen. It is unfortunate. What if situations aren't really my forte or any of our forte. But anyway, folks, that's been a long match number 1, and it has finally come to its conclusion. And Kira Esports have qualified, and joined the remaining 4 to now become the 5 of the 8 that have qualified. We'll find out whether it's going to be Shaheen's or Phalanx to qualify in the second match of the night. But before that, we're going to be taking a little break. Get your popcorn, get your food, get your drinks, keep your feet up, and we'll be right back. That second match is going to be very exciting. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming with their broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack, this time on the left side, alongside CCV, the real CCV, joining me for the second match of the night. That is, as you can see on your screens right now, Phalanx versus Shaheen's, two teams whom we saw last week that could have potentially qualified but were not able to, especially for Shaheen's right there. But they'll be looking to do that right here, right now. CCV, Kira has qualified. How do you feel about this match that we've got ahead of us?
Kira Esports, being the fifth team overall to qualify, definitely looking a little bit shakier than usual right now. I think that's the general consensus, but they are in the playoffs. That's what matters. And they have about another week to prepare for the playoffs before they have matches again. So hopefully they use that time wisely. But otherwise, we've got, six other prospects, out of whom only three more will be moving on. So yeah, today's next match, Phalanx and Shaheen's, definitely going to be a spicy one. I mean, Phalanx and Shaheen's are two rosters which are quite different. Shaheen's definitely comprised of so many of those experienced and even newer players, but very, very lethal players. And meanwhile, Phalanx also in general is this new and upcoming team that ever since the resurrection of like Rainbow-Six-Siege has happened here in South Asia, they have been picking up traction right from the Community Cup to the spring edition of the Pro Series as well. They've had their ups, they've had their downs. And speaking of their downs, being in the first qualifier as well, losing there to Mercenaries, now they're back at it. They have the final shot, but so do Shaheen. So it is going to be a fight to the death. That is for certain, without a doubt. And having a look at the veto as well, this is where the fights will be taking place. So we start off. Shaheen's choosing Villa makes a lot of sense. They've played Villa numerous amount of times. They lost to Villa, I believe, to Hunters LFO in Qualifier 1, but they've opted for it again. Makes me think they may have improved on it. Phalanx always have had Oregon as one of their primary and core picks. And then, of course, you have South Asia's favorite, South Asia's finest Clubhouse as the decider.
Oh yes, Clubhouse. I mean, who can forget that map, right? Interestingly enough, though, both times we've had Clubhouse today, it is on the decider side of things, and whether or not we go to decider here remains to be seen. Really depends on the outcome of Oregon, if I am to say so. Because I mean, don't get me wrong, Phalanx on Villa definitely seems like a good prospect, but they're going up against Shaheen's, who already had a relatively good showing on Villa the other day. And the players in that team are, well, they're really familiar with Villa. I think a lot of players are at this point, but some teams are just that far ahead because they played Villa for that much longer. And they've kind of seen the meta evolve around that. Right. So, all things considered, this should be a very interesting first game that we'll be getting into right now, folks. But we are not wasting any more time. Shaheen's versus Phalanx, map number 1, Villa. Let's head in to the ban phase with Phalanx on the defense, Shaheen's on the attack. And I'm probably, I'm expecting a Thatcher ban to start us off. That's a very quick decision made by Phalanx right there. So I'm going to be Thatcher or Finka, and there we go. Thatcher. I mean, it's a safe bet at this point. Why not?
Yeah, it's Villa. Thatcher is necessary for, well, almost all of the bomb sites, I shall say, because there is an element of hard breach, required to a certain extent. On some bomb sites, more than usual, of course, I'm hinting towards Statuary and Trophy, where it is very necessary for the attackers to open up that wall if the defenders haven't already opened it. And Thatcher helps out a great ton if the defenders are bringing out any anti-breachers, such as Cade, such as Mute, Bandit. And speaking of those anti-breachers, there is a high likelihood one of them will be banned off the board as well, joining along the likes of Thatcher and Finka. So I am expecting a Cade in all honesty, but I wouldn't be surprised if Bandit is taken off the board. Another prospect would be a Mira. All right. Valkyrie. So Shaheen's going the way of not allowing information to the members of Team Phalanx, but still, Blackjack, you would say Valkyrie not that much of a rare ban on this map, any map for that matter.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there. Valkyrie definitely not a rare ban, not at all. And Kaid, there we go. You were calling for a CCB. It finally did happen. Kaid will be the final ban of the day. And with that, we're going to be going into map number 1, round number 1 as well. So let's have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby for today. For the side of Shaheen's, we've got Goffy, Caesar, Astel, Not Boku, and Doctor. And from the side of Phalanx, we've got Devastating, Sherry, Hercules, Guy with Audacity, and Hussein. The first set of choice, second floor Aviator, and Games Room. And let the match let the games commence.
Yeah, that's it. Phalanx, being on the defense, they've started out Aviator Games Azami Elysian being brought out from Guy with Audacity alongside a Melusi. So even though Mira is there, and Aviator in Games is a bomb site where Mira is picked so often, like
Defenders,
if
protect your
there is
bombs
the
from being
chance for
defused
her
by
to be picked
attackers.
up, but Phalanx not going that route makes me think that this is a predetermined strat from their side with the Azami and the Legion and the Melusi that they have definitely thought about in their dry runs or their scrims. Because if you have Mira and you're not improvising and bringing her into your composition, makes me think that, okay, you have something pre planned already before the match had started. And I think that's why Phalanx are going for this interesting route because, a Legion and a Melusi together, it's not uncommon, but still a bit
10
rare,
seconds left
especially
before
Guy with
insertion.
Audacity bringing the bulletproof cameras as well and not the
5
impact.
seconds
So
to insertion.
it's definitely making me wonder that why exactly is Legion a part
Attackers'
of
objective is to locate a bomb.
this very specific composition? Is it just for map denial? But then again, you have the Melusi for that. To an extent, you have Azami for that as well. Again, to a very, very brief extent. But still, he's Guy with Audacity. We have seen him shine many a times in the previous tournaments we've had here at the Esports Club. So definitely no doubt that he will do so, no matter the gun in his hand, whether it be a rifle or the T5 or SMG, can still wreak havoc. As for the members of Shaheen's, speaking about their composition, again, as I always say, Shaheen's, these guys are in your face aggressive. You know, there have been times where they bring out the Zofia and Ash. This time, Caesar on the Iana, Estelle on the Ash. Yeah, these guys don't want to waste any time. Doctor is on the Jackal as well. Caesar goes in a down but not out state. But not before that. His teammate gets the trade. So both of the teams, 1 kill apiece. We are seeing plenty of gunfights and almost all of the gunfights taking place towards that trophy and statuary side. It's all quiet in the bomb side, but very soon it won't be. The attackers are making good progress towards these hallways.
A bomb has been
That
located.
they are, especially with the Twitch on taking care of any stray utilities outside of the bomb site, as we are currently transported back to the 1960s, folks. Black and white screens all over. I'm just kidding, of course. It's a little visual bug. Nothing too severe. It's not going to impact the pace of the game. It's just a spectator thing. As Astel has already made his way already close to the game's door, or excuse me, the Deer room door to the Fox window. Sherry's watching 90, mind you, and that call out has already been given because of the multitude of shots that have been fired back and forth. Melusi's Banshee cannot be taken care of by the Twitch drone, but Astel will go down. Sherry takes that kill, so the 90 watch did work out. For the cost of the one Azami that has gone down so far, you have an Ash and the Iana on the floor, which is not exactly all that good for the Shaheens' attack to start things off on round number one. Mind you, it's round one. They might just be taking their time to figure out what Phalanx are doing. They have the luxury to do that right now. But mind you, Boku on 90's got to be careful of the long hallway, as the guy with Audacity is so close to the door right now. We'll see the Jackal takes the kill as well. Well done right there. Doctor on the floor, and that will only leave Boku and Goffy, the last two standing. Should be a relatively easy closeout, but unless Boku has something to say about that, as he's going to find one. The Legion now down. Goffy switching into study, finds the Jaeger, did actually turn around to try and get devastating, only to get taken down. The SMG-11 just too quick right there. C4 goes flying, shot out of midair, as Boku is just trying to hold their position, try to delay the timer as well for the disconnected player to come back in as soon as possible,
15 seconds left.
but also to try and win the round. 12 seconds remaining. You gotta get in there though. The smoke grenade comes out, try and block off a line of sight. That's going to be, well, actually, it doesn't block off enough of that line of sight, so Sherry's is gonna be the one to close up the round. Anyway, and a good defensive hold overall, a little bit shaky towards the end from the Phalanx defense. They did start losing bodies in ways that they probably would not have wanted to in the long run. But Phalanx, they take round one, and they have put their first score on the board.
And it's feelings, starting off with, like you said, a bit of a trembly start, but a great one nonetheless. And yeah, we can see from the side of Shaheen's, um, the timeout has been called. It is, oh no, it's not Doctor that is disconnected now. But yeah, again, a player gone. So that's it. They have taken the timeout. And oh wait, this is the new timeout screen. Oh, that's
Yeah,
kind of
this is new.
interesting
This is
on the
new. Yeah.
scoreboard. I haven't seen this before, but that's definitely nice. You have the full-on scoreboard, the band operators, and It's pretty much it. Also, the timeout request. But yes, I have to say, the tactical timeout feature, amazing addition. I could not be more happier. And
Hmm.
it's as a caster as well, it always will inhibit this question in me whenever it happens. Because in other games, when teams call a tactical timeout in other 5v5 shooters, I always try and answer this question live, that what exactly will be the discussions going on in the boot camps of the teams or like in their calls. Obviously, right now there's not much strategic discussions going on. Shaheen's unfortunately are just trying to buy some more time for their teammate to join back so that we can, move on with the map. But yeah, pretty much later on, when we'll be seeing a lot more of these tactical timeouts, it's going to be an interesting outlook, or not even an outlook, an introspection into the teams to look at exactly how they work and what their strategy may be or how they change things. That is one of the things I want to see, and especially from a lot of those innovative and improvisational IGLs out there who like to be on the fly, who don't like to be rigid, shall I say, who change things up a lot. The tactical timeouts are going to be a huge benefit for them. But still, we are just, going on after the events of the first round. Shaheens are going to go for their one pause that they have in this match. And yeah, unfortunately, this has happened to Shaheen's a couple of times, just internet or power problems. I think I've
Yep.
read like a couple of their players talking about it on social media as well. It is
Hmm.
the way it is. Have to deal with that. But overall, Phalanx still off to a very, very good start. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that first round definitely was quite solid from them for the most part. However, again, towards the end, we did discuss this that they were a little bit shaky in the final leg of the round, as it were. A couple of bodies lost, but still, no harm, no foul. They take the round. But as we saw with the Kira Esports game earlier, especially this stood particularly true for their opponents, Gazelles Esports, is that you can win rounds, sure, but if you're shaky, like if you're particularly shaky while winning the round, then
Hmm.
things will be very difficult still. You could get rounds, you could get momentum, but at any point that momentum can fall apart. And if your end round or beginning of your round, wherever have you, is shaky, is unsure, if your communication isn't quite there, then things will definitely not pan out the way you want it to. And Phalanx should be well aware of that. They've taken the first round, and mind you, Villa is, as far as I am aware, Shaheen's pick. So this is already an interesting start to the map. As soon as we can get it back in, we will, of course, see how things continue. And continuing on the trend of things that we're very grateful for, I gotta say the tactical timeout, yes, great addition. You know what would be a great addition though, CCV? I mean, you've answered this question multiple
Multiple.
times.
Yeah.
Exactly. Multiple observer
Okay.
slots. Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Uh Imagine having that.
Imagine.
Imagine.
Uh,
Mm.
mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, brought us.
yeah.
I have to say that overall, still for the side of Shaheen's right now, they have the better prospects of coming back from this. I mean, earlier as well in our previous match that we had, Gazelles up against Kira, we were seeing a lot more of those comebacks, especially from like Kira's side as well towards like the later stage of like the third map. Where Gazelles were winning rounds, definitely they had like early advantages at times, but then Kira surmounted that victory and launched that momentum for them through and through after round after round after round. And we know Shaheens to be a team like that as well, where I remember in qualifier one, they were up against Hunters LFO. They had their backs against the wall, but they went for this comeback on the map of Bank and they pushed it into overtime. And that's where Hunters LFO like lost a lot of their footing and essentially Hunters LFO had to really scrapple their way out of the next two maps, take the win. 7-3 it was on Villa, and 8-6 it was on Skyscraper. And that's how Hunters end up being the first team to move on forward into the playoffs, being the reigning champions. But still, looks like Shaheen's, it's ready from their side. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like their final member will be returning. And this is going Phalanx, they can capitalize off the situation. Unfortunately, it's not really anyone's fault. It's
Attackers
just the
need to
way
locate and
South
defuse
Asia
bombs.
in general is. And yeah, I'm sure Shaheens they tried everything But sadly, now it's going to be a 4 versus 5. And hopefully their fifth can return as soon as possible. But yeah, for the time being, Phalanx have that one-man advantage on defense on Villa. This is like so many of those like golden check marks they have in order to exploit the situation and get as many rounds as possible.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, like you said, CCB, very unfortunate for Shaheen's, but, given what we've heard from them over social media and,
10 seconds to
so on and
insertion.
so forth over the course of this last week, since their match even before
5
their match
seconds
with
left.
Hunters LFO, actually, they've been talking about
Yeah.
this for a while, but
Mhm.
the infrastructure in wherever they live, not exactly the
Yeah,
best, right? So
that is
it
true.
is what it is. They just have to deal with it. They just got to move with the flow for the time being. Is that a run out? Yes, it is. That is from the Jaeger Hercules from basement actually, outside of the garage things, but not going to find anyone off of that. Nobody really was going to be that quick to getting close to the building. Shaheens are a team that likes to take things at least a little bit slowly to start, and if they have a good read on the team that they are going up against, then they'll start getting aggressive. Then they'll start getting faster, as it were. Jones gonna find Hercules on the Astro stairs, while also finding the defender that was, I believe, the smoke, Sherry, shooting away at the window from the rotate from inside of Deer into Astra. They've got the third wall open right here to make a little rotate line of sight into Closet as well. Playing off of these longer angles in general, like normal stuff that we see for Villa defense on trophy statuary. Sometimes you even see a Mira here if some teams are feeling like picking the Mira, but at this point, people are so used to not playing the Mira, they might as well not play her even if she's not banned. Hussein's gonna start things off though. Boku's off the board. That's your Nomad gone. We did hear a couple of air jabs go off regardless, but doesn't seem like that has affected a whole lot. Astal taking a bit of damage on this peak through the long angle all the way from Deer, as you have the remaining team members trying to just get into positions, scramble around, trying to find where any of these defenders could be in like a vulnerable position or something like that they can take advantage of. But unfortunately, so far, no dice.
Yeah, for the side of Shaheen's. Oh,
Oh, that's a trade.
Moving forward, it's a trade. How did I still land that headshot on the
Okay.
guy with audacity? But still, Team Phalanx, 4 versus 2 for their side. Information. It's very, very rare on the side of Shaheen's, and life is very precious and very rare. Goffy, down but not outstayed. Doctor now, the only person alive, has to fight off 4, well, actually 3.5 defenders. He gets rid of Hercules, but still a gargantuan task in front of him because he's all alone. And there's no way Doctor can jump in. He's got the LMG, but just the sheer amount of angles the members of Phalanx have, whether it be from the left, from the center breach, towards from bathroom and astronomy, Doctor doesn't really have a way to progress forward from bedroom. It is essentially vaulting into his death. And the problem is he can't go from anywhere else, for example, Astro Stairs, because then he won't have enough time to pick up the diffuser. He jumps into his vault, and his life goes out the window. Team Phalanx win the second round as well. This was just a proper shutdown of Shaheen's, plain and simple. They didn't allow Shaheen's to take so much map control. They didn't let them progress forward, get any ground possible whatsoever. Whenever Shaheen's were contesting the angles, they were dying. And Phalanx, it was very simple for them. It was, in a way, an uneventful round because there weren't any moments of action or like major trades or 2Ks or anything. It was just one event after the another death followed, and you pretty much knew how the round was going to end at the 1 minute and 30-second mark.
Yeah, all things considered, just good stuff from Phalanx, I have to say.
Yeah.
Again, losing a couple of bodies, but then it was a 1v5, right? They probably thought, yeah, it's fine, we can afford to do that. They held a 3v1 at the end of the day, so that's all that matters, right? Unlike round 1, where they did start losing bodies, where it was like a 2v4, and for a brief moment, it looked like Shaheen's might be able to bring it back. This time in round 2 was more like, yeah, whatever, let's just let them have a couple kills. Now going into round number 3, it is first floor dining and kitchen for Phalanx, the standard 3-site rotation that we see for the map of Villa. You go to AVG or Trophy, depending on your persuasion. Then you go to the other second floor site, and then you go to first floor, unless you're Hunter's LFO and you start first floor library. because they do that sometimes, and it's always nice to see them bring that out. But I do sometimes wish that more teams would play the library side. I want to see their takes on it. It's a difficult site, which is why not a lot of teams actually go for it, because it requires a lot of setup, a lot of practice, and some teams, some of their members don't really have the kind of time for that, or sometimes they just don't want to, because you have 3 perfectly good
Attackers have
sites
located a bomb.
elsewhere, right? Why would you go for the 4th site if it's really just, if 90% of the time it might not even work for you, just to surprise your opponents for 1 round? Because you go back there and then you lose anyway if it's a surprise pick. So I understand the rationale behind it. Oh, Hussein, however, is going to find the rationale in getting Goffy's head clean off his shoulders. That's going to be Zofia off the board. And that's your LMG player gone early in the round. You still have the Jackal. You still have the Sledge. Soft Breach is still there. But, no more 150 round box magazines in the map. So, you can't just bullet spam your way to victory. But feelings on LMG's side, that's a pretty big first kill. Goffy, when he gets going, he's a pretty strong operator to deal with. So yeah, good start to round 3.
Exactly. I mean, from the side of Shaheen's right now, it is going to be another difficult start. They're just trying to get some ground. They're just trying to move up. And Bukun is still, they are there, towards the cabinet. But the problem is, Sherry knows about their location, and every defender has their barrels pointed to that very doorway where the attackers are looking to enter from. Look at Hercules, look at the angle he's peeking. Sherry still gets the kill with the same gun. The FBI brothers putting in the work, and Shaheen's again, they're down in the ditches. They get a trade for all that they've fought. They get the castle, but at what cost? At the cost of 2 of their members overall. And again, I'm going to emphasize on this. Map control, unfortunately, it's just not there. You've got Boku pushing up from the basement stairs. Doctor's also present, but both these attackers are isolated. They're not together. They're going on these individual journeys and experiences, and Doctor managed to get the opener, gets another insane shot into the bomb side. But again, the same precedent he was in the previous round. He has to pull off this 1 versus 2. The diffuser's not with him. He doesn't have a lot of time, and his positioning is known to everyone in the server.
Especially with that Banshee going off on his position right now. And this little breach in the stairs wall, whatever you call it, the red stairs wall, wasn't exactly fully made for, going through. So that's a little bit more time taken away. He's going to find the feet of 1 defender. Oh, talk about timing. Tries to scan it, but it's literally fading away in front of him. And there's Guy with Audacity watching the longer angle. You had the shotgun playing close, but there were so many open areas, and the wall was so open around him that he could have died if Doctor made the right move. So Guy with Audacity said, you know what, it's fine. I'm just going to hold my SMG here, get the kill, win the round. Phalanx 3-0 up, taking full advantage of Villa's defender-sided nature.
Yeah, they've completed the entire tour. They can go back to Aviator in games. And yeah, this is definitely a pre-planned, premeditated strategy from Phalanx, the Melusi Legionnaires army. They pull this off in the first round. This time, maybe Shaheen's, they must be well aware about this, especially after, the drone phase. Who knows, maybe they may even, change their composition up to
Attackers need to
have an
locate and
exact
defuse
counter of
bombs.
what Phalanx are bringing. But again, the overarching perspective is the fact that Shaheen's only still have 4 members. Unfortunately, they are still in this precedent of playing that 4 versus 5 and continuing with that. It's round after round is a disadvantage, and it doesn't help them any further that for the past 2 rounds they have been losing the initial gunfights, and Phalanx are winning those duels. So Phalanx are not going to back down, not in the slightest. And I don't think there'll be any major change into their playstyle as well in this round compared to how they played in the first, compared to how they played all the way back in the first round. Where even though they were looking wobbly, this time it may be a little more better for them. It's going to be a lot more, risk-free going for those kinds of kills, keeping in mind that Shaheen's only have 4 players on board. But still, you never know. Shaheen's, they've pulled off many touches before. Who knows, they can do it this time as well. But for the time being, Phalanx are ready with their defense. And in terms of the attack from Shaheen, it is going to be the same full-on, northeastern clear. They want to enter from bathroom, they want to enter from bedroom, clear out Fuku, Statuary, Astro. set up any like backstabs or any flank watches with like drones and all that and claymores, but Phalanx, they're not ready and they're not preparing for a flank. They want to tackle these attackers head on. We just saw Legion in bathroom and one of the players is in the bedroom as well. Phalanx are not going to back away. They want to go for these gunfights right from the get-go.
And credit where credit is due. Phalanx, by doing that, has been, majority of the time shutting down the Shaheens wherever possible. Look at Saint playing around that thin pillar. Sees one, does do so much damage to Goffy while a concussion comes their way. No damage done to that, but oh, well done on the cross right there. Boku watching the escape that Azami had, shutting them down in the meanwhile. So good job right there. Makes it 4v4, but Goffy is very low on HP, and there is still, I believe, a player potentially towards the bedroom side of things. If not, then they've got a good chance at control here. That is the Shaheens. Doctor coming up from the pantry stairs, clearing out anybody trying to play C4 from below, as some damage is done to that same sledge. It is a Legion mine that's found its way into the into the leg of that sledge. Guy with the rest is down here, though. Heard the camera being popped, and this could be a peek. Doctor's about to take it and win the gunfight as well. All right, well done right there. That is your Legion of the board, and now suddenly Shaheens are looking a little bit better as compared to the rest of the match so far.
Yeah, Shaheens, I think, they've thought about it and they're like, look, if Phalanx just want to rule the server, we can't let them walk all over us. We have to fight against them and we have to be fearless. And again,
What?
Oh, what?
Okay.
How did Doctor miss a lot of those bullets and how did Sherry land those? I'm sorry. I will definitely need to see an instant replay. Devastating goes down all the way from games room. The two surviving members of Team Phalanx not in the bomb sites but in the adjacent rooms. They're still holding these angles. Look at the Melusi waiting, and that's the down on the Goffy. Still a 2 versus 2. There is a still in the balcony. Ooh, tagged significantly. Boku needs to shine right now. And where is Boku exactly? He vaults into the bomb set, but no! Hercules gets a double towards the end, and Phalanx move on forward with yet another round. They double, get a total of 4.
Well done on finishing off right there. I have to say, you caught even me by surprise. But 4-0 going into round number 5. Phalanx are just doing what they need to do. I mean, I will say, though, that last round, the Jaeger had to do a 1v2 right there because of the teammate going down. And they still managed it. Admittedly, again, AVG might probably be a bit too shaky for them, but they won't have to go back to AVG for the rest of this defensive half. So it is what it is right about now. Round 5, we are headed once again to Trophy and Statuary, and again, expecting much of the same from Phalanx. Like you said in the last round, they're not really going to change anything up in terms of the game plan or in terms of their overall playstyle. Because why would you, right? If it works and it gets you results, why would you change it? Keep it going until it doesn't work anymore. And Shaheen's nearly made it not work in the last round, but again, nearly, but not quite. And that is something that will be playing in their heads right now, that they were so close to just getting around, putting themselves on the board, right? As they still don't have a score on the board. And nothing else more than that is going to be bugging them, right? It's going to be playing in the back of their head that we're still at 0-4, we're still at 0-3, we're still at 0-2, we haven't put a round on the board. And the longer that goes on for, the more likely they are to make mistakes, the more likely they are to play like hyper aggressive or however have you, like play differently from what they do and make mistakes doing that and then get caught off by Phalanx. And Phalanx are pretty much praying for that to be the end result of what is going on right now. So let's see how far, Shaheens will allow the Phalanx to push this, as Boku sees the fact that the window and studies open, that overlords are coming in, but Doctor knows that there's mute jammers all over the place. It's going to be hard for those repairs to go in and take care of defender utilities because of those mute jammers. But there we go. Azami will be seen. Azami wall will be taken care of. This is a good pick, mind you, the Flores, pretty much countering quite a number of those defenders. And had the mute not been there, then Doctor would have been able to wreak some real havoc.
Oh, the terror is
Ah,
destroyed as well, and Doctor only has now one uh, left, so still has to use one of his breaching rounds. And again, we are seeing the agility dump take place from the side of Shaheen's, but it's not without any benefits. They get 2 kills for the price of none. So man advantage for I think the very first time in so many rounds going the way of Shaheen's. And in terms of map control as well, they have pushed up into
oh,
bathroom, but Boku is caught completely off guard by Sherry, who's looking to get another, will find one more alongside his teammate Guy with audacity. Landing that headshot onto Doctor and devastating just finishes things off with a bang, a flashbang, and the shotgun shot as well. And it is all blinding lights at the side of Shaheen's. That's another round that they have unfortunately lost out on. They were looking so confident, but Blackjack, in no matter what, 20 seconds, Phalanx completely shut them down from that 3
yep.
versus 4.
Yep, pretty much. It was that first kill from the smoke city in Astro, and after that, it was just complete shutdown. Right. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it just happened so quickly. Like yeah, like you said, what 15 to 20 seconds, as it were.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, overall, you know, well played by Phalanx. Looks like
Mm-hmm.
Shaheens were asking for a pause. And now Riho. So I think their
Attackers
fifth
need to
might
locate
actually
and
be
defuse
able to
bombs.
reconnect, but needs a bit of time to get back into the lobby. So we'll have to talk to the admins. Okay, so rehost has been approved. All right, folks. Rehost is in. Shaheens are probably going to come back with all 5 of their players in the
Fingers
lobby
crossed.
now.
Yeah.
Phalanx, in the meanwhile, whoa, I mean, they are looking strong, mighty strong right about now. So, they don't really have to worry about anything for the time being. Even if they lose this round, it's a 5-1 first half on the defense. They have
Right.
plenty of time to finish off Villa here and now.
Yeah. Is it going to be easy finishing off Villa? Definitely not.
Hmm.
But does the opportunity still exist? Well, given the fact that Shaheens have pulled off clutches and comebacks against the likes of like Hunters, LFO, and the sheer experience on all of their players, I would say that yeah, definitely the opportunity does exist, but they have to be flawless from this point on. I mean, spot on, squeaky clean Rainbow Six. You cannot make any mistakes whatsoever. No gunfight, mistakes, no misdemeanors, none of that. You have to land your shots. Your strategy's got to be on point, and it is essentially like grind time from this point forward if they want to have a hope of securing this map. Because even though with the fact that yeah, very very soon we'll have Phalanx moving on onto their attack, the lead that they have 5-0 at the worst, that's 5-1 at the best, it's a 6-0. So they'll only need one, maybe 2 rounds out of 6 to secure the map for themselves. And again, mind you, everyone watching, this map is the choice of Shaheens. They opted for Villa. Oregon will be the choice of Phalanx that we will be seeing very, very shortly after this map. So yeah, taking the win on Villa is definitely within the grasp of the members of Team Phalanx. But the thing is, it's still going to be a of work. But for the time being, that yeah, right now, it's going to be a rehost, and I believe a substitute may have been called from the side of Shaheen's. Not really sure, but if it's not their main player, a sub can be called in. All Shaheen's really need is a 5 versus 5. Honestly, Blackjack. At this point, I
Yeah.
can agree that as long as they have 5 players on board, even if it's not their core composition, even if their players are going through again like infrastructural issues, electricity, power, whatnot, still having 5 players on board would be a godsend for their side, and they thoroughly need it right now if they don't want to
Hmm.
go into a situation with what happened against Hunters as well, where they are losing out on maps, they've lost all the momentum that they had, and one team, just steamrolls. But keeping that in mind, definitely for the side of Team Phalanx, they want to end this as soon as possible. Because again, think about it. If Shaheens, they have 5 players on board from this point forward, why would you let this team get more and more comfortable with each other in these new circumstances and move on forward and get more rounds? If I'm someone in Phalanx right now, I am thinking of some hyper obscure strategy to try and catch the members of Shaheens off guard and to end this in like a 7-1, 7-2, basically as soon as possible, not let Shaheens pick up traction. Because just like what we saw with the map of Clubhouse in Kira up against Gazelles as well, Gazelles were picking up so much traction, and only Kira managed to shut them down towards the very, very end, 7-5. So keeping that in mind, I don't think Phalanx would want anything like that to happen against Shaheens.
Yeah, absolutely. Phalanx will definitely want to avoid any big or costly mistakes here and now, and they will just want to close things out as soon as possible. Go to their map, which is Oregon, at least their map pick. Again, taking Shaheens to Oregon, I don't know about that. Shaheens are very familiar with that map, even if they might not be picking it all that often. But at the same time, I said the same for Kira, and look at what happened to them. So, yeah, sometimes when a team doesn't pick Oregon, there's a reason for it. That's the lesson from the first match that I took. And definitely, again, the fact that there's a bit of confidence involved in taking a team like Shaheen's, a team like Kira, or even Mercenaries and Hunters, what have you. If it's your map pick and you're taking them to Oregon, to Clubhouse, to Villa, then there's a lot of confidence in that decision, and they probably know what they're doing. You know, so I definitely would not underestimate Phalanx going into Oregon, just like how I made the mistake of underestimating Gazelles going into Oregon, and again we saw what happened. So yeah, that's a bit of a PSA for the folks over at Shaheen's. Oregon. I mean, let's be real here. Unless there's a big comeback in store with like a substitute or their fifth coming back, whatever have you, um, I don't see Shaheen's winning out Villa here and now.
Hmm.
Having five players will definitely help, and they might actually be able to get a couple of runs back. But to win Villa is going to take a monumental effort from them, because just
Yeah,
to
agreed.
equalize alone, you need 5 rounds, right? And you're going defense second half. That will help for sure. But 5 straight rounds, it's a bit difficult, right? And after that, you have your opponent's map picks. So don't underestimate Phalanx in Oregon, not at all. If you do, you're going to learn firsthand what Kira Esports learned against Gazelles. Again, a cautionary tale, that Kira Esports map against the Gazelles ended up being. I didn't intend for it to become this way, but sometimes when you need to make a point, you need to go to the examples of things that have happened in the past, and well, the most recent past is that. So I'll probably pull off some better examples when I have a much more wider recollection of things that have happened over the last couple of years. There's definitely been worse situations than the Kira one, to be perfectly honest. Now that I think about it, one does come to mind. I think the teams were Never Diamonds and Vector Sports. It was a clubhouse match. I remember it was a 1-5 down, and it ended up becoming a 7-5 with like 6 straight rounds for the team that went. I think it was Attack second to that too on Clubhouse. A very, very intense match at that. But yeah, I
I've
mean, yeah.
I'm way too young for that. No, never. I came into South Asian Rainbow Six after after Vector Sports were gone, dismantled,
Okay.
and Never Diamonds. I casted them in my like first ever proper league, but it
Hmm.
wasn't the best. It wasn't the best version of Never Diamonds. It was like Never
Right, right,
Diamonds
yeah,
post retirement kinda, and after that
yeah,
everyone just went their own way. So
yeah, yeah,
I'm too
yeah.
young for that reference.
Don't worry about that. But you're making me feel old, by the way. You keep saying that. You make me feel older than I need to
No, the
right now.
thing is, look, I'm the exception. Don't worry about it, Blackjack. I
Hmm.
am the
Hmm.
exception. I'm not
Hmm.
the industry standard. The industry standard is still a lot older than I am. I'm just
Yeah,
Zoomer.
yeah.
So that's yeah.
Yeah, but generational gaps aside, again, we've had matches
Generation.
like that. Hey, man, when it comes to sports and esports, I mean, let's be real here.
That is
5 years
true.
is a
Yeah.
generation.
Yeah. Fair, fair.
Uh, but again, the reason we bring up matches like this is because they're like cautionary tales, right?
Yep.
The stuff that teams should and shouldn't do, things that you should keep in your memory always. When it comes to a game like Siege or any FPS game for the matter, any esports game for that matter, right? Fundamentals are your most important thing. You can do a bunch of advanced stuff. You can be, the most advanced player in the world, but if you forget, say, your crosshair placement, if you mess up your utility lineup in other games or in Siege, you forget where things are in a map, then, well, you'll be facing the music very, very hard, very quickly. And that's why in some of these matches, you start seeing those sorts of mistakes from teams that really shouldn't be making them. And then you
Hmm.
end up in a situation where it's like, oh, that just happened. So I'm pretty sure Failings would like
Agreed.
to avoid that. Mm?
So, are you trying to say that you can be the most advanced player in the world, but you would still have to clear your mains to get there?
Aha.
So,
Well, yes, I actually am, but yeah.
no, it's a J ref. Never mind. I
No, I
butchered the
got you.
language.
I got
Okay,
you
so
when you
it's still
said that.
landed.
It
Okay,
still
okay, okay.
landed. It still landed. It's just,
Thank God. Thank God. I have a lot of insecurity because I'm nowhere near that. I'm in commerce. I was like, I'm not sure if I have the capabilities or like the qualifications to make this joke, but it did land. So that's nice.
Hey, I mean,
Yeah.
when you've been around in the system for long enough, there are just some jokes between institutes that you pick up, regardless of where you are. So
Yeah.
yeah, I can't blame you for trying that one. Points for that. But as far as the match goes, we are actually getting the players into the lobby, folks. Don't worry, we'll be back with the match in just a short while. And once we are, we'll be going back into Villa ASAP. It'll take a quick
Mhm.
second, of course. Again, like we said, infrastructural issues and so on and so forth, they hinder a lot of things when it comes to starting the game, joining the lobby, this and that. We're just the messengers here, folks. We're just letting you know what's going on when it comes to a match like this, because we know there's a lot of folks out there who are fans of both of these teams and want to see them succeed. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it can be frustrating to see big gaps in the action like this. Don't get me wrong, for us it's pretty annoying because it's like, oh, we were just in the flow of something. Like, take this one right now. It's a 5-0. We're getting me and CC, we were getting into the flow. We've got a rhythm going, and now we're here. Big break. How long has it even been by now? Like 15 minutes at a minimum.
10?
Eh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
10 is minimum, 15 at like.
10
Okay.
minutes.
Yeah.
Production just confirmed for us. So 10 minutes now going. So it's annoying for everyone involved. And it's annoying for the players as well because they now want
Yeah.
to going again, but they got to get the players back in. They got to get the match history ready and this and that. It's a whole thing. Combine that with the fact that we live in South Asia and you have a recipe that can never really lead to completely satisfactory results, as it were. Some matches, most matches, in fact, are really great, and we get to see some really good siege played here, good esports played. But then you also have nights like this, as it were, where it's just two faces on your screens yammering away.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for me, it's kind of like the situation where, in life, like a lot of people go by this theory that there isn't really any happiness without sadness. So
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
kind of like that. There's never amazing set of matches without having so much of the downtime because that's what makes those matches so amazing as well. And honestly, for me, speaking personally, it's a very recent example, but my mind just always goes back to Hunter's LFO against Shaheen's in the first
Mm.
qualifier. Well,
Hmm.
a best of three lasting what 5 hours, and Blackjack it was the both of us
Oh
as
yeah,
well casting
yep,
it.
yep,
So
yep.
yeah, as casters, we know how long it was. We know how tiresome it was. I can only imagine what the players must be going through. We're just talking here. They're in the server yelling and playing and whatnot. But still, I think about that match, and now I think about the great moments that happened as well. And the downtime isn't really there in my mind. It's what made those moments great, and the downtime definitely played a role in that. The long breaks that we had, the rivalries going on between the players as well. I still, as clear as day, remember Rhymes with Bucks 1 versus 2, 1 HP,
Oh
Monty
yes.
clutch. Oh, again. But yeah, again, this goes to show that I remember all that stuff. And again, the downtime definitely played a role. So even right here, I can still think of what has happened on Villa. And my mind already tells me that think about Oregon. What takes place there? Because, okay, let's take the hypothetical that no such issues occur, no such, disconnections, four versus fives. In that sense, it's a near perfect match. How exactly is it going to be proceeding? Because Shaheen's, I think they have realized and they have definitely communicated themselves that, boys, enough is enough. We have to move forward. We can't let Phalanx get so many rounds on board. We can't let them get the entire cake basically without giving us even a slice. We have to fight back for our territory. We have to fight back for our playstyle. And they will be looking to put an end to that on Oregon. And it makes me wonder that Shaheens, are they going to go off like firing off on all cylinders as soon as it starts? Be it attack, be it defense, just being in your face and not stopping at anything. Kind of like portraying that blitz rush in their own composition without a blitz, just hitting
Mm.
opponents as heavy as you can, or are they still going to take things methodically and try and pick Phalanx bit by bit and try and pick them apart. What is the strategy Shaheens will be looking to apply right now? Because I think everyone can agree they are at the back foot. They need to get that momentum and lunge back up. But Phalanx as well, they're not looking to give that opportunity. So I'd love to have your 2 cents on what you think may happen on Oregon, Blackchuck.
When it comes to Oregon, I feel like Phalanx. Well, excuse me. I actually have to check which team is attacking first. I remembered it just a second ago,
It is
and
Phalanx on
it is
attack.
Phalanx on attack. All right, Shane's on the defense. So, depending on how this first map goes, which Villa looking like is going to be a Phalanx win, but again, I reserve judgment until we actually get to that final screen. Because you never know at the end of the day. But should it be a 1-0 to Phalanx and Phalanx are on the attack, I feel like we might see an attempted rush from them in at least one round, maybe 2 rounds, depending on how far they space it out. Like round one, you go for a rush. If it's successful, hold on to it all the way until round six. And if it's the same site or a site that's very rushable, think like basement, right? Rush through blue or tower stairs,
Yeah.
something like that. Or if it's a top floor, you're looking at a window rush or an attic rush, very, very quick, as it were. So that. Those could happen. I definitely see Phalanx trying a rush, maybe even Shaheen's a Monty rush or a Blitz rush, as it were. They're not, shy of going for that. But as
Yeah.
you see on your screens, folks, we are back with the match, and it is Shaheen's versus Phalanx on Villa. We're still on Villa. I know it's been a while, but it's 0-5. Phalanx are currently on the lead, a heavy lead at that. And they're looking to make it 6-0 as they go to first floor dining and kitchen.
All right, Caesar's back on the Iana, almost as if he never left, but definitely, um, him going away left a major impact on the side of Shaheens. Again, they've lost out on those rounds. They had to play that 4 versus 5, and now he's back. He's in it, and Phalanx, they've got to make sure they try and end this as soon as possible. Shaheens, they have this one round. And I wouldn't call this one attacking round a luxury. Rather, I would call it just this like do or die scenario where honestly, Shaheens need to get a 1-5 score. Basically, because otherwise the problem will be that Phalanx will have, like
Attackers need to
6 rounds
locate and
on
defuse
board,
as
just a
many bombs
single
as they
away from
can.
victory, and they'll have 6 more rounds of opportunities to try and get that final. It's going to be, a very, very advantageous situation, but from the looks of it, Shaheens are ready. And yeah, Phalanx going back to their, usual objective rotation. They don't want to change anything. They went Aviator, Statuary Trophy, now back to Dining Kitchen. Exactly what you were saying, Jack, that most teams, they don't want to think about living room and library. They don't want to take the risk, essentially. If something is working for Phalanx, and definitely their defenses have been working for the past 5 rounds, they don't want to change anything. And you can't really fault them for that. As a matter of fact, it's perfectly fine what they're doing. It's on to Shaheens who have to change things. They are playing very much for kills. No one is taking that away from them. You've got Boku on the Ash, you've got Caesar on the Iano, still Goffy Doctor. Again, everyone wants to frag out of their minds. They just have to be in the correct positions because they have won a lot of these gunfights being fearless. For Shaheens, the only thing is map control and map denial by Phalanx has always been this big factor. And Phalanx right now going for this horizontal extension, castle barricades towards piano and whatnot, not really focusing a lot on the vertical. Meanwhile, Shaheens as well, not really focusing on vertical gameplay. They want to attack laterally. So we are seeing two different methods of attack, two different methods of defense. And still, so far, no bodies have been dropped. As soon as I say that, Caesar gets the opener. Hussein, no clue in the world where the Iano was, and now his soul is taken away. So the attackers with a 1-man advantage.
Right back into it for Caesar right there. And a good kill at that, too. That is your Thunderbird off the board. And, that gun is pretty powerful. The spear that the Thunderbird carries around with the Berry 9-0 is a very powerful kit. Gone. And that too, it's a Sane off the board as well. So a pretty good kill overall for the Shaheens and a good way to start things off post Rios. But you have the Pulse giving away so much intel to the defenders as to where these attackers close to the site are. One by the laundry door, the other by the other side of kitchen. But Gabba Dadasi is actually going to find one, and a big one as well. Boku down. And that is your Ash taken care of. Grenade going away, but Sherry finds another. Oh, that's Doctor, though. The Twitch is gone, and Sherry actually pushed up for that kill outside of Laundry. Guy with that Audacity with another. That's Astel down, and now it's a 2v4. Shaheen's once again on the back foot.
Yep. Diffuser's not with them. The attackers, well, their positions are known. They're trying to engage in these gunfights, but it's going to be difficult winning them. But Toffee makes it look like a piece of cake. Caesar only amplifies that as he goes into the bomb site, looking for frags. Devastating now. Close quarter combat, but again, the SMG-11 doesn't work. Rather, it's the AK-12 launching that assault. And now, in an instant, guy with Audacity left all by himself. Now, he can push into the bomb site. The good thing is, he has the element of surprise, but Shaheen's there looking for where this final defender is. They haven't found the final defender. Doesn't mean that they are not going to pay any attention. 27 seconds on the clock. The Melusi has an amazing chance to strike these attackers while they're individually out there. And yeah, that's exactly what guy with Audacity does. He gets one, but no! Denied by Caesar and Shaheens. They take their first.
It took a while, but they finally got there. The Shaheens have put a round on board, and this could be the start of something big. They are now defense on Villa, and Villa, being the defender side of map that it is going to lend itself very well to the Shaheens on the defense. Phalanx, on the other hand, they'll still be all right with losing that one round. It came so close. Even then, looking at it, although it shouldn't have, all things considered, it was a 4v2 that they just lost, mind. It was a 2v4 clutch right there for the Shaheen. So there's definitely something that needs to be said about that, as now Phalanx go onto the attack. Now, here's the thing. Something that we've noted about Phalanx, Team Phalanx, that is that they are a bit clunky with the end of their rounds. They lose bodies, they kind of lose their positions, they lose their footing a little bit, get a little bit antsy, as it were. We've seen it on multiple rounds where, we've had the sort of use cases for it, right? And now, in that last round, we probably have the clearest example of it. It was a 2v4, and Shaheens, they played well for the round to go their way, Goffy and their teammate, but at the same time, Phalanx were peaking a lot, which ended up, resulting in those bodies going down. Had they held their positions and played for time, they probably would have walked away with a 6-0, and nobody could have faulted them for it. But since they didn't, since they decided to go for that style of play, hyper-aggressive, a little bit, getting ahead of themselves and all that stuff, they ended up losing the round, and now they'll have to keep that in mind, because if they make those mistakes on the attack, Villa is already unforgiving to attackers as it is. But those kinds of mistakes on the attack, oh boy, it's going to be tough to win rounds in that case.
Absolutely. For attackers, it's going to be tough, but this time the attackers... Oh, it's a spawn peak. I think it was a spawn
Yeah,
peak.
it was. Yeah.
Okay, so Boku gets punished for it again. Lesson learned to any casual players out there. Don't spawn peak, ever.
Tell that to the Dark Mains in my unranked games.
Should tell that to myself, honestly. But, maybe it's me. Maybe it's me.
Alright then.
We do have our fun here, but still, for Shaheens, not the best of starts. They definitely aren't having fun already in the predicament that they are, being off by 4 rounds, and now they've got 4 members alive. Phalanx, they are like quite spread apart, Hussein on the knob doing the perfect job. Caesar, though, from Shaheen, spots the bunch of the attackers pushing in near Astronomy, shuts down one, gets lit up heavily and has to retreat, got no other choice. So Shaheens, they're trying to maintain this front line of the defense. They're trying to be in the face, not necessarily like be very aggressive over the members of Team Phalanx, but they're not going to let them move very, very easily or move into the building very, very easily. And look at that. They've wasted a lot of time. Phalanx, minute and 30 seconds on the clock, 4 versus 4. They haven't even been near the classical corridors. No breaches have taken place. So definitely Shaheen have done their first objective nicely of wasting their time. Now it's about survival. And the Azami, Blades, they're doing an excellent job of delaying the attackers even further, but they've got this wild card, which is Hussein, moving up from red stairs silently. Not so silent right now, but still can be an enigma that Shaheens may have to fear as we near the final 60 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that Nook is definitely going to be something they need to watch out for. They'll know that they have a Nook because of the, kill onto Boku, who was spawn peeking earlier. So they know that there's a Nook in play. They have to just watch out for where the entry might be from. And here's the thing. Where does the Nook go in from? Where does Hussein, as the Nook, make their entry? They can't exactly go study balcony because that's obviously a huge sound cue that, hey, somebody's pushing study. And even going main stairs with the barbed wires and whatnot there, their position will be given away. C4 comes out, but, the ace is more than safe for the matter. Goffy goes down in the meanwhile. That's big. Hercules taking that kill. But here's the thing, though. 20 seconds. That's all that remains. There is now a Zofia on study balcony, and Hussein creating the line of sight thanks to the ace armor breach on Vault. You have the Zofia coming in, and you have the Grey going out. Beautifully done. That finds Caesar. Now they need to just find one more, and yes, they do! From the cross, Sherry and Hussein watching from study balcony and from the Vault breach, finding multiple bodies at the same time, along with the grenade, beautifully tossed as well, is going to give Phalanx map point.
And Phalanx right now, this is it. They can almost taste victory here, and almost like a complete washout of Shaheen's as well. 7-1, 7-2. It's going to be an extreme score. Definitely put Shaheen's in the not the easiest of like mental states, knowing how badly they've lost on Villa and on Oregon. It's not going to be an easy fight as well. If Phalanx can end this map quickly, and by quickly I mean either in this round or the next two rounds at max, a lot of that momentum and almost all of that confidence will 100% carry on forward into the map of Oregon. There will be no denying that. So, yeah, Phalanx just have to make sure they don't give that opportunity. They don't give that beacon of hope to the members of Shaheen, Be as brutal, be as lethal as possible. Choke them out of any hope. But still, Shaheens, we know they are great fighters. We know that the kind of teams they have fought as well, been very close. So it's going to be difficult to do just that. It's going to be difficult to shut down Shaheens without having problems push your way as well. But still, the teams, they have to do it nonetheless. So, yeah, for the time being, the defenders on side of Shaheens, they're just in the bomb side, finishing up all of their early round assessments, setting things up, having their utility. We can see they're bringing out the Thunderbird again. Azami is there. Vamai, Smoke Mute. Yeah, again, it's very, very standard. No castle being brought on, unlike what Phalanx were doing in their own defense. But again, Phalanx definitely have a couple of their own strategies on Villa. That's what we have seen. They have their setups. They don't need necessarily like a Mira or anything like that. So it's given why Phalanx would bring out that castle early on in their own defensive halves on different bomb sites. Shaheens, on the other hand, they're ready for it. They're playing by the books. They don't want to change anything. They don't want to take any risk because they're already in such a desperate situation to get those rounds with their opponents being on match point. So all they need are those kills.
Absolutely. The kills are what will end up deciding whether or not the round goes their way. Is the first blood, the second kill, who gets the first trades in, and who keeps the man count advantage for longer. Phalanx knows this, Shaheens as well. Oh, no! That's a big double C4. A little bit of a stack up on Astro Window, and that's going to be Hussein and Guy with Audacity off the board. Seeing the Thunderbird right now, Devastating will take the refrag, but that's the thing. It's 2 for the price of 1 right now. Sherry could not come up quicker as the Nook. They are, of course, just traversing through the map. No need to take care of the cams and give away the fact that somebody's down below, but they're going to do it anyway because there might be a time where any other attacker needs to make a play. Oh, this could be big. This could be big. Grenade from below, and yes, it does find Astel. And now suddenly 3v3. Well played by Phalanx to equalize the situation, as that is your smoke. Astel gone. Goffy finds Devastating, though. That's another huge blow dealt. Devastating blow, some would say. But there goes the Wamai. Goffy the refrag. And Hercules. Oh, Doctor and Hercules, I think. A trade right there, leaving Sherry in a 1v2 position given away. Yup, that wasn't quite expecting Boga to peek out from the door of Astro to D room, that is. And with that, the Shaheens a little bit messily, but still will put another round on board for themselves, push out to round 9, make it to 6. They're still fighting to try and at least bring Villa back to whatever extent they can, but they're going to
Mhm.
Aviator Games Room. And as we saw AVG, there's, Phalanx did pretty well, as it were,
Yeah.
in the last round.
Yeah, even on a time pressure, Phalanx did relatively well, getting the wall breach, pushing into the bomb site, getting those kills. So, the one thing both of these teams have to learn from Villa is that no matter what kind of situation you are in a specific round, and even if you are in a major advantage, expect some blowback, expect some sort of retaliation
Attackers need to
from your
locate and
opposition and
defuse bombs.
expect your team's bodies to drop as well, because we just saw that from Phalanx. Like you said, Jack, they were down 3 versus 5, but they still made that comeback. They still got 2 kills without any trades whatsoever, and they got into that 3 versus 3 scenario. Still, obviously, this succumbed to the side of Shaheen's. They end up losing the round, but yeah, the one thing is both these teams have got to realize that flawless rounds or like very, very done and dusted rounds are few and far between. There aren't going to be a lot of them early on. There aren't going
10
to be a
seconds
lot
remaining.
of them consecutively. It's just
5 seconds left.
sprinkled here and there, really, quite rare. So I think if there's one lesson they
Attackers are
can learn
moving out
heading
to
into
locate a
Oregon
bomb and
is
defuse
that
it.
every single time be spotless, be paying attention to what's happening in the round, what's happening in the server. Don't get complacent. Even if you have the advantage, it will be snatched away from you. Not even it can be, it will probably be snatched away from your hands if you're not careful about it. But still, round number 9 is here. Shaheen, again, extension vertically towards trophy and statuary. We're seeing those studio gates as well from Rooney, reinforcements, and yeah, same strategy, same theory, basically, from the side of Shaheen. They aren't looking for those spawn peaks, they aren't looking to tackle the attackers really head on, but they are not going to allow, they're not willing to
Bomb
allow the
located by
attackers to push
attackers.
up very easily as well. And Phalanx will 100% have to fight their way into the map.
And that fight, of course, Shaheen's intends to make it a hard one. Astel, how did they survive peeking out like that? But in the meanwhile, we have... Oh, never mind. They're going to go down. Yep, there we go. Hussein from the back gets a couple and a down onto Sherry. That's a C4 from below, as there's somebody on Astro stairs. But there we go. The Nomad is... the Nomad air jabs go off, which means whoever's on Astro will not quite be able to get the kill, but Doctor with the C4 this time does find Sherry, so down, picked up, and gone again. The C4s just seem to be magnetizing towards the Iana right about now. Still, good kill nonetheless, makes it a 4v3, a much better, more manageable situation for the Shaheens right now. As we have, in just a second here, no, actually, it's a bit of a pause from both teams. They're going to, just wait and see what the other is going to do here. Some shots will be fired. Some crosses are being watched. Boku on the door to landing does see the Iana. That was not the Iana, excuse me, one of the operators from the attack. Sees the other one. Ooh, can't quite get the shot, though. Neither could Guy with Audacity right there. Vault breach is being set up, and it will be done. So Phalanx has roughly the same setup that they did in the last round. Oh. Well, good shot by Boku. And a second beautiful shot as well. That's going to be 2 big drops right there. As it's all now down to Hussein and Guy with Audacity. Shotgun's going to find one from Boku, but not quite the final kill. As, the LMG of the Zophib will be more than happy to shut that down. Hussein now caught in a bit of an unfortunate situation. 1v2. Sending out the concussions, seeing full well where one is, but can't quite get Doctor. There are Captain Charles, but not on the door, apparently, into sight, as he's just pre-firing away, but can't get the kills. Doctor will shut Hussein down, and Shaheens are mounting a bit of a comeback, methinks. They've won 2 rounds in a row now. It's 3-6.
Exactly, I mentioned it a couple of rounds ago that Phalanx, they need to shut this map down. They need to end it as soon as possible. They cannot give the beacon of hope to the side of Shaheens, but Shaheens aren't looking for a beacon of hope. They're making one. They are finding and fighting their way out of whatever Phalanx are throwing to their side. They're scrapping away, but definitely they are winning so many of these duels. And well, the results speak for themselves. Past 2 rounds, like you highlighted, Jack, going the way of Shaheens. They have to go to the tertiary bomb site now. But the thing is, if they win out on kitchen and dining, they can go back to their safe haven. Statuary and trophy will be available once more. So Shaheen's, it's not that far-fetched of an idea for them
Defenders,
to
protect your
try and
bombs from
take the
being
win
defused by
now, or at
attackers.
least push it into overtime. It's not very far-fetched, just a little bit stretched. It's still not completely within their grasp. Phalanx can end this game preliminarily at any moment they want. It can be this round as well. It's just a matter of Phalanx have to be capable enough of doing it, and they definitely are capable enough, but they have to prove it, and they need to take their seventh. Now, once more, not choosing a sledge just yet. Rather, the guy with audacity going for an Amaru. Is that going to be his final pick? Okay. I guess he's looking to surprise the members of Shaheen's. But yeah, not
seconds
having the
remaining.
sledge, interesting. I presume either Hussein or Devastating will be bringing
Attackers'
those
objective is to
breaching
locate a
charges
bomb
as
and
the.
defuse it.
Wait, are Phalanx not looking for vertical control at all? Because
That
I'm not seeing breaching charges. I'm not seeing the hard breach gadget as well on Amaru. Rather the flashbangs, no sledge, no buck. Yeah, okay. Looks like Phalanx are going for a vertical. Sorry, a horizontal take.
okay then. That is certainly
Yeah.
quite interesting. But Guy with Audacity is going up to the second floor on the study balcony. Excuse me, right there. And understandably so, Caesar is in fact playing towards the mainstay side. So, you know, there's there's definitely precedent for the Amaru to be up here, but Caesar's actually going to fall back, throw out a pest as well to make sure any drones that follow will be caught and taken away. Intel being drained from the attackers. That's what Mozzie is very, very good for. And Caesar, on the other hand, is just looking to waste time, on the second floor. Not even about, excuse me. It's not even about taking a couple of kills here. It's just wasting time. That's what he's. That's why he's that far away from the site. Meanwhile, the Legion's position is given away. Will be given to Hercules, who'll know that the push-up is there and punish accordingly. Astel once again off the board. Bit of a quiet few rounds for Astel in the post rehos, but Hercules finds another. That's Doctor as well. Big drop, and now Shaheen's truly are in a bit of a spot of a bother.
Yeah. They still have their top fragger right now. Caesar, the person who had disconnected, now he has been swinging back in full force now. He can very easily get those kills. He's already gotten 6 of them. Once the rehost had happened, he's on the hunt for more. Question is, Phalanx, what is their strategy?
Attackers
They
have
know they
located a
have the
bomb.
advantage. That's why they're playing passively. They want to save all of their resources until the very end, until they know they're ready to execute onto the bomb side. But they
Bomb
still are
located by
looking for more of that
attackers.
map control. And I think information is going to be a major factor as well. There is no shortage of information, mind you. They still have 5 of their drones surviving. We are seeing live droning take place as well. They're just looking to find those defenders right now and get rid of at least one more to get like a 5 versus 2 scenario. But Shaheen, after the initial losses, they are not picking the angles, and the ones that they are making sure that they win. As Boku starts off on the retaliating front against the members of Team Phalanx. So that's Guy with Audacity gone. In the bomb side already, we are seeing C4s being tossed. Hercules with another. That's his third in the round. The diffuser is going to go down. It's all down to the mute. He got the opening kill. He needs more, but he won't get it. Team Phalanx, they secure round number 10, and they secure the map of Villa 7-3.
All right. Well, looks like the most that Phalanx would have been willing to allow for Shaheen's has happened in that it is a 7-3. A win for
Yeah.
Phalanx against the Shaheens on their map and plenty of momentum to carry over going into Oregon is a good thing for the Shaheens. And a relatively quick map one, rehost notwithstanding, means that they'll be able to keep their energy for longer. Very important things in these BO3s is momentum, stamina, energy, all of that stuff is important, and Phalanx, of course, will be able to take a lot of advantage of that. Shaheens, in the meanwhile, they will be, of course, a little bit down that they had to play 4v5 for. What was it, 4 rounds in the middle there? Very unfortunate for them. I
Yeah.
feel for them in that situation. But still, it is what it is. Let's go into the highlights, talk a little bit more about what happened on Villa, and then we'll go into the scoreboard and the usual stuff that we talk about. And all things considered, and the issues notwithstanding, I feel like the way round one itself started, right, with Hercules and Sherry bringing back a very good. No, excuse me, this isn't round one that we were watching, but we're talking about round one in general. Hercules. Had a pretty good outing, in the pre-rehost time and even in post-rehost. I think in the last round it was them playing the ace was getting kills left and right, and then this round on trophy statuary, Sherry gets one, and then suddenly from the other side you have like the teammates just getting kills again, and the shotgun push out, seeing the flashbang come in, good stuff overall. And Guy Without Destiny nearly brought this 1v2 home for Phalanx. In fact, if you were to tell me that had they did right, they would have won the map, I honestly would have believed you. Like there was a very
Uh,
real chance for a while that a 7-0 would have happened, but it was denied. And Shaheens did take a couple rounds back. Good on them, but they need to focus on Oregon now, and they need to bring themselves up for that map.
Absolutely. Now, Shaheen's, it's best to, forget what has happened and just focus forward. Oregon start thinking about Clubhouse as well. That in their heads, I mean, obviously they should be thinking about Clubhouse, trying to push it into a decider and taking the win. Because honestly, again, for anyone who is not completely up to speed with the stakes that are involved, both of these teams, the winner will be moving on forward into the playoffs of the summer edition of the Pro Series. And the thing is, Shaheen's and Phalanx, both of these teams have had South Asian national points. Phalanx, they have I think they have 1 point, and Shaheen's they have two South Asian national points. But whichever team loses out this best of three, they will be missing out on the summer edition. They will be getting no South Asian national points whatsoever, meaning that their opponents they'll be getting a lot more, and they definitely don't want that. But having a look at the scoreboard as well, it's not just about the South Asian national points, it's also about the in-game points and in-game kills and statistics that have been working out for the side of Team Phalanx. Look at that, Sherry, 11 kills, 5 deaths, 90% cost. That is just amazing numbers right there. 90% higher than anyone in the server. And overall, just an outstanding, valuable performance. And yeah, I gotta say, on side of Shaheen's as well, everyone giving their best. Boku getting 9 kills. Also, Jack, you had mentioned Estelle having quite a day. Caesar still,
Hmm.
didn't play almost like 3-4 rounds. Still good performance. So it's not like Shaheen's they didn't put in the effort. They absolutely did. It was just that Team Phalanx, they were looking a lot more confident than Shaheen's were.
Yeah, no, I gotta say, Phalanx definitely in a lot of these rounds just looked a lot better overall. And, Shaheen's again being forced into the 4v5, definitely not the best situation for them, but they'll simply have to move on, go into Oregon with a fresh mind and a fresh start, and think of it as like a BO1. And then, if they're able to win Oregon, then Clubhouse, the glorified best of one, decider map, is going to be a very exciting game indeed. Oregon's going to be pretty exciting in and of itself, folks. So we hope you're ready for that. But for now, Villa 7-3 to start it off. Yeah, very good stuff for the Phalanx. Now, if you're wondering, we
Mhm.
usually take a break around this time, but we're not going to this time around. We're going to be going straight into map number 2. The players are already ready, and we are ready. So, why take a break and pause the action for an extended period of time, as it were? So, let's go in just a short second here into Oregon map number 2. And man, oh man, this is going to be a very interesting map, especially for the Shaheens. It is going to be intense, folks. So let's go on to Oregon. Shaheens defense, Phalanx attack, map number 2.
All right, I'm ready with it. Already jumping in. And now starting with the operator ban phase as well. Honestly, Jack, I don't think there'll be major changes. The operators we saw taking off the board earlier with Thatcher, Cade, Finca, Valkyrie. And if I'm being honest, all four of those could be banned again. And I wouldn't have a doubt. Already, Thatcher is gone. I wouldn't be surprised if Finca is the next operator to leave. But failing banning Finca, I don't think that'll necessarily happen. They may go for a hard breacher ban. They may go for like an ace or a Hibana ban, but then again, they're the ones on attack first. So let's wait for exactly what the ban is going to be. It's going to be Flores. All right, another band that makes sense, an Oregon classic. And overall, yeah, the one trend, honestly, I've noticed in the summer edition of the Pro Series in South Asia is that in the operator band phase, we hardly see a lot of like dedicated bands or very, very specialized bands. It's been the general trend, and it's not anything negative. It's just something I have noticed. Mira is off the board, and yeah, these are just the Oregon classics. So, the final operator, is it going to be an anti-breacher or will it be Valkyrie? I'll be taken off the board. That's the decision Shaheens have to make. But very, very soon, we'll be jumping in to the action.
That we will be. Very little break right here between the maps as well. Both the players, both the teams really want this to be done and dusted. And, you know, for the Shaheens to be done and dusted means to take map 2 and go into 3 as soon as possible. Right now, the final ban, of course, Valkyrie, once again, very standard, very standard ban for the map. And with that, the bans have been taken care of. I mean, like you said, CCV, no real surprises in the ban phase when it comes to South Asia. It is Thatcher, Flores, Mira, and Valkyrie. And with that, we're going to be moving into the rounds nice and quickly. Round 1 on basement, laundry, and supply room with Shaheen starting off on the defense. Okay, I think we might have lost CCV for a
Attackers need
second
to
there.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I think you're back, CCV. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yes,
I'm sorry,
okay,
just,
okay.
Like, I don't know what happened to my internet. It went for 1 second. I couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
Couldn't hear anything. But all right, I'm back. So yeah, round number 1 is going to be Phalanx on attack, and as for the side of Shaheen's right now, all right, what is exactly their composition looking like? They've got Smoke, they've got Mute, Alibi, Jaeger Vamai. So Jaeger Vamai combo, of course, you're defending, you know, basement laundry. You need that like utility destruction on the side of the attackers. You need to get rid of their flashbangs, their frag grenades, their breaching rounds, concussions, whatever. Jaeger Vamai going to be a constant smoke
Attackers are
seam.
moving out to
Only
locate
thing
a
is,
bomb and
Doctor
defuse
on
it.
the Alibi, not the most common pick. You know, usually you can spot a Melusi as well, but it's not the
Attackers have
end of
dropped
the
the
board.
bomb
Really
diffuser.
isn't. Doctor
Attackers
wants to
recovered the
be
bomb
the
diffuser.
rumor, and Alibi, again, a great operator. Definitely recommended. She's got a secondary shotgun, the bulletproof shield, main rifle, sorry, not the rifle, the SMG, a high fire rate. I definitely prefer it in my quick matches. So yeah, Doctor will be fulfilling that roamer role, and overall, Shaheens have got the, you know, well-rounded like defensive composition. Don't have any differences. They want to take those gunfights, and again, they want to go up against the members of Team Phalanx head on. Now, the attackers, what is their plan? They are spread out all over the map. They're not really looking for bunker control, which really surprises me. Rather, their drones are droning out and scanning the entirety of the first floor, getting any information whatsoever if there is a defender roaming above them or near them, but there isn't. Shaheens are playing extremely turtle-like. Phalanx are just waiting on map control, and right now for the next 30 seconds or so, we will have plenty of downtime while the attackers and the defenders figure out exactly what the plan is, and only then are we going to see some gunfights taking place. The hatches will be breached as well, and only then can we move forward. But yeah, this is just slowly and steadily the teams moving on forward, and really not a lot happening.
For the time being, let's see exactly how Phalanx approached this. Interesting that they got the Ying, you know, all things considered. They've also got the secondary hard breaches, so the Maverick can rest the blowtorch for a little bit, as they seem to want to go down the meeting hatch. Twitch Drone's going to go down from Hussein, try to take care of any and all utility, sees the Alibi, at least shoots out the meat jammer before the drone itself was shot out. Sends the second drone in, Alibi hasn't seen it, which means that Hussein can go out and find some more pieces. Sees the disc, sees the gem, sees the Prisma, takes it out, and that's a pretty good setup, all things considered, that they have like so much utility taken out inside of the laundry supply, inside of boiler room. But the problem is the operators are still there. As Doctor's going to take a bit of damage right there. Grenade coming his way. Still alive, mind you. Flashed out of his mind. That's the Candelas coming in. But is the drop coming in? Yes, it is. But is it a little bit late? Might just be. And Hussein's going to find one. Find two. Hercules finds one as well. 5v2 now. Goffy barely escaping with his life. Astel still on blue elbow, trying to find a kill or two. There's Zofia in front, and Astel's the last one standing. Finds two of their own. Shotgun might come out soon. Not quite. SMG-11 in hands. Gets the down on a third. Wait a minute here. Devastating is going to go for the plant. Better late than never, as Hussein is so low on HP. Watching through Freezer. This angle should be peaked. Yes, the position given away. Oh, dear me. This is big. Quad kill for Astel. Oh, boy. Devastating. You need to win this one for your team, as the gas grenade will go out from the smoke. That's a bit of cover for the approach. Needs to go for the counter defuse, but he's still trying to find where this Maverick could be. Well played by Devastating, knowing full well that the first sound will be a bait. Waited until they heard the second, maybe even the third tick, depending on how far they were willing to push it, until they would go swing for the smoke. My goodness, Astel nearly brought it back. That was nearly an ace clutch. However, Phalanx still winning it out, getting round one on their boards. And Shaheen's, while they'll be happy with Astel's overall performance, they won't be happy with their as a team. So they're going to change things up now. And look at that, Doctor's bringing in the Warden. Immediate change. They're expecting the Ying. Depends on whether or not the side of Phalanx want to bring the Ying in.
Yeah, Phalanx right now, they may bring the Ying, or they may just start looking for kills without a lot of those Candelas. But we are seeing Shaheens. We need to see a difference like in the setup of Shaheens as well. They can't be completely playing like a total like setup. They need just the tiniest amount of presence on the second or first floor. I think that should be one of their takeaways. You know, seeing how Phalanx were attacking, how they were droning out everything, it will be beneficial for the defenders if they can waste the time of the attackers on the first floor with still relative safety. As a roamer, relative safety. You know, you have to stay safe. You cannot engage in those gunfights. You've got to make sure that you move away and you retreat as soon as possible if there is imminent danger lurking around. But for the side of Shaheens right now, you know, they are not going to think too much about imminent danger. They're just focusing on their own setup. Now that they're done with it, finally, they can shift their focus on the attackers as well. Speaking of the attackers, Phalanx, same thing. Roam clear, it is. Boku is on the roam. That is good. Playing by the white hallway, and he is going up the white stairs as well. Oh, Sherry! He goes on the drone. Does Boku spot the Ying?
Oh boy!
Oh boy! Sherry fires.
Come on!
Oh, Boku's sad.
My heart can't take much more of this. One of you kill each other. Okay, I guess we're not. Fine. Boku's just sitting there inside of attic, completely unharmed. Shots fired by Hussein, unknowing of where the position of the Mozzie is. Once again, trying for it. You gotta see him soon. Okay, guy without ass is gonna come in and finish off the kill. My goodness! What was that?
3 players for 1.
I know, right? Oof. Alright, well, the first kill does happen. Boku is off the board. Not exactly the best first 2 rounds for that Mozzie right there, but a bit of time wasted, mind. It's a minute 30, and unlike the last round where Phalanx already had hatches open, they were already trying to come down freezer / tower stairs. This time, they are yet to do any of those things. So, Boku still did take a considerable amount of time off from the Phalanx attack. Now, the Phalanx, however, depends on how, depends on how far they can push this next bit of the round.
Alright, so yeah, you know, of this round they're trying to push limits. Again, Shaheen still in the bomb side. They may not have the man advantage, but they still have something equally valuable. That is time working in their favor. But there is Shay. 4 Ying Candelas. Doctor as the Warden's there. And Phalanx are looking to drop down the hatches. Guy with Audacity goes from bunker. He can be the linchpin. He can be the instigator. The team needs. Meanwhile, the Warden takes down one with the MPX. Phalanx, they are on the brink of the execution. That's 1 Candela. Another. They are going to drop down. They're waiting for no one. The grenade lands. That's the Doctor now gone. Devastating looking for another. No, he gets shut down by Caesar, who gets his double alongside the diffuser that's been dropped over into the bomb site. The Twitch infiltrates and the Twitch secures the round. The second also favoring the attackers after all the hardships they went through.
All right. I will say though, in this round, this that little infiltration from the Twitch coming down the main
Mhm.
stairs, absolutely necessary. Had that not happened,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Phalanx would have lost the round because Shaheens were completely locked in on Boiler Room. Right, they're actually playing it outside in on the hatch drop through the blue entry. Very smart idea right there. But unfortunately for them, Phalanx had already thought of that possibility and sent the Twitch to come down the other way. And credit where credit is due, it worked. And Shaheen's as well, they had a very good idea of what they were expecting. Is just that
Attackers need to
one
locate and
extra
defuse
play
bombs.
right there, something that they weren't quite thinking that Phalanx would do was, leave themselves one person short to have somebody coming from the front. That because that's a long flank, right? They're starting their push at roughly 50 seconds in. So say the Twitch started 10 seconds ago, that's still probably going to be another 10 seconds before the Twitch can be very effective. And in those 10 seconds, the entire team could die jumping into a basement. So a bit of a risk taken, all things considered, but a risk that paid very high dividend. And that gave Phalanx the 2-0, starting off on Oregon. So Oregon attack first, mind you. So already, even if it becomes a 4-2 here, right, Shaheens will be going attack second. And Phalanx will be able to take a very good advantage of Oregon's defender-sided nature. Now, Oregon's not as defender-sided as Villa. Let's get that out of the way. It's actually much more closer to 50-50 if you ask me. But even then, there's a little bit of... It just tips a little bit towards the defenders. And on the second half, for Phalanx, that will be, I feel, very important.
Exactly. Phalanx, it will be important. Get those rounds in. This time. Oh, wait, was it a run out from Doctor?
It was, yeah.
From Small Dog. Got out, gets the drop onto the MVP of the previous round. So Hussein is gone, and this time Phalanx, yeah, they're going to have a lot more of a difference. And Mario pushing in is devastating. Wait a minute. He was just taking a stroll on the balcony. Was that from his side? Yeah, Shaheens are all over this map, and in a good sense. Phalanx, they're trying to find their footing, but unfortunately moving forward, it's not fruitful, shall I say. Guy with Audacity near Big Tower goes towards Dish, and again, yeah, Phalanx are trying to push in. They're looking for that map control, but they're being shut down because Shaheens just have so much information. The run out from Doctor, the second kill onto Devastating, even this one. Getting rid of Guy with Audacity. Yeah, the attackers are trying their best, but they have just no major opportunity to push in. Brilliant angle for Sherry, but still shut down. And it's all down to Hercules. That's the second. That's the third overall. Oh, wait. This may be just the first ace clutch we'll be witnessing in the match if he pulls it off.
We nearly had one a couple of rounds ago in the first round itself. And now in round number 3, there's a very good chance of one actually happening. Sending out a Selma Breach to try and get some lines of sight into Attic, knowing full well that there's going to be one there. Now the other Selma is going to go out on the bedroom wall. Goffy's going to hear these. One of them will be a line of sight, but the other is a vault, mind you. And Hercules has to be careful because knowing the Wamai, he might just decide that, you know what, this looks like a pretty nice vault. Vault through, that is. I might jump through and get a kill. But no, Hercules coming back around. This is the longer angle. It's being watched by 2 players right now. Didn't quite know exactly where Goffy was, and the Wamai will be the one to take the kill and give the round to the defense. Shaheens will put themselves on the board. It took a little bit of doing to get there, and even then, this round came a lot closer than they probably should have allowed it to, but they finally do win a round. 2-1, Phalanx are still in the early lead as we head back to Basement Laundry and Supply Room.
Again, Shaheen's not opting to go to a tertiary bomb site after they win. They don't want to go to kitchen dining, don't want to go to meeting and kitchen as well. So quite interesting that they're going back to laundry and supply. I mean, fair enough. The last time we saw them on this bomb site, they almost got the round. They had built the time pressure, but then the problem was that Hussein, he completely got the members of Shaheen's red-handed, and there was just unfortunately nothing they could have done about that. So the side of Shaheen's this time, a lot more, situational awareness has got to be there. Even though I get it, under time pressure, you forget about like 100% of the things happening. you get focused onto a specific part that you're looking for, maybe an angle or comms that your teammates are giving you. But still,
10 seconds to
gotta make
go.
sure that they have all the fronts covered. But it was a great strategy,
5 seconds to
having
go.
that Mozzie early on, having Boku roam around, that
Attackers
was really
must locate
beneficial
and
to
defuse the
Shaheen.
bomb.
Wasted so much time with the attackers, even though the Mozzie died at the end. But Phalanx, this time, are they going to fall for it again? There are plenty of roamers, you still have Boku, you still have Estelle on the first floor, destroying those drones. And this time, it's not going to be a very slow and methodical roam clear. Looks like Devastating wants to put things into his own hands and wants to take matters into his own hands as well as he pushes down with command through those white corridors, looking to close down the gap between himself and the defenders. But still, there is a lot more work to be done before we'll be seeing gunfights taking place. But no, gunfight takes place, and it's Guy with audacity in the middle of firing the rounds, fires away the life of Caesar. Jaeger gone in the first 45 seconds.
And that's a big one. You did still have, I believe it was Doctor playing the Aruni, trying to go for a peek from main stairs, and I believe there's still somebody on first floor. Yes, Astel is still here, and Boku is on second floor. So first, the basement site in and of itself doesn't really have too much protection, but that could be by design. Phalanx, Shaheens could very well be playing for a retake should the side of Phalanx decide to, just rush the site, get everybody inside, get the plant off, and play post. As in the meanwhile, Shaheen's a defender. The mute will be spotted, but there we go. Boku's going to find one. There's the Ying in and around the spot, and will get the refrag nice and quickly too. There's one more, and another. Sherry just firing away through the ceiling. Actually gets Doctor. Interesting. As so much of this action has happened away from the site, it's now a 2v3. Astel, did they hear the jump back in to the hallway? I don't think they did, but they're going to spot another attacker. That's Guy with Audacity, big one. They see another one. That's the Ying, knowing full well that the first one was to try and get some info on where the attacker, the defender was. Astel's going to fall back, tries to get the Ying, can't quite. Damage done, so they fall back. The same in the meanwhile. The barbed wire is giving away the position of the Zofia coming down the tower stairs. Sherry's still taking damage towards White now. And oh, the Wamai caught unawares. Hussein comes around the back, gets a kill. And that's going to leave Astel in a 1v2. We saw Astel nearly get an ace clutch. So this is still possible. As Hussein will take a bit of damage going through the Aruni laser gate. Shots will be fired any second. Now Astel's position is now given away. As the plant is going to go down all the way in laundry, main laundry. So Astel now has to peek every single angle. They don't know exactly where anyone is, but they find the Zofia. This is big. Sherry's still running around the side, and Astel comes in the door. Perfectly timed peek, and we'll get the 1v2. The alibi wins it out, and Shaheen's equalized 2-2.
Defender mission successful.
Once more, it is going to be the clutch. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Estelle gets his redemption. Pause has been called from the side of Team Phalanx. All right. One of their players has disconnected. Oh, all right. So hopefully there's a very quick reconnection. But overall, again, very hard fought round from both of the teams. It was a lot more back and forth. And honestly, one of the very few back and forth rounds that we have seen, like truly like one kill here, a trade, another there. But it works out for Shaheen's in the very end. Even though it was looking very desperate for Estelle, he still shines the brightest for his roster. So it is going to be an equalized score. We are nearing the end of we are nearing the end of the first half. We have the penultimate round in front of us. Very soon, we'll be going there. But the question is for the side of Shaheen's that will they have enough momentum to take the advantage? Because honestly, Jack, everything to me points towards a 3-3 half split. Like you have been saying, Oregon is not attacker, neither nor defender sided. It is 50-50. And this map so far is indicating towards that. But Shaheen's overall, in the context of things, they are down a map. They lost on Villa. They need to push it into a decider. And for the side of Phalanx, well, obviously they don't want to go on to Clubhouse. They want to end it here. So do Shaheens have enough potential, have enough momentum on their defense to win the next two rounds without major hassles? It is going to be difficult. I don't think they'll be able to do it because, again, like I said, it's going to be 3-3. Given the last round was won by the side of Phalanx, sorry, I'm so sorry. The last round was won by the side of Shaheen's in a 1 versus 2. It's going to be a lot more difficult, but obviously, Phalanx have their own issues as well. The player disconnection is there. We're just waiting on the fifth to return. But if they have to play a 4 versus 5, ooh, that's going to be another major problem.
Yeah, I mean, Shaheen's can tell you full well about what happens when you lose your fifth in the middle of the match. So, Phalanx definitely do not want that to happen to them right now. They're just waiting to see how quickly they can get the fifth back. Worst case scenario, at least for me, I feel like it's probably just like a game crash or something like that. It has been happening recently. And there you go. Speaking of which, Guy with Audacity has returned. And as soon as they pick their operator and give us the ready confirmation, we will go right back into the match, folks. So, no real issues coming in. Astel has confirmed the ready from the Shaheen's end. Now all that matters is Guy with Audacity giving us the ready confirmation. All right, Finca pick. And any second now. Once we get it, I mean, we're straight in, right? No issues with that. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess they're just making sure everything's set, making sure no other crashes happen. There we go. Hussein has given us the ready, so we're going back in, folks. Round number 5, first floor meeting hall and kitchen, the site from Shaheen's.
All right, so round number 5, it is. And now, yeah, I mean, they really don't have any other choice. They have to pick the tertiary bomb set. They go for meeting, like you said. I honestly have never been a fan of this bomb site. To me, kitchen and dining has been superior, but it may be because I used to love the impact nade strategy that used to be there for showers. I mean, just seeing teams, months and months ago, fight for the showers control as attackers and defenders. The Hibana using the ample of the pellets that her special gadget has. The defenders impact tricking. It used to be very fun. But kitchen meeting back then also, it wasn't the most optimal bomb site because the attack was all they wanted and all they did. Get attic control, get the hatch control, plant towards stage, play the post plant from towers. You didn't really have to fight for the entire map, like the entire bomb site even. Just get the diffuser down, and honestly, you have solved 90% of your problems. So that's why dining was a lot more dynamic, pun intended, because of the fact that they had they had so much versatility. You could play horizontally, you could play vertically from kid's bedroom as well. It had a lot more of those advantages for both attackers and defenders, but still, alright, kitchen and meeting it is. I can only sit and talk about it. It's the players who have to take the decision of choosing a bomb set, and Shaheen's, they definitely have made their decision. So, Phalanx from their side, yeah, as you always do on this bomb site, they are not looking for that kitchen control. They want to breach towards meeting. They want to get attic control, get the hatch in their get their hatch in their line of sight, and move on forward. We have seen at times teams attack from the main hall as well, all the way from that van entrance, and enter from there in these meeting takes, but that's not the route Phalanx are going for. They have taken a lot of those gunfights. Sherry is down to relatively low HP, but still, they're just looking for those breaches.
And that breach will come through thanks to the thermite. And we have the Osa shield set up as well. Oh, Guy with Audacity not quite ready for the fact that the alibi was going to peek right there and didn't quite get the shot off as a result. Setting up a claymore towards that breach as well, making sure it's not shootable from within that area. Hercules getting the reinforced wall out of the way as well. Gonna make sure that it is done quickly. Devastating shield remains, but devastating does not, excuse me, as the Osa will be taken care of. Good angle right there. Doctor gets that again. Seeing and aware of the fact that that angle exists. Even Guy with Audacity finds Aston on second floor in the meanwhile. Second floor coverage is now there. Hercules did see one. That is the Malusi just sort of fluttering in and out of the line of sight of that player. Now you have Guy with Audacity on the hatch above. You have Hercules trying for a push through to stage, and you have somebody on the tower stairs as well. So plenty of operators and opportunities still remaining But here's the thing, you still have to get these kills, and those are just not happening. Boku gets another as Hercules will shut down Caesar. One more shot. Yes, that's Boku on second floor. On the hatch, taken care of. But Dr. Shield is still here, completely uninterrupted, and the cross is being watched as well. Sherry doesn't really have much they can do in this situation, but suddenly, thanks to a kill from Goffy, Doctor is left in a 1v2. Flashbang's out, second flashbang out as well, but Sherry knows full well that's probably not going to work. Doesn't know where Doctor is yet. Oh dear, this could be big, and it is! Doctor's gonna get that kill and get the round as well. Flashed, but it does not matter as the round went the way of Shaheen's. Anyway, so it's now 3-2. Shaheens have taken the lead after a little while in the match, but they've put themselves on the lead for the first time in the match as well. Map 2, better late than never. Phalanx, now the onus is on them. Can they make it 3-3, go into defense with a fresh start? Or is it going to be a 4-2? Let's see as we move to Kids' Dorms in Dorsmain Hall.
It can be. It can be a 4-2 from the side of Shaheens. They definitely now have the momentum and the doubts that they were having within themselves, and the attack from Phalanx as well was there towards basement. It's now all died down because Shaheens are
Attackers
looking
need
to
to
get back
locate and
into the
defuse
play,
bombs.
and the thing is that Phalanx, all they can hope for is the side swap. You did mention, Jack, that, yeah, of course, Oregon is not specifically attacker or defender sided. But the thing is, a side swap will really be helpful for the side of Phalanx because their past couple of attacks, they haven't been looking the best. They're completely caught off guard. And the previous round, was an excellent example of that. Phalanx didn't have the best of clue in the world as to how to proceed further. Whenever they went for the breaches, whenever they went for the peaks, they were shut down by someone or the other on the side of Shaheen. So keeping that in mind, if Phalanx have got to be a lot more careful how they proceed with this, and they'll just be hoping that the side swap takes place as soon as possible. Even
Attackers' objective is to
even in
locate a
their
bomb
worst case
and defuse
scenario,
it.
it's only going to be a 2-4 split. So it's not all that bad. But the team in orange, they'll be looking for an equal opportunity with an equal score. Regardless of that, let's come back to the round at hand. Let's come back to the present and not think about what may happen in the future. Thing is, Shaheen's, their defense never really changes. Be it Villa, be it Oregon, maybe in the future, be it Clubhouse as well. They are still looking for those early kills against the attackers who are just trying to find their footing inside of the building, essentially. This time as well. Not a lot going to be happening. Hussein is ready.
boy.
Oh no, oh no,
Oh,
no,
boy.
no. I don't think this will end nicely. He goes
I
red.
don't know either. Oh, nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Nope. Not even that. Wait, that was the last he's planting. Nope, that denied. Okay, Astel's here. And Astel's just killing everyone. All right, good stuff right here. We did say that we expected Phalanx to go for a rush. And, yeah, about that. Astel just went in and is like, you know what? I don't care that you have a line. I don't care that you're planting. I don't care that you try to Amaru into the side. Boom. I'm just in here. I'm killing everyone. You try and stop me. 4-2. Shaheens are in the lead. Going into the half, they are attackers now. So Phalanx definitely have some room to work with. But the question is, are they going to be able to? That is the question. And production has informed us that the last execute, the attempted rush right there from Phalanx, didn't last even 20 seconds. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's
Defenders,
Yeah.
protect your bombs from
It'd be
being
like that
defused by
sometimes.
attackers.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
still better than the executes I've seen in my quick matches and the ones I've attempted. But still, yeah, Phalanx went for shall I say, a Hail Mary attempt, and it just didn't go their way. So yeah, that's that. 2-4, still not the end of the world, but it does put the team in orange at just the slightest bit of disadvantage. They need to get those 2 rounds before they can start competing against Shaheens. And the reason I'm highlighting this is the fact that if Shaheens do manage to push this onto the map of Clubhouse, thing is, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Phalanx to take the win there because of the fact that Shaheens will not give it away unless there are any tech issues from their side and disconnections, anything along the lines of that. That may definitely inhibit some weird results, 4 versus 5 or sound bugs, game crashes and whatnot. But considering none of that happens, just like it hasn't happened a lot on Oregon, yeah, Shaheens will be looking a lot more strong on Clubhouse. They will want to end this. So Phalanx, there is still a chance. but they can't give too much time to their opposition. They can't give too much leeway to Shaheen. They have to act on this right now, and they kind of sort of need to secure this round, not in a literal do or die sense, but more in a thinking about the future. You have to make sure the advantage stays with you, and you don't give too much credit to your opposition in that kind of sense. As we're just seeing the bomb side, the members of Shaheens, they move on forward, they're ready with it, and they want to start the execution already. Still starts things off, gets the kill against Hercules towards trophy room. That's the front line of the defense now gone. Hussein just messing around with the electro claw, successfully tricks the ball. Those are two Selma breaches now gone. Doctor only has one, and he is the only hard breacher present on board. So if Shaheens, they don't get a breach done, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Hussein, he escapes the bullets. He goes back. He can get rid of Zoki as well. No, it's going to be Zoki who secures the kill. The breach is done. Shaheens now have so much of an advantage as they can easily move into the bomb site.
Sherry's going to try and stop them as much as they can, but there are LMGs firing left and right. Asta will go down, and there comes another.
Ooh.
And another. Wait a minute. This could actually be turned around in just a second here, as from White Stairs and from that wall, covering the White Stairs entry, you've just had Sherry and Guy with Audacity taking kills, and now they've established a cross as well. Grenade comes out, but Guy with Audacity is still unperturbed in their position. Drones out, probably has seen where Sherry is, so there's going to be somebody going towards the breach to try and get a line of sight. But that's the thing, did that breach go any more than the line of sight? I don't think it might have. Even then, it's a vault, which will leave them vulnerable. Shots fired towards the red ping, can't quite get them, Sherry, but the plant is still happening. Never mind, Guy with Audacity through the smoke towards the red ping, gets one. It's all down to Caesar, finds one kill, needs to find the second. The smoke is going to go away in just a second here. 30 seconds on the clock. Can you believe the amount of time we have remaining? But Sherry knows full well where this Finca is. The vault in will be seen, reported, and shots fired, but no! No, that miss is going to be huge. Sherry just needs to play for time. Does not know where the Finca's approaching. Towards the door. Is seen and gets taken down. All right, I was going to say the 2v5 between Sherry and Guy with Audacity. Well played. And with that, folks, Phalanx keep their hopes alive. 3-4 against them, which means they have one more round to equalize here. But they could do it. They've just taken a big round away from Shaheens, especially after how big of a win initially it was for Shaheens to go 5 versus 2. And then Phalanx brought it back. Well played right there. And now it is definitely going to be, going into round 8, a very interesting situation for Phalanx.
Yeah, for the side of Phalanx right here, they have called for a tactical timeout as well. So has the timer passed? I'm not completely sure about it, but if it hasn't, I guess they'll take it. But yeah, one can understand why they want a tactical timeout right here because of the fact that they've just secured this round. But honestly, it wasn't a round that was going their way at all. I mean, Shaheens, they had all opportunity to secure it. Unfortunately, they bottlenecked it through the one instance, and it delved into this 1 versus 1 as well. Eventually, was secured by Sherry. So, keeping that in mind, Phalanx still ready forward. Right now, the ready confirmation comes in from both the teams. So, we'll be going on with this round. But I believe after this round, we can expect a tactical timeout. If not from Phalanx, probably from Shaheens. But still, very, very close this map. A lot more closer than the events of Villa. That was a lot more of a steamroll and such an early advantage taken by Phalanx that Shaheens, they tried their best to make a comeback, but just too much advantage was given their opposition. This time, though, that is not the case. This time, Shaheens are in the driver's seat, but for how long before Phalanx catch up and attempt an overtake? Before Phalanx look to get their 5th round, potentially want to secure this, best of 3 as well. So yeah, keeping that in mind, it is still a lot of pressure on the attackers. They've got to make sure that not only does the early round go well, but they convert the early round into victories. We have been seeing issues with that in the past for both of these teams, on Villa and right now on Oregon. Early round is fabulous, fantastic, but they may fumble the bag towards the final 30-35 seconds. So you got to make sure to prevent that. Phalanx now, let's have a look at their composition and their defense. They only have Sherry, star performer right now, 8 kills, top of the server, who is doing a very good job. I mean, top of the server for his team, because of course in Shaheen they've got Estelle. But yeah, Sherry is going to be the person at the forefront. He will be taking those gunfights against the attackers. Meanwhile, the attackers, well, they themselves again are going for a full-on roam clear.
A full-on roam clear from the Shaheens. I mean, it's to be expected. The site is basement, so you expect players to be all over the map. But looking at the player outlines from the Phalanx side, I think it's actually a turtle hold coming in from them. Interesting decision to do that against the Shaheens, because Shaheens, with time on their side and with whatever momentum they can get, they are a very dangerous team to give so much room to. However, we're going to see exactly how this pans out for Phalanx right now. Boku, position given away thanks to the motion detector right there. And that means, blue will be reinforced off and the lines of sights will have to be changed. But resources will need to be diverted as required. Sherry, wanting to throw out a disc, will get that out there. More utility denial on the front side. But they've got to be careful on Freezer as well. That's where Caesar is. And Gabo Darasli wants to confront this Finka towards this region, but can't quite. Sherry finds one. Sherry finds two. Big drop towards the main stairs area. But there's a third coming in through there as well. Sherry will now know this in just a second here. In a peek, maybe a second. Wait, that ace is uncomfortably close. Sees him, does a ton of damage to Goofy, and that is going to be a kill taken. Sherry with the third now. Caesar and Astel, these two have tried so hard for so long for this team, but it's a quad kill for Sherry. On for the ace right about now. They're going to be hungry for it now. And Caesar had better watch out. There's an angry Wamai coming close, very close indeed. And it's the ace for Sherry. The teammates make way as the gas grenades keep firing off left and right. And the Wamai single-handedly taking the Shaheens to town, tearing them apart as Phalanx make it 4-4.
Yeah, this time, Shaheens. Oh, rough round for them. Phalanx, more specifically, just Sherry. Oh, steamrolling over the opposition. Brilliant ace. We saw a 1 versus 2 clutch before from Estelle. Now we are seeing an ace take place. This map does not disappoint, not in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Now, though, very influential round in front of us. This is the round that decides which team will be taking the advantage. Now, many people hearing this will think about the fact that, okay, yeah, the advantage is the 5th round. It's not really match point, but it comes with a lot of those implications. See, for the side of Shaheen, if they lose this round and Phalanx get another, the thing is, Phalanx will be winning on the tertiary bomb side. They'll have their 5th round. They can go back to 2nd floor kids and dorms, having the 1 round advantage and making sure that they rectify on their mistakes, and very soon they can get their match point as well. So very important for them. If Shaheens take the win here, they have the 5th round, and no matter which bomb site Phalanx pick for the next round, be it kitchen meeting again, or be it kids and dorms, they still have that little bit of advantage over the opposition. It's really the extra number that counts, and the consequences it has, it will be that safety net for their roster. Kind of like the overtime match point is the safety net. As soon as you get those 6 rounds, you will be like, okay, even if we lose so many of these rounds, it should be fine. Now for Hussein though, things may not be as fine as he wants to. He spots 2 drones, has to back off. Wait, there's a nade thrown his way, and it's going to be a Stell who isolates the Azami. Hussein was after the drones, but the attackers were after his life. And that's a very, very early kill with no retributions whatsoever.
Yeah, a little unfortunate right there for Phalanx to have lost Hussein like that, because top tower is definitely a very, very important position to hold for this defense of Meeting and Kitchen. As in the meanwhile, we're going to have the breach slowly coming out on the main tower wall any second now. We do have the mute there. That is devastating, trying to, mute trick it, as it were. And you have Sherry opening up some vertical angles as well, wherever possible. Shots fired, mind you. You got to be careful on where you're going here. And some more shots fired as well. Sherry's just taking damage thanks to the Maverick hole right at the bottom of the stage wall. Sees the feet of one, can't quite get the shot off, and isn't quite peeking for the Maverick to be able to take advantage for the castle to take care of the Thermite who wanted to get the breach done. Breach on tower will be done though, the tower wall going into attic, and that will be taken care of. Nice and quickly, but Goofy's actually going to go down. That's unfortunate right there. The castle inside the site is being a bit of a nuisance, as Devastating on second floor is also going to do whatever they can, and they're going to find one just about escaping the raid. Shotgun out for anyone coming up the stairs as well. Beautifully played by Devastating, as now all they have to do is wait and watch for anybody who thinks to push up. Drone has seen them, but they're still alive. Are there any grenades remaining? Yes, there are from the Maverick. It's going to come up any second now. Or not. Gawadaras is taking damage in the meanwhile as the Melusi on top of the hatch, but no, still gets the kill. That's Boku off the board, and your active grenades are gone. Astel's here now, but do they know where the mute is? No, they don't. Reload is not heard. Astel gets one. We immediately refragged by Devastating. Doctor comes in, taken down as the shotgun from the mute, and Goofy's the last one standing, coming in through the tower side door. But how much can this Thermite really accomplish here? Low on HP, no resources at that either. And they're just afraid of the approach right now from any one of these three defenders. Trying to find the Jaeger, will do so. 9 seconds remain, no diffuser in hand, and vertical angles being watched, doesn't matter. Sherry from inside the site will finish the kill. Phalanx will take the lead. So hard fought right now for the Phalanx, and they will actually bring it back to the point where they can take the lead again. 5-4, and round 10, they've made the full trip around Oregon, which means they're going back to kids' dorms and dorms main hall.
Yes, they are. And exactly like I said in the previous round, Phalanx now go to one of the primary bomb sites with the advantage. This time they're shaking things up as well. Goyo will be brought out from Guy with Audacity. Still, otherwise same comp. They've got to make sure the events that took place in the previous round, that the previous time we saw, second floor kids and dorms doesn't take place right here. They don't have to win that 2 versus 5. It doesn't get that desperate of a situation. Even though they took the win, they still don't want it to. They still don't want to be in a position like that again. But so far, interesting thing is, ever since the second half has started, Phalanx have been on a non-stop winning streak. They have secured 3 rounds consecutively after Shaheen had closed the first half with a 4-round winning streak. So yeah, right now it's back and forth and back and forth. It's very, very momentum heavy with these teams are playing this match and Phalanx have all the advantage in the world. If, at the very least, if they can secure this round, that's all they need. It's going to be an early Christmas for their side. They'll have match point against Shaheens, and they'll only be a single round away from going into the playoffs, that is. So, yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. But overall, already we start off, it's the first 15 seconds, and Hussein gets
no.
The Finca is gone. 2 frag grenades off the board. No more boost there. Big blow to the side of Shaheen's. And yeah, the Cade Electroclaw still survives that. Boku goes for the Twitch drone play. Can he destroy the Electroclaw? Yes, he can. He sees a lot more. He sees the utility dump that's present from the side of Phalanx. He's trying to destroy it. But Phalanx, they're still ready. Shaheens are not looking for encounters. They're not looking for gunfights. They just want to stay silent after what has happened, after the casualty they have faced early on. But Phalanx is not going to stop anytime soon. That's another for Hussein, and another blow dealt to the team in blue.
Absolutely, and more than that, mind you, the Finca, obviously, we all know why the Finca is so important, but it's saying, wait a minute, they've just found Doctor. Every single person who could have taken out that Electroclaw is gone. The only one who remains is Astel, and Goofy's just going to walk away and try not to even go for the breach, because, I mean, what's the point of this? how do you win that? No, Hussein, you have to answer me right now.
Okay.
How do you win that? How does he walk away with that
okay
kill,
for him,
no
I
less?
think.
Huh?
I think he's on par for an ace, if I'm not wrong.
He is, yeah, it's a quad kill.
Oh
He's
my
looking
God.
for it too. He's hungry for it. Look at him. He's looking for this one, but he's very low on HP, mind you. No Thunderbird as well. Shots fired as the ace will be... Wait, Hussein? Oh my goodness, didn't see him for a second there. He's gonna be peeking the window. Oh, he goes down though. That's unfortunate. C4's out. Multiple C4s out, I think. Doesn't find Goofy, but Goofy finds one. Can't quite find the second though. That is gonna be Phalanx now. Match point, folks. They are absolutely shutting down Shaheen's left and right. I mean, you'd have thought Shaheen's on the attack would put up a bit more of a fight. But just like Sherry a couple rounds ago, and now Hussein, an ace and a 4K now, just taking the fight to them and dealing big blows left and right. Shaheen's now, they are 2 rounds away from equalizing, pushing for OT. Their only hope of getting into, they're getting into the top 8, the playoffs of the summer edition of the Pro Series. If not, if this doesn't work here, folks, then the Shaheens, well, they will have to bid goodbye to SA national points for this edition.
Yeah, Shaheen's, they'll have to think about the
Defenders,
next
protect your
edition
bombs
as
from
well.
being
I mean,
used by
only
attackers.
the next edition that will be there. It's going to be the autumn edition, if I'm not wrong, if I have my seasons correct. Yes.
Yeah, it should be
Okay.
autumn, right? Yeah.
The thing is, in Delhi, we don't have such seasons. We have this thing called the sun, and that's it. All we have is the sun.
Discover the location
The
of
sun.
bomb.
I know how
Yes.
you feel. Yeah, no, my uncle says the same thing. He lives there, right, just outside of Delhi,
Uh-huh.
and he's like,
Right.
he tells me that you guys at Calcutta, you guys enjoy like rain and some chill nights and this and that.
Yep.
Over
In the
here,
sun
in
coast.
yeah, and over here in these parts, we just know the sun.
Yes.
Attacker's objective
Yes.
is to defuse the bomb.
All right, coming back to the game at hand, a pause has been. All right, so a bit of
Okay.
miscommunication. But seems like everything is fine. So again, no matter what's happening in the chat, I think we will be continuing with the match at hand. So yeah, that's that. This could very well be the final round Shaheen's playing the entirety of the summer edition. So unless they can win 2 rounds consecutively in the attacking half that they haven't managed to win a round on just yet, we may be bidding goodbye to Shaheen's. We may be bidding goodbye to a team comprising of very experienced players from this region, and they may be exiting the entire summer edition without even making it into the playoffs. But still, it won't mean that Phalanx don't deserve their spot if they take the win here. They have fought their way against MRCZ, against so many other rosters, and they definitely are deserving. But Shaheen's don't want to put an end to that just yet. But Estelle puts an end to Hussein's life for this round. Hussein has also been that amazing fragger in the previous round, got a 4K. Someone who has only had a 4K in the entirety of the map, Caesar, with 4 kills, goes down as the opening casualty for the team in blue once again. That's the Finca gone. The boost, the frag grenades, everything off the board. Phalanx are still ready. Phalanx are still fighting. But Shaheen, it's all about their map control. It's all about their execution. 90 more seconds in the clock.
Yep. Time is going to be running away from you as is standard. Sherry in the meanwhile trying to get a kill here on so many angles, now very low on HP, but the Thunderbird is still, those Thunderbird devices, the Kona stations are still around. So there's plenty of time to just go and get yourself healed up, and that is exactly what Sherry has done. But the Ash pushes in, Astel is right here, finds one more, can't quite get one more though, as Hercules pushes out, shotgun in hand, but goes quickly back to the SMG, but it's all up to Hercules now. The vault is seen, and the call's given. Boku will get the final kill as well. Good stuff from Shaheens. They decided, all right, being passive, being methodical and slow was not helping with us, but was not helping us, being slow and methodical and all that stuff. So they decided, let's just play it fast. They want to play it fast, we'll give them fast. And they had a very quick round there as well. Shaheen's now 5-6, 1 round away from equalizing. We're going back to Laundry Supply Room. Interesting from Phalanx. They're not going to go up to second floor for whatever reason have you. Actually, no, they
Right.
did just win second floor. So they're actually going to stay on basement. The only other side they can go to is first floor, right? Second floor isn't unlocked yet. But if this round is actually,
Attackers need to
another,
locate and defuse
tide
bombs.
shift, as it were, for the map, then there's a good chance we go OT here, folks. Strap in. This round is about to be intense.
It will be. This is it. Overtime or farewell. One of them. So, Phalanx, any changes they're making right here, they better make sure they're the correct ones. With the kills as well, they've got to make sure that Shaheens, they don't get an advantage or trades early on. Shaheens aren't going to be changing much. Their composition, their style of attack has to be the same. And they'll be like, okay, we won on the previous round. It was still like a 3 versus 0 at the end. So we didn't have to risk too much. We just have to make sure we play consistently. And consistency is the one thing that's been lacking on the side of Shaheens in the second half, very specifically. Early on, plenty of it. But excluding the previous round, in the first half, they haven't had any wins. They were in a like four round loss streak. Finally, they have been able to overturn it. The momentum may be taking a shift or Phalanx. They can just secure the one final round they need. You never really know. On side of Shaheens, however, they're ready for it. Phalanx, this time, no room to be spotted from their side as well. I mean, yeah, from the looks of it, all 5 of the defenders are in the bomb side. We are seeing the barricades take place towards Laundry. Barricades towards
Bomb
Bunker
located by attackers.
still intact. The attackers are just going for the utility dump. They're looking for the information with the drones as well. Still plenty of info for Shaheens to gather. It's up to how much they can act on them, how much they're willing to sacrifice and risk early on in this round. Because Phalanx, they aren't going to move an inch. But for Shaheens, even if they get an inch, they have to move forward and take the mile. They have to progress further into the map, both literally and metaphorically. They cannot sit outside of bunker. They cannot sit in top stairs. They need to evacuate the defenders. They need to kill the defenders. And already they start off again. It's going to be a stealth. The MVP of the entire game so far, 18 kills for him. That's one more to the tally, making it 18. And Shaheens, they're ready to get their 6th.
Oh, that they definitely are. And you can see Phalanx, the immediate shift in their defensive style. They're reinforcing out any of those extensions into blue and other areas, those lines of sight that they had made earlier. They don't want to deal with them right now. All they want to do is get this round for themselves, and they will play it as safe as humanly possible for this to pan out the way they want it to. But the question is, will it? The first kill has gone to Astel once again. And we know, just like last round, Astel will look for even more based off of that alone. But Hercules is already playing a very different position. C4 goes out, will not find anyone, unfortunately, as you have the Jaeger guy with Audacity. He's about to see the Ash, but no, Astel, beautiful flick right there. Can he find a second? Not quite. Sherry will shut them down, and that's huge. Astel's overall mark on the map has been reduced. Devastating. I do not think that this is a good idea, though. Going for that peak. Sherry still somehow alive. No Thunderbird this round, but a grenade will find the Wamai, leaving Hercules and Devastator remaining no longer. Shaheens will get a win as well in the round. Another one. Round 12 goes their way. Just completely boxing in the attackers and like shooting fish in a barrel. They will push us to round 13. So, say it with me, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play.
Most certainly it is. This is it. Shaheens, the one opportunity they have of not fighting against Phalanx, of not catching up against Phalanx, of rather taking the command, taking the win. Now, can they do it is the question. Still overtime, still an equal opportunity for either one of these teams to secure the win. All they need is 2 out of these 3 rounds to go in their favor. We start off once more with the defense of Team Phalanx. And it is going to be kids and doms without a doubt. We all can understand why they picked the bomb side. Basement does not seem to be working for them. And they need a change of pace. They aren't going to take a major risk, go to a tertiary bomb site, go to a meeting and kitchen, go to kitchen and dining. No. Last time, we saw Kids and Doms Hussein got an incredible 4K as the Cade and Shaheens, they completely collapsed. So this time though, the advantage is Shaheens have that momentum. They have this newfound confidence. They can capitalize off of it. Sorry, they have to capitalize off of it. They cannot leave any stone unturned. They have to make sure victory shall be theirs. As for the side of Team Phalanx, well, they are ready for it. They are ready for whatever Shaheens are going to throw their way, because it's a different bomb site. They can adapt better. They know how to defend here. They know how to not get boxed in, unlike what happened on basement for the past 2 rounds. Unlike when they had the total setup, this time they've got defenders all over the map. They've got a bit of roam, not a very heavy roam, just a little bit of roam, and they have got their locos as well. Everything is set in place. We're just waiting on the Shaheen's members to make the first move.
Absolutely. And since we have a little bit of a breather from all the action, just looking at everything that has happened so far in the match, look at Astel, the player that we're expecting right now for that matter. 19-10 in the entire match, doing so much heavy lifting for Shaheens. Despite when the Shaheens were going through a rough patch, despite when the Shaheens were just not feeling it right, you could still see Astel doing every single thing possible to try and win a gunfight, to try and win the round, this and that, here and there, constantly moving around the map. And on the other side, Sherry, 16-7. Less kills than Astel, but that's primarily because, Hussein and Devastating and a guy with Audacity, they've all chipped in with their own kills and plays overall. As we have a breach that's already been made, he's going to take a bit of damage thanks to Sherry pre-firing away towards said breach. Now, in the meanwhile, that Maverick going for a rappel up to the roof of attic. All right, I thought that was going to be an upside down rappel or something on the attic window, but no, that's not the case. Sherry will hear the attic window being broken and Goofy's going to go for the grenades, but Astel, here we go again, has found one. Hussein again is on the floor. These last 3 rounds have just not been that good for Hussein, but Sherry comes and shuts down Astel before any more damage can be done. 4v4, you have the Goyo fire on attic, and you have the one in the middle of the site as well, gone off right now. That is plenty of seconds wasted, which will make Phalanx feel a little bit more secure, but Caesar on the rappel. That's a nice place to be rappelling on. Devastating's watching as the players come in, finds Goofy coming in, but Caesar comes around, finds Devastating, and it's all now down to Guy with Audacity. No C4, and his own Goyo contraption, his own gasoline tank being used against him, tags up one of the attackers from below, but the diffuser is planted nonetheless. It is a very, very difficult situation for the Goyo now. Coming up the main stairs, will be seen, will be taken out. Doctor takes the kill, and Shaheens, in their 3rd round in a row, will now make it 7-6. They are looking to go to map 3, folks. They have fully shown up here after a little bit of a down segment in the map where Phalanx won, and I kid you not, 4 rounds in a row, Shaheens have brought it back. Now Phalanx once again in the deficit in overtime round 14. How will they respond now that they are on the attack?
For the side of Phalanx, now this is it, the most important time. Essentially, it is their do or die now. The team that had been in the advantage practically for the entirety of the second half, as soon as they started, garnering the momentum, win after win after win. But no, now it's on to the likes of Shaheens. Phalanx have got their backs against the wall. They are grasping at straws right here. Whatever advantage they can find, they need it. But the kills are not going in their favor. It feels like almost everyone in the Shaheen side is stepping up to the plateau. Estelle leading the charge. 20 kill mark has been broken. We may just see, I wouldn't say a new kill record, but definitely in the summer edition of the Pro Series, a new kill record. Like, it's going to be very difficult to break the 20 kill mark that Estelle has managed to do already. And we may have one, at most 2 more rounds to go. The Phalanx better be careful. If Phalanx need an advantage, they need to shut down the Jaeger as soon as possible. But that is so much more easier said than done. There are 4 more angry defenders defending their way towards the attack, looking to destroy any hope and to leave the orange team in smithereens if they're not careful about it. Push us into map number 3, go to Clubhouse. So the side of Phalanx, Z, how are they looking to start off? It's a very slow start. They've got information. They still have 9 drones on board. So that's really good. That's plenty of info that will help them move forward. But still, the thing is that Shaheens, they are moving forward with just no major like rush, no major speed. They don't even want to contest the angles, unlike how they usually do on defense with the attackers, where they try and prohibit the attackers from entering the site. None of that's happening. They're holding their ground. They're staying in their places. Guy with Audacity, he's watching for the usual shenanigans the members of Shaheen's try and pull off. He's watching the bedroom window as well. Nothing has happened from the team in blue. Not even the tiniest bit of movement. Now, eventually, the attackers have realized, okay, well, Shaheens are really not doing anything. We have to pick up the pace. We can't waste any more time. The Selma breaches are going to go off. There's no way for the side of Shaheens to prevent that. That's a new line of sight into the bomb side. But still, in terms of kills, Hussein takes the first bit of damage in the round.
Tiny bit of damage. The Zophia will not be entirely too concerned about that, especially since Sherry can heal it within a fraction of a second right there. Guy with Audacity, another LMG brought into the mix. That is the Capital here. Is there Omai on the defensive side? Yes, there is. So some of those bolts will be caught. But the firebolt, wherever it goes, is going to cause some damage. You had better believe it. Hussein, more damage done. Caesar as well, now down to next to half HP. Wow. Speaking fast is not really working out for me tonight, is it? Hercules on the reach right now, watching as the Finka boots are coming in. Oh, they see one, the Jaeger. There we go, Asta's down. This is big, this is huge. But there could be a C4 from below any second now. But it's a big push in towards the site. Multiple bodies have gone down, and it's all down to Caesar now. All within the building, all within the site. Can't find the last two towards Attic, and that means Phalanx will win round 14, folks. We're not done with this match, not even by a long shot. This is only map 2 at that too. If Shaheens win this final round, folks, there is still a whole third map to be played. Phalanx really need to finish this off here now, because I can guarantee you, going into map 3, they will be drained of energy, especially given everything that has happened here. But now, maximum overtime. 7-7, the last possible round of Rainbow Six here on map 2, Oregon.
Ah, the stage is set. Everything is ready. Don't tell me there's going to be a disconnection or anything like that.
No.
All right, it's fine. It's fine. We are in. All right, so
Okay.
it is going to be basement laundry. That was that had my heart in my mouth more than any of the rounds I've combined. Like I was like, oh no, yeah. Would have been funny. Would have anticlimactic, sure, but it would have been funny nonetheless.
It would have been more like, the ironic kind of funny.
Yeah.
Everybody would just be dead inside, but we'd be laughing because we wouldn't know how to react.
All right. So, well, funny, not funny. Everything aside, Phalanx up against Shaheens. This is it. Now, Shaheens. Last time we saw them on basement laundry and supply. Actually, the last 2 times we saw them on this bomb site, they end up taking the wins, in a one-sided manner, in a very, very close, like 3 versus 2 as well, that they converted into 3 versus 0. They know how to attack on this site. They know how to proceed with it. All they need is just that one bit of instigation, that one catalyst, essentially, to start the reaction. And wait a minute!
Oh no.
Caesar already gets it in the form of Hussein as a Thorn getting eliminated, which means Phalanx are out of their rumors. They need to set up shop on the bomb site, or well, near the bomb site. And they are doing just that, but Shaheens are going to have so much more of an easier time now executing, not having to worry about that rumor, because already Hussein is now gone.
And Hussein has just pretty much been the first target for Shaheens constantly over the course of the last, 5 rounds now? It started in round 11. Okay, so I guess you could call it 5 rounds if you count round 11. And Hussein has just been going down. First, I don't know exactly when or why. Some of those rounds, they try to play really aggressive and get caught out as a result. Some of the rounds, they're just chilling in the site somewhere and they get shot because the Shaheen's member just happens to be closest to where Hussein is. Really unfortunate for them, but like you said, the Thorn, that 50 cal SMG, really important for the rounds. Off the board now. Sherry playing on bottom tower stairs, not even protected by the pillar, is just kind of in and around the area. Asta will take so much damage, but Hercules goes down. Oh no, this could be big. This is big. Boku finds one more. It's a 2v5. Oh no. Phalanx, the sudden collapse. This keeps happening to them, and they don't really know why. Asta will go down, but is it too little too late? It might as well be. And look at Shaheen's, they're not taking this lightly at all. They are waiting to see what positions open up for them to go into. No one's trying main stairs, but Devastating will go down nonetheless. Guy with Audacity, last one standing, position given away inside a freezer. He's gonna come around to freeze the door. It doesn't matter, Caesar gets the kill. Round 15 goes to Shaheen's, and after an absolute mammoth game, mammoth map, and a hard-fought victory, Shaheen's will take us to map 3 Clubhouse. What a map, what a game, and oh my goodness, the amount of energy spent here on Oregon is going to be huge.
From a 7-3 all the way to an 8-7. Boy, that was something we just saw. So, yeah, Oregon must have been just completely havoc on the minds of these players. Yeah, I have to agree with you, Jack, that so much energy is spent here, so much mental anguish, shall I say, for both of the teams, because this was not an easy win in any stretch of the imagination for the side of Shaheen's, nor was it an easy fight right from the get-go, right from round number 1. Still, the win has been taken. Shaheen's do push it onto the map of Clubhouse, and they will be looking to secure it for the side of Phalanx. They had all the advantage in the world. It was 6-4. They lost. They lost in overtime. They finally won a round. They pushed it to 7-7. But fate wasn't in their favor. Their destiny is to go on to Clubhouse no matter what happens, no matter who wins. After all, both of these teams have already gotten South Asian national points. Both of these teams already know what it's like to be in the playoffs. So to fight against each other to get into the playoffs is well and truly fitting of the nature of this best of 3 going into the decider map, no matter what has happened in the past, no matter the 4 versus 5s, the disconnections, anything that's happened on Villa or on Oregon will not matter. As I always like to say, this best of 3 has been turned into a glorified best of 1. But before that, before we talk about the final map, let's have a look at the past. Let's talk about the highlights and just the nature of the map of Oregon.
And oh my goodness, this match just insane. I'm pretty sure no matter what happens on Clubhouse, it is not going to match Oregon, because this map is one of those. This is one of those encounters that happens like 1 in a million, right? 1 in a million siege matches, you will have a map go out like this. Phalanx started off so strong with the first 2 maps, and then Shaheen's brought it back for 4 straight rounds. Suddenly, Phalanx start winning rounds. They win 4 straight rounds. Shaheen's bring it back by 2, win the first overtime round. Then Phalanx, what a time to equalize, winning round 14. We go to round 15, and Shaheen's had that luxury of going to attack Basement Laundry. Right. You'd think that Phalanx, the way that Basement Laundry went, how many times was that? Twice they were absolutely steamrolled on Basement Laundry by Shaheen. So you'd think they'd go above, right? Try and change things up, but it simply was not to be. They went basement, and Shaheen's, much like Phalanx in the first half, they had a very well-practiced attack strategy for the basement, and they made it work again. There's a reason Shaheen's as a team is as feared as it is, because they know these things. They know exactly what to do for which situation for 99% of their situations, and 99% of any how should I put this, scenarios you put them in, they'll be ready and they will take you down as many times as needed. And Phalanx, of course, the much of the same stems for them. Sure, a couple of mistakes do happen from time to time, but hey, we're all human at the end of the day, right? Even a player
Yeah.
like Bolo would make mistakes, or Shroud, who's just recently joined, Sentinel. If you've been keeping up with the news, even Shroud makes mistakes from time to time. So
Mhm.
yeah, at the end of the
Even
day, we're all
CCV.
human, folks.
No, weren't you listening like great players?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
No,
Well,
yeah. I thought you said something more. That's why I stopped entirely.
I said even CCV, you're mentioning great players. Well, again, garbage jokes
Ah,
aside, speaking of great players, great performances, there is one that stands out. Still, 21 kills,
my
15 rounds,
goodness.
21 kills, 1.46 APS, 5 opening kills. 5 opening kills. That's how much teams usually have. He has that
Yeah.
by himself as the Ash main. Makes sense. Take a bomb. Even on the side of Phalanx, you have Sherry. 18 kills, definitely not going by unnoticed. Another brilliant performance. But man, beating the 20 kill mark has got to be something. It's going to be the extra motivation Astral needs to move on forward on Clubhouse and, start this kind of performance again. But overall, yeah, thoroughly great performance from everyone. They put in the work. Some, obviously, some stood out with their kills, but it was a team effort and the numbers speak for themselves, man. 7-8, just one round differentiating these teams. It all leads to Clubhouse.
I think if we were to rename the stream after the matches are over, if you were to ask me what to name it, I would just say all roads lead to Clubhouse, because both Clubhouse decider matches we are now going to be going into, folks. So yeah, it is definitely been a very, very good match, a fantastic match between both teams. I mean, when we went to the first map, Villa, there were issues, disconnections, this and that. But this, right, when everything works, and when both teams are giving it their all, this is what you get to see.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant siege play from both teams right now, taking us all the way down to the wire. And still, we have more siege to go on the map of a Clubhouse, folks. There's gonna be tons of more action. And I gotta tell you, I don't think I've got enough water for if Clubhouse starts
Yeah, that's the
going
thing.
as long as this one did. I don't think it will. Both teams are gonna be very tired after this. The mental game and overall their endurance will have been
Hmm.
hit substantially going
Yeah.
into Clubhouse. So, all the best to both teams, and we'll be back. We also need a bit of a breather for ourselves, guys. But once we are, we'll see exactly how this match concludes. Clubhouse after this short break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports Club Rainbow-Six-Siege Pro Series Summer Edition, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm CCB, joined alongside Blackjack, and we are bringing to you the second qualifier finals. Now, out of the 8 teams that will be moving on forward into the playoffs, 5 of them have confirmed their spots. This is to determine which will be the 6th team joining to fight for the prize pool of 2,500 US dollars, and of course, to fight for the South Asian national points as well. Currently in this best of 3, it has been Team Phalanx up against Shaheen's. 1-1 is the score. Villa, chosen by Shaheen's, went the way of Team Phalanx 7-3. Oregon, chosen by Team Phalanx, went the way of Shaheen's 8-7. And now Blackjack Clubhouse it is.
Clubhouse, it is the decider map for this match. It's been a while coming, all things considered. And when it was a 7-3 to Phalanx on Villa, Oregon, when it was like 6-4 in their favor as well, it really looked like they'd be able to finish it off. But Shaheen's, the comeback they mounted, to surpass the comeback mounted by Phalanx initially. Good stuff from them. But now, after a 7-3, then an 8-7, we now move to Clubhouse, the decider map for the second time of the night, as Shaheen's and Phalanx will face each other for the last time. One of these teams will go ahead, join the remaining 5, and make it 6 teams that have qualified for the top 8 for the playoffs. And one will have to walk away, try again in the next edition of the Pro Series. Who and when that'll be, that is the question that we are now here to answer. Let us move into bans for Map Clubhouse, with Phalanx starting us off with, Shaheen's actually getting the first ban in, and Ace is going to be our first ban today.
Interesting. Ace has been taken off by Shaheen. So, all right, it's Clubhouse. Ace is very, very versatile, can be quite helpful. Makes sense why, as a defender, you'd want to get rid of him. Phalanx, though, as attackers, they take away Thatcher. So I guess they're ready for a Maverick? Or are they planning on a Cade ban as well? They must be, yes. All right. It does make sense why they've banned Thatcher. They want to go through with their entire plan that they have, not just on attack but on defense. These are going to be their 2 bans. Shaheen's close it out. Valkyries? Yeah, it will be Valkyrie. So again, as I always say, South Asia, competitive matches, tier 1 matches, you will not see teams deviating from the norm when it comes to the operator bans. At the most, Ace has been banned, but then again, makes sense. He's a hard breacher. You would get him off the board. Everything is fine. Shaheen start off on defense, and they're looking to start off from going to gym and bedroom. This is something really interesting. I mean, the setup in of itself is very normal. No Jaeger, but Doctor's playing the Vamai. You've got the Mira, Castle Legion Mute. Yeah, it's just area denial right here, and gather information in a way, and then, not let the attackers essentially try and enter gym or try and breach Jacuzzi as soon as possible. But overall, they will definitely catch Phalanx a little bit off guard by choosing this bomb site as their first, but it doesn't mean that Phalanx necessarily will lose this round. If they can make the necessary changes, if they can discuss the necessary changes in the drone phase only, in the prep phase only, then definitely we'll have a amazing fight in front of us, not just for round number 1, but for the entirety of Clubhouse.
Agreed on that one. Now, interesting for Phalanx, the team that they have is very hard breach centric right there. You have the Thermite and the Hibana, of course. You also have the Maverick, and if Hussein is carrying secondary hard breaches on the Buck, then that will be a lot of hard breach capability. I mean, understandably so. Gym Bedroom is a curious sight because you obviously have the Jacuzzi wall, that needs to be breached open, but you also have CCTV and cache side that usually has a couple of reinforcements that need to be dealt with. As in when you normally have Ace for a Clubhouse play, not a lot of teams ban that character to begin with, but Ace, gets the job done when it comes to opening out a ton of these areas with lines of sight and multiple holes and so on and so forth. But with the Ace ban, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on where even? Devastating got goofy very early. All right. That I think that was from the hatch, must have been, or from down below. I'm not entirely certain. But inside of logistics goes the first kill. Shaheens will lose their castle to start things off.
Very early, they've lost their castle as well. So, Phalanx already, got the advantage reaching into Jacuzzi. They've got like 3 attackers outside of Jacuzzi right here. Now they'll be looking to relocate
Bomb
because
located by
getting
attackers.
through the Mira wall, the Mira Black Mirror as well, it's going to be quite difficult if you're just looking to, brute force your way in. Very easily Caesar will be able to counter that. The Vector in close for combat, as lethal as anything can be. So Phalanx are looking, utility dump their way out of this situation, but Caesar still stands, and he's still there, waiting and watching for any attackers that come into his crosshair. Meanwhile, speaking of the attackers, this is the only place they're looking to execute from. Flash goes off, the Hibana X Kairos, they'll be breaking the reinforcement. Caesar completely flashed and dazed out of his mind, and now his position is given. He fires away towards Hussein. And still, the breach hasn't happened just yet. Only now it will. So we will see the Mira evacuate from bathroom, take up the position next to the hallways. And yet, Phalanx are still waiting for that entry. They have tagged the defenders significantly, but they haven't found any opportunity to push into these hallways. Now they definitely can, since the Spanish operator is gone.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. But God with Audacity is now off the board as well. 1 kill immediately traded back. The Legion goes down, so does the Wamai. It's all now up to not Boku coming up the red stairs all the way in CCTV. This is going to be a while for them to cross over and try and get a kill or two, and they're going to start off with 1, the Buck on the floor. They're going to try to find 1 more, maybe towards logistics. The window is sealed, but turning around for just that brief moment allowed the Finca to get into logistics from the call that, hey, they're approaching construction, and they'll get the kill as well. That is going to be a good first round from Phalanx, a good attacking first round as well. They showed us on Oregon that their attacks on defender side of maps are actually pretty good, especially when they're on sites that they're very familiar with. And Shaheen's, I feel like going to Gym Bedroom was them trying to, pull a fast one over Phalanx, trying to say, hey, can you handle this site though? And Shaheen's, well, they found out the hard way that Phalanx are more than up to the task.
Yes, they are. Phalanx are definitely more than up to the task. They take the first round, and again, the
Attackers
tactics
need to
that
locate and
Shaheens are
defuse
looking to
bomb.
implement, well, so far, they haven't worked. But now they're going back to the basics. Basement it is. And, from Shaheens, except for like the gunfights that are really a back and forth, the thing that we have seen is the fact that you really can't say a lot about the playstyle of these teams, because at this stage of this best of 3, there's so many factors affecting the players. The first is going to be the tiredness as well, right? I believe almost all of the players are from Pakistan in the
10 seconds
server.
left.
So for them, it's about to be like 11 p.m. at night. It's like 10:50 or
5
something.
seconds left.
That's still pretty late in the night. And granted, yes, we've
Attackers
had
are
this
moving out to
conversation
locate a
before,
bomb and defuse
that
it.
many of these players are definitely night owls and all that. But when you're playing at this competitive level in a broadcasted environment with administrators there, the map bans, strategy, yelling, stakes at line, it takes a lot on your physical health. You will get tired, and playing at night as well, it's going to be a lot more inebriating if you're not completely, up to the task. So still for these players, maybe they don't want to take as many risks as possible. They just want to play safe and sound to make sure they don't make any further mistakes than they have to, any further mistakes than they usually would. They don't want to give any sort of advantage to their opposition. And so keeping that in mind, definitely one of the things is that, they're not looking to take any risk. They're not trying out different things. Their strategies, the bomb sites, the setups, even the play style is relatively same. I mean, look at this from Shaheens. They are playing extremely turtle-like in this defense setup, and I think finally Phalanx have realized that. They're pushing down the corridors and the hallways of the second floor. Now they are moving in. They're looking for those kills. They're looking for any defender, but they're not going to find any. So they'll be moving down. The hatches will be open very, very soon. Map control will be taken. It's just a matter of time before Phalanx attack. But time is of the essence. They can't waste too much of it already. we are nearing the half mark of the first round, of the second round, sorry.
Yep. And in the meanwhile, speaking of things approaching, Sherry's going to see the shadow of the mute, I believe that is, on top of the stock stairs, or blue stairs, however you call it. And the Mozzie as well. Oh, Asla getting a bit too excited over there, hearing the Finka, on top of the stairs, thinking, okay, I can surprise him, I can take him. But Asla for these first rounds is going to have to quiet down for just a little bit. 21 kills in the second map. However, in map 2, they're going to have to sit back and chill out for a little bit. In the decided map, that is. Boku taking out another drone, just doing their work, as it were, as a mute player. Coming down back to blue, wary of the hatch. No one's peeking that, so they're going to be safe for the time being. 40 seconds remain. Phalanx, half of the body advantage, but that's the thing. Only one defender has gone down. Caesar, Goofy, Doctor, they're all still there. Boku as well from the back, supporting away. And, ooh, shots fired. Hercules takes a ton of damage. So does Doctor. But the Thunderbird, of course, close to her Kona stations. Make sure to not go down. But here's the buck to get a big one. And that is going to be Boku down. Caesar gets one in return. Hussein off the board. And Doctor peeking the hat still is going to get another. Sherry comes in, gets another kill, and is now down to a 1v3. Caesar, the last one standing. Guy with the Audacity's planting, but no way to get the planter. So they have to try and go for picks here, one by one. They know one's right by the reinforcement. That's the Finka. Grenade in hand, obviously caught in a little bit of an unawares position, but doesn't know where the Hibana is. Crouched right by bomb. That is going to be the kill taken. Phalanx now 2 rounds in. Just like Oregon, they're going to be 2-0 going into the third round.
Yep, that's it. It's going to be 2-0 for the side of Phalanx again. Great execute, got the diffuser, post plan as well. Comfortable, and they were in control. That's what matters. As for Shaheen, still looking a little bit shaky. They're having their kills, they're having their moments, but it's just reminiscence of a whole they're trying to complete, of like completion they're trying to be, essentially, is what I'm saying. Like they have their time. They just need to be consistent with it, essentially, if I have to summarize it. But overall, Team Phalanx still having that
Attackers need to
advantage, still
locate and defuse
maintaining that
bombs.
advantage, holding it over the heads of Shaheens, being like, okay, we are on attack, on Clubhouse. We've got these two rounds to our name. No matter what you do, we are looking to end this half at the very least in equal manner, at the most in a positive manner for our side. You better strap up. It's going to be a journey. And either we are going to see like just a roller coaster from the side of Phalanx, and them, like I said, quite literally taking Shaheens on the ride as they did on Villa, having the one-sided win, or very instantly, bam, we will see retaliation from Shaheens. This to me, I could very well be wrong, and there is a strong chance I'll be wrong, but this to me, for the time being, feels like it's not going to be that much of a back and forth like Oregon was. Oregon was a lot more momentum based. It was a lot more of, multiple round derbies being won time and time and time again by one of the teams, be it Shaheens, be it Phalanx. That's not the case right here. Here, it's a lot more of, so far it's been a lot more of Phalanx having total control, getting those kills, and moving on forward. Shaheens are trying to counter. Shaheens are trying to get back into it, but so far they have been unable to. So moving on forward, it is round number 3, going to CCTV and Cash for the first time, and this time we have to see what the execute is looking like from the team in orange.
That execute from Phalanx is going to determine quite a lot of things, mind you. One, if they're able to make it a 3-0, then folks, expect Shaheens to start going absolutely, back to the wall kind of crazy with their plays. Aston was chipping away at Hussein. Interestingly enough, the Buck just completely not concerned until that second set of shots came out that, they were getting hit. Hussein does fall back, doesn't want to be the first target once again, as they have been. Oh, the Jaeger punish, though, beautifully done by Devastating. Finds Aston. Excuse me right there. The Jaeger will be taken care of. One down. Aston once again in a bit of a quiet round this time around. You have the Hibana coming in for the construction side breach. C4 will not find anyone. No damage done either. as Devastating's now down below, trying to get some any stragglers from below, and maybe the meat jammers as well. Is that Devastating's job? Well, the Maverick could just come and make a tiny hole and get the jammer out. So I don't think that Devastating should be the one going there. It should be Hussein, if you ask me. Much more safe on the vertical soft breach. But there we go. Hussein's going to go down regardless. Caesar gets that. But in the meanwhile, you have not Boku being taken care of by the Thermite. Reinforcement on the construction site is going to be taken care of, meaning more angles for the defenders to worry about. And the Shaheens are definitely worried about those for sure. Caesar taking damage from a prone peek from the Hibana, forced to stand up, and Sherry will take full advantage of that. Finger boost up now. It is a 4v2. It's all down to Goofy and Doctor, the last two standing. And never mind, it's only down to Doctor, the last one standing in Catwalk, but nobody has even bothered to push towards Catwalk this entire round. Sherry's now going for the plant. Doctor's trying to find someone, sees one in Garage, can't take the kill. Devastating with a goo mine in their shin nonetheless. Will still finish off the Wamai. Some missed shots here and there. But folks, first attacking half, 3-0 for Phalanx.
3 different bomb sites as well. And every single bomb site, Phalanx have taken the win. Shaheen's going to go back to gym and bedroom again. Now, for their sake, they will be changing things. It is going to be double anti-breach on their side. Still have Goofy on the castle. You've got Doctor on the Vamai, but yeah, one change. Estelle is on the bandit. So I guess they're looking to bandit trick the wall and not allow for such a quick, not allow for such a quick breach towards that, jacuzzi window. But from the side of Phalanx, they can always counter from other angles. They can push up from bar stairs. They can check from the windows, destroy the castle barricade that's usually there on the gym doorway. Then get rid of the bandit, trying to place the bandit batteries, trying to trick the wall. But overall, I gotta say, Shaheens, they are trying something different. And it's not reached a major point of desperation, but the problem is this is resembling Villa a lot, where Phalanx are running away with it, and Shaheen so far haven't had a way to counter it. They need to put an end to the shenanigans that Phalanx are putting, otherwise it's going to be an extremely difficult round to, an extremely difficult map to deal with, shall I say.
Yep, that's pretty much a given. If Phalanx are allowed to walk away with a ton of momentum here, then Shaheens will just find it exceptionally difficult to bring this map around for themselves. Again, a 4-0, they could probably still manage, but if it goes to 5-0, maybe 6-0, man, that's going to be extremely hard. But in the meanwhile, Hussein goes down. This time, will, in fact, be the first one to go down. Unfortunate. As the buck for soft breach is no longer going to be in play. A little unfortunate for Shaheens, but they can still work around this. Sherry is still there. You have Devastating, you have Guy with Audacity, you have Hercules. Just that, it's just all hard breach. Barely any soft breach in there, unless you count the grenades and maybe some work done by Devastating themselves. But Maverick on soft breach, isn't exactly the best thing in the world, because you can just get shot through it if you get caught. Caesar, in the meanwhile, gone, as the Mira has been found. One grenade sent, will be caught by Wamai. Second grenade sent into bathroom as well to try and clear it out. It will find Doctor. That's big right there. Boku's in here right now, through the smoke, towards Jim, hiding right by the door to see if they can catch another player or two. Sherry watching for any jump outs here, as Boku is going to, reinforce their position a little bit with that meat jammer. Goofy, in logistics, trying to just, steady the ship. That's what these three defenders are doing, trying to steady the ship.
Yeah.
Astil is still alive, mind you. That bandit over there, keep your eye on that player. They're coming fresh off a 21 game, but they're going to have to pick up the pace right now, because Devastating has just found not Boku and put them in a 2v4.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
He tried, he really did, but he was in such a vulnerable position, couldn't escape out of it, and Guy with Audacity goes for a drive-by kill. I mean, yeah, he crouches, he moves, he shoots, he secures the round. That is round number 4 for Phalanx. They went to gym and bedroom round 1. They took the dub. They went to Arsenal Church. They won there. CCTV and Cash was a victory again. Jim, It's been non-stop conquests from the side of Team Phalanx and makes you wonder what exactly happened on Oregon. And now they're defeating Shaheens like this, but on Oregon they were struggling. But now, still, whatever. I mean, if you are someone from Phalanx or if you are one of their fans watching this, don't think about Oregon right now. Think about what's happening in the clubhouse. Think about the
Defenders,
future.
protect your bombs
Just
from
think
being
about
defused
the
by
win.
attackers.
That is just so close. Shaheen's, on the other hand, desperation runs rampant in their boot camp, or well, by boot camp I mean figuratively, like in the stall that they're in. And they know for a fact that this is a do or die. If they can't salvage this half 4-2, it honestly feels like a lost cause, Jack. At the
Yeah.
very least, they need that 4-2 because a 5-1 like Villa, it's a little too much of a stretch. Phalanx will secure it. I mean, for God's sakes,
10 seconds
Phalanx
to
were
go.
down 2-4 on the map of Oregon. They won 4 rounds consecutively.
5
They
seconds
got
remaining.
a 6-4. I'm very sure they can like convert a 5-1 win to a victory. But okay, something different by Shaheen.
Oh,
It's
Action is gonna get that.
full spawn peak by Boku. It's one. That is really good. And can he go for the reinforcement now? That's the bigger question.
I think the reinforcement is not even in Boku's mind right now. They're just looking for kills because they just opened up another little section of the wall. Asta's going to take damage as well. Okay, they're all going for it. And that's an interesting way to try and tackle the situation. Oh my goodness, Boku is so low now. Needs that Dockstim pistol as soon as possible. And there we go, right in the position to take it. Will do so. I mean, not exactly all that better. Still less than a third of the Rook's total HP. But again, as long as the Rook is alive, that's all that, Shaheen's need right now. They found Hussein, who unfortunately, ever since round 11 on Oregon, has just been, shut down early, left, right, and center. Is going to try to, Hussein, excuse me, is just going to try and give intel through the drones and whatnot, wherever they can. But in the meanwhile, Hercules is watching for that run out, fully expecting somebody to come out of the garage door. Understandably so, defenders do get jumpy. In the meanwhile, Sherry drops down into Logistics Hatch. I'm not sure if breaking open the walls is a good idea here because these defenders will use those peaks and lines of sight against you. That is for damn sure. Drones out, will see one inside a bedroom. Did they find the second one though? I don't think so. And that second defender is going to be, pivotal. Boku has still not been droned, mind you. Sherry's going in right now. As in the meanwhile, oh, there we go. Caesar and Astel are down, but the Rook is still alive. Boku finds Sherry, equalizes the situation. The Rook needs to go down, and they will do so, as that will be devastating to take that kill.
There will be. So now you've got Goofy and Doctor surviving, but Guy with Audacity. Eddie, he's waiting, still plenty of time, and now Guy with Audacity, the wait pays off. Goofy ends up in his crosshairs and now ends up in heaven. Shaheens, they are praying to any gods that are out there, listening to their cries to let them try and take this win. It is Doctor by himself. His location is known. He's got utility to work with. Attackers flood the bomb site. Diffuser goes down. The Wamai jumps in. That's one individual kill for Doctor. Looking for more. Swings wide. Gets lit up. And still the Wamai is alone. He has no way of escaping. He can't go to the left, can't go to the right. He's stuck behind the servers looking for a person. He finds one, gets another. Guy with Audacity. He has clutched before. He's got to do it again. He does it. He does it again. Phalanx get their 5th round in consecution.
I was absolutely sure. I don't know why. I was so sure that Guy with Audacity was going to get his head taken clean off the way Doctor was playing in that clutch moment. But, the push-up ended up working out, so I'm not one to judge. 5-0. Is that the same continuation from 8-7 round 15 Oregon? Is this the same continuation? CCB, pinch me. I mean, you can, but digital, pinch me. Like, what is going on here? Shaheens are completely out of it. They even brought out the Rook Duck combination. We were back in year 1 for a moment there. but
Defenders,
it
protect your
did
bombs from
not
being
work out.
defused
The
by
dock will
attackers.
persist, mind you, going into basement. So it seems like Boku will this time take over the duties of the healer. The doctor will now, proceed to see patients as soon as they get injured. That is. But even then, man, like, what even happened to Shaheen's between maps? They just seem like, to put it in a word, they just seem like they've deflated entirely. Like their vigor, their confidence. Some of it's still there, but yeah, it's kind of gone.
seconds
Kind of
to
doesn't feel
insertion.
like it's there.
Yeah. Man,
5 seconds to go.
honestly, if Phalanx end up 7-0ing Shaheen, like 7-1s,
Attackers are
as
moving
much
out
of
to
an
locate a bomb and
accomplishment
defuse
that is, I'm not taking anything away from like Phalanx. They definitely deserve to go into the playoffs. Honestly, after this performance, either one of these teams deserve the spot in the playoffs. But the thing is, it's going to be quite anticlimactic. I have to mention it. Like 8-7, that set the bar like high. That was like, whoa, how do you top this? Now it's a 7-2 or something, but still may not be a 7-2. A comeback will definitely, top the expectations we've had for Clubhouse if Shaheens can start with it, and it's got to start right now. Boku commences things off. Maverick is gone, devastating off the board. It is a basement take, and it's a heavy roam that's been set up by Shaheen. So unless the attackers can get a lot of these kills early on, it's going to be going the way of the defenders, and seems like it. There are still opportunities Phalanx have of getting the round back, but it's diminishing by the second. All the attackers are isolated. They're not grouped up together. They can't go for trades. The defenders are all over the map. They have tons of map control. Time is wasted. Resources are limited. Phalanx are not in the best situation possible, but then again, it's only one round out of 6. Even if they lose this, it's going to be a 1-5 half. And Shaheens looks like they have finally woken up from their slumber, because they are firing off on all cylinders, and with every single firearm that's out there, still gets his first of the round, gets the second of his game. Again, this is the same person who had 21 kills right now, only sits at 2. Now, that's his third. And Sherry, all by himself, looking to make it a clutch, but now it won't be. Shaheens, finally, after 5 grueling rounds, get their first.
Well, it took a while, but we all got there in the end. Shaheen's 1-5 down. They have, they've got a lot to do, a lot of work to do right now if they want this second half to even remotely go their way. 4 rounds to just equalize, and Phalanx at any point can take 2 rounds and finish off the match. So, it's an ask that they've been presented with right now, and being on the attack as well on a map like Clubhouse. Unless Clubhouse is feeling like, okay, you know what? Last time I was a bit defender sided. This time I'll be attacker sided. Unless Clubhouse is pulling that on us, it'll take a monumental effort
Defenders,
from the
protect your
Shaheens
bombs from being defused
to
by
pull
attackers.
this match back, because it really looks so far gone right about now. And mind you, we have made comments and whatnot about them looking deflated and not really being all that there. Something didn't really click between maps. However, this round, the last round, that is round number 6, that was a pretty good showing from them, albeit pretty much all of them played away from the site. And if Phalanx had picked up on it a little earlier, I feel like the round would have gone differently. But other than that, that's just a minor thing I would say.
10 seconds left.
How should I say this? Yeah, it's just a minor complaint at the end of the round. It's more of a nitpick, if anything, because the way that Shaheens ended up playing it, I'm pretty sure Phalanx would have had a really tough time. If not, they would have outright still lost. Right. But that's the thing. Even if Phalanx are 5-1 up, Shaheens are still trying. And that must count for something, right? Even if they get eliminated here, they're going to look back on this match and they're going to improve going into Pro Series Edition 3, Season 3, however you want to call it. I mean, we just want to call it the, what is it? The Autumn Edition, Fall Edition, if you ask me, would be... Yeah, the Fall Edition, yeah. Yeah.
All comes before autumn. Yeah, I realized.
Yeah,
now.
pretty much. I mean, it depends on when it happens, right? Because the timeline's still a little weird on that. But
in most places, I think that's how it happens. But then again, I am not a A reliable source of weather. Every
Yeah.
time I open
Wait.
the weather app, I'm like, wait, is this stuck? Is this frozen? But regardless, let's come back to the round. A lot has
Yeah,
happened.
yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
Sen is gone off the board. A good kill for Shaheen, but unfortunately, Estelle has disconnected. Now, if that's a temporary disconnection, like a game crash, or it's something a little more serious, we'll have to wait and find out. But definitely, a pause will be taken by Shaheen's. But again, Phalanx against Shaheen's. It's level scores right here because of the fact that it's the man advantage. Devastating stays alive going into that corner. How, in God's name, he survives that frag grenade beyond me. Still has returned, still not in this round. Phalanx, they are not collapsing under the pressure that this Shaheen's attack has. And for Shaheen's, time is running out. They've got to act right now. They need to find the entry.
That they do, and this might just be it. Boku and Caesar with 2 quick kills. Hercules, it's not able to stop the thermite inside of the building as the Maverick will go down. The grenade, and a couple of bullets hitting Guy with Audacity in the face. Oh my goodness! They still managed to find Caesar because Boku was busy, I think, waffling away with the pistol. Oh my goodness, it took a second, but the thermite got there in the end. All right, looks like there's a bit of an attacker-sided tinge to Clubhouse today, as Shaheens have won their second round, put it 2-5, and they are looking to put another round on board for themselves. They didn't have Astel for the majority of that round, mind you. However, they still are trying to get in, are trying to play with what they can. And there we go. Looks like Astel has been given the Ash right there. They were able to load into the round in time, and whether that was the game giving them Ash or they just had enough time to pick Ash, it's all right. We're gonna be moving into round number 8, folks. Gym bedroom again from Phalanx. This is interesting.
Yeah, when on one hand you have the theory of Shaheens, who after losing the bomb sites, every single time they went for the swap, they lost Jim, went to Church and
Attackers need
Arsenal,
to locate
lost
and
their
defuse
CCTV, they kept the rotation up. Feelings don't want that. They just lost Jim. They want to go back to the site at least for another round to see if they can take the win here and get match point, because the thing is, Judge, if they take the win here, it means they will be on match point. They just need one more round and it will be, and the defense will be either on CCTV and Cash or in Basement Church and Arsenal. Again, very helpful for the defenders, but still for the side of Team Phalanx, all they need is one more round. They will have the match point. Shaheens, though, 3 more consecutive rounds before they'll be able to equalize the score. Match points still on the table. So much work has to be put in from the attacking side, but definitely there are chances. There is some hope. So it's not like it's all hope lost for Shaheens. They can definitely surmount a comeback, but the problem is that how easily will they be able to? So with all that being said and done, now we're ready with the next round. Phalanx are ready to deal with the attackers and their executions. The setup is done. It still pretty much follows the same principles Shaheens were going for in their own gym and bedroom takes. They've got the mirror, they've got the castle. Hussein goes for the run out. Downs Doctor. Goes back. The Finca revives Doctor, but still a lot of damage has been dealt. Hussein this time runs out of the
my
CCTV,
goodness.
gets the headshot and goes back again. Oh, if I'm Doctor, I'd be very frustrated right here. This was some play. This is just pure grand moment right here, but Hussein pulled it off.
You know what that reminds me of? I remember, it's been several seasons now. Oh, as devastating, we'll find Goofy in the meanwhile. All right, I'll get back to that thought later. But Shaheen with 2 attackers now down. The Maverick, wait, that's the Maverick. Okay, so Breach is not going to happen now. Oh boy, that's going to be difficult. But Astel is still alive, mind you. The player who went 20 kills, 21 actually, in the last map, still available and still kicking about. 4-6 currently. Slightly quiet start to the map, but still. They're here. They're trying to do what they can. Gone 6 comes out, but Hercules is safe. But the Gone 6 was used to burn the ADS, just somehow alive. Another grenade's going to come through. You had best believe it. The smoke comes in, and there we go. Beautifully done. Using the smoke as cover. The thermite comes in, makes the mirror window blind, effectively speaking. Devastating deals a bit of damage as well. Oh! Boku just turns around, finds the prone devastating, and takes the kill as well. Finka boost is up, but Astel's so low on HP. Goes down to Sherry in the meanwhile. The Finka goes down as well.
Oh.
Sherry's just unstoppable. And Hercules comes around to find not Boku for the final kill as well. Beautifully done right there. Beautifully held by Phalanx. And just like you were saying, CCV, they just needed one round, and now they need one more. Shaheen's, they need 4 rounds to equalize to push for OT again. Are they going to be able to do it? It's going to be very difficult. And you know what I was, the thing I was trying to say right before I was rudely interrupted by that C4 was
Yeah.
the way Hercules was jumping out and getting, you know, Doctor down, then the kill and all that. It was kind of like it happened several months ago, but I remember at one point on social media, a couple of players from NA were talking about, you know, no intel jump outs, quote unquote, right? If you recall
You're right.
that.
Attackers need to
Yeah.
locate and
Trying
And
defuse
I
any
just
bombs.
remember how social media was just all like, yeah, this is how all of Asia plays. Where have you been? How APAC plays, and I remember in South Asia it was a pretty funny topic for a while that, you know, they're saying non-intel jump outs shouldn't be a thing, and then here we are monkeying about all over the place. That's what that
Especially.
reminded me of. Yeah, especially, yes.
Yeah, it's when you go to a foreign place and you try like the cuisine and all, and it hits you, and you've never had anything like that. And that's what it would have been like for all those North American pros to see the gameplay. They'd be like, wait, what? You guys do what? On a daily basis?
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb.
Yeah. My goodness, some of their reactions are hilarious. You know, yeah, they're just funny stuff, as it were. We're kind of out of things to talk about if you haven't figured it out yet, chat. But going in now. Ooh, Hussein's taking damage. Okay, interesting. Not exactly sure where from while they were crossing over through construction. And in the meanwhile, we have a breach done. CCTV is wide open early as well from Shaheen's. 2 minutes 30 on the clock still. But that's the thing. CCTV breach is just one thing, right? You also have like a myriad of other things. You got to clear catwalk. You got to clear the meter. You got to clear the roamers playing horizontally across the gym bedroom. This and that and this and that and so many other things to be dealt with. Hercules somehow doesn't get his head taken clean off. Is that Astel on the garage door? I think it is. And if that is, I don't know how Hercules survived that first encounter.
Yeah, not really sure how he did this time. Still, again, going up against Hercules. Ready for it. Force the defender to his right as well, so he can't make the advances inside of Garage just yet. And Phalanx, they're holding Shaheen up against the line. The garage breach happens. It is going to be Caesar who checks the corner, cuts the pie, but Caesar goes down. Hercules is still there. He gets another. The Wamai still stands. Strong and tall and proud. Devastating with one more. Yeah, Hercules may go down, but he's done a Herculean task of pushing Phalanx probably over the finish line, pushing them into the playoffs if Shaheens can't get this 2 versus 4 done. Oh, it's a big ask. Be it Dr. Goofy, both of them experienced, yes. But no matter the circumstances, it's not going to be an easy job anymore.
Oh, absolutely not. It is going to be very difficult here. It's all down to Goofy. And, oh, never mind. It's all down to Goofy anyway. Finds one on the red stairs. There's going to be another one. Smoke grenades are out, trying to deny the plant. Another smoke grenade comes in, just caught on all corners. Can't go anywhere. And it's going to be the gas that finishes him off. And, folks, Shaheens, the team that they are denied a spot in the top 8 playoffs of the Pro Series Summer Edition. Will go ahead in their place, winning after a 2-1 throwdown between Villa, Oregon, and Clubhouse now, 7-3 in today's matchup. Beautifully played by Phalanx. Very well attempted by Shaheens, but it just wasn't there for them today. Unfortunate, they'll be licking their wounds and they'll have to go back and, really assess what went wrong for Pro Series 3. But for Pro Series Summer Edition, they will unfortunately have to sit in the byline and wait for their turn once again. Phalanx, in the meanwhile, will join Kid Esports as the 2 out of the 4 teams that are now qualified from qualifier number 2. Then they will join Hunters LFO, Mercenaries, Retrograde, and Won't Stop Peaking. 6 out of 8 teams are qualified, folks. And we hope you had a fantastic time with today's matches. I certainly did. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
I'm also quite tired at this point, but hey,
I can
that's part and
understand.
parcel of the job, you know? But
Definitely Blackjack been
yeah,
here since how long? It's
it's
been
been
long.
4:10. I think we started the stream somewhere around there. So
7
yeah.
hours and 30 minutes.
Oh, 3:50 actually. Production just
Uh,
confirmed. Yeah, I was off by
350,
20
that's
minutes.
8 hours. Oh my God, that's a full-on 9 to 5 job right here. All
Hey,
right, yeah, definitely a huge applause for Blackjack. 9 hours.
no, not
He
me, man. A
produced
huge
as
applause
well.
to Assassin and the production,
Yeah,
and everybody there.
yeah.
They've been doing a much tougher job than I've just been shouting.
Yeah, someone who shouts as well. So, yeah. All right. But anyways, coming back to the match at hand, because that's what we're here for. The match is over, but the entertainment isn't. Let's relive the match bit by bit and with the best parts as well. Let's bring up the highlights. Let's have a look at how this started. And honestly, Jack, this was again Villa once more. Like it was a carbon copy of Villa, just a different map.
Pretty much, yeah.
They started off so strong and they kept on rolling with it. Shaheen's just unfortunately did not have a rebuttal to anything that the team in orange were throwing their way. Every single punch was landing. Shaheen's were knocked down badly and they just were never able to recover, plain and simple.
Yeah, no, 100% agree there. They were knocked down very early in the match as well. It wasn't even like close for a majority of the map. Some rounds did come down to like 2v2s and 3v3s and so on and so forth. But most rounds you'll find more than one defender or more than one attacker, depending on who won alive. So that's got to count for something for Phalanx more so than for Shaheen's because, well, Shaheen's, we saw what ended up happening to them regardless, right? They were so close for so long, and yet, after Oregon, I think the argument is very much clear that they were just tired at the end of the day.
Could be, yeah.
Like how we said, they looked very deflated. They're kind of out of it. And of course, Hussein, you cannot say that Hussein is tired after this kind of a monkey play, okay? But
Uh-huh.
I'm just kidding. Of course, it was again like just well done. It was a
Yep.
big risk, mind you. Any number of people could have been watching from the roof, and any number of people could have taken Hussein down at any point in that round, but he still went for it. And credit where credit is due, found Doctor, which is a big kill to have against the Shaheen's Doctor. Whenever he gets any momentum, is just a absolute riot to try and stop. So all things considered, well played to Phalanx. They identified where their problems were from Villa and Oregon, and they, impromptu, sure, it wasn't exactly the best fix in the world, but they managed to fix them, at least put a stopgap to them, so that coming into Clubhouse, they would be able to finish off Shaheen's and guarantee themselves SA Nationals points, a chunk of the prize pool, and not just that, but a position in the top 8 for the second time in a row now in our region. So Phalanx is definitely stamping their name as one of the teams to watch out for in the T1
Yeah.
League of South Asia. And any of the teams who are looking to practice with them, who are looking to take them on in other competitions, be they as they come, yeah, they better watch out because this team, they are an intimidating one.
Oh, they definitely are. They're gaining the traction, they're gaining the momentum, hype as well. So, yeah, for the side of Phalanx, we'll be seeing, and hopefully they'll have a better run in the summer edition of the Pro Series than they did in the spring one, where they only managed to get a single point for themselves this time. Who knows? They may have better chances, but right now, again, we have the scoreboard with us. We have also been notified of, an overall statistic that in a best of 3 so far in the summer edition of the Pro Series, Sherry now holds the record for the highest amount of kills, 39
Ooh.
in a best of 3. That's like what? On average, 13 kills per map. That's an
Yeah, yeah,
insane
yeah.
statistic. So
Wow.
that's really, really good. And of course, we also had a stealth 21 kill per map. So definitely, this is just the qualifiers, by the way, everyone watching. In the playoffs, these two records, we'll be keeping these in our mind and we'll be seeing if they're broken anytime soon. But definitely, having a look at the scoreboard, insane performances in all three of the maps from all 10 of the players.
Beautifully done right there. Sherry, hats off. They went, what, 18 kills in Oregon as well, and 10 kills here, and another double digits for Villa. That has to be right to, make up the full statistic. I think another 11 is missing. So, well done by Sherry. Well done by everyone involved. And Astel, very quiet clubhouse. I mean, very quiet for pretty much the entirety of Shaheen's right there. They tried so hard, but unfortunately, it simply was not to be for them today. Folks, it is going to be Phalanx who join the top 6 out of the top 8 who will qualify for the Pro Series playoffs.
Mhm.
Now, only 2 more teams remain, and those 2 teams will be decided, well, tomorrow, because my screen still shows 23:58, 11:58, that is, PM. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not technically Sunday yet, but 2 minutes give or take. And for me, it isn't really tomorrow until I've slept. So I'm going to say tomorrow, even
yeah.
if I try not to. So, anyhow, tomorrow's matches are going to be absolutely wonderful to see
Mhm.
because all 4 of those teams, I don't know the players in those teams, but the team names are very new to me. I don't think I've seen. Okay, so Random 5 and Clickbait, I do remember them. Clickbait, of course, they've been playing for a while, but Random 5, or the 5 randoms, I think they're called, I saw them in the previous in the spring editions qualifier 1 and 2. They didn't make it, but this time they're very
Oh,
close to making it.
yeah.
So they're a team I want to watch. And Clickbait, it's been a while since I've seen them, so I want to see how they've improved, how they've changed over time. But looking at the map history, folks, 7-3 on Villa to Phalanx. What looked like it would be a quick 2-0, given how things were going, Shaheen's proved us wrong, winning 8-7 on Oregon, every single round nearly going down to a 1v1. And Phalanx then coming back, completely steamrolling them on Clubhouse, 7-2 to close it out, winning 2-1 and joining KA Sports as the second qualified team from qualifier number 2. Now, tomorrow's matches, Random 5 versus Dam 1 Mia. I nearly said Dam 1 Kia right there. Team Clickbait versus Olympian Esports Outcasts. So those 4
Awesome.
teams, only 2 will qualify from tomorrow, and 2 spots only
Yeah.
remain. Olympian Esports Outcasts. I mean, that's an interesting name.
That's
Whether
a
or not they
name.
live up, yeah,
Yeah, that's a name within
that's a
itself.
name and a
I
half. Yeah.
mean, I don't think I'm not really sure if they're referencing like how currently in the Asian games like esports is now a category and we are seeing like other MOBAs being participated, if that's a reference to that. But Olympian esports, that's a hefty name. That's a name which comes with authority. Like we are the Olympians. So yeah, looking
Mm.
forward to their performance. I mean, they've already, won over RTF esports 7-0. But
Ooh.
then again, Team Clickbait defeated Ultra Instinct 7-1. So you
Ah,
never really
yes.
know what the the open bracket matchups can be a bit here and there. We can have some mismatches, but again, that's open bracket for you. It's randomly seeded. Never really know who your opposition is going to be. But what we do know is the remaining teams that are there in the qualifiers and of course in the playoffs as well. Today we have added 2 more teams, and right now that's it. The stream comes to a conclusion again. This was 6 total maps, 9 hours, as we've been told. So again, excellent job to the players as well. Sticking around. A huge thank you to all of you watching as well, tuning in, seeing your favorite players, seeing your favorite moments, discussing everything that's been happening, seeing the Pro Series. Of course, again, these are just the qualifiers. The main event, the playoffs, is still yet to go. Of course, if you are watching on YouTube, you can go in the description, get yourself some amazing GPUs from the side of Zotac Gaming. Definitely gave the best of qualities for the price as well. And speaking of quality for the price, you've got, one of the best AAA publishers out there, Ubisoft. I mean, come on, Rainbow-Six-Siege. That's just one of their games. And if you're looking for so many more games and so many more streamers, so much more entertainment, we've always got Loco. Make sure you're following the Esports Club there as well. But till then, this is it for today's matches. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time. It's a Sunday. Make sure your calendars are free. Make sure you enjoy some Siege. But till then, it's been myself, CCV, alongside Blackjack. We'll be signing off. Take care and bye bye.
Hey.